Test one, test one. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Sydney Dragway. It's the 2200 and No Prep Races Australia Day. Here at the track, we're racing over the 8th mile. We are trying to get the live stream and the live pictures happening. We've just got a few little technical issues up here with the production, but on track at the moment, we've got what looks like, I think it's Brett O'Connor. Oh, no, it's not Brett O'Connor, it's Big Camaro. 5.91 to in the Aeroflow lane. I don't have any particulars on that driver at the moment, I'm afraid. I got Mark Daskalakis, who is going to be running in the small tyre class. Of course, the proprietor of PSC Racing. Go, and taking on the big HQ. Which is Chris Shepherd, the LS Turbo on board for Chris. And of course Mark Daskalakis, he's got the LS Turbo. Now, part of the rules for this No Prep Racing Australia is they have to be steel-bodied cars. So, the old pro street style of racing, what we love here in Australia. In the stage and straight on the green, Mark Daskalakis, a 1.26 in the 60, goes on through with a 5.60. And Chris Shepherd with a 5.80. So, great run from both vehicles. Left the line very, very well. So just everybody that's watching on YouTube, guys, we are trying to get the live pictures to you. I do believe this is the first round of qualifying as well for these cars. Now, this is Johnny Habib's Tirana. However, I don't believe Johnny is driving it. I did see it come in to the staging lanes, but didn't see Johnny behind the wheel. He'll be on the mic a little bit later. He's just doing some social media posts at the moment. But it's great to see the car here today, and it's always a fan favourite, nitrous assisted. A bit of the turn of the tyres there off the start line. 1.87 in the 60. Runs on through the 6.37. So, 8 mile drag racing, I love it. As it's got its own unique challenges, which is always a little bit of fun. And because I'm used to seeing it with the junior dragsters, it's a little bit different seeing it with the bigger cars. But I'll tell you what, it is going to be an absolute cracker of a day, I can tell you. So if you've got friends that are here in Sydney, tell them that we are racing. Tell them to come out, enjoy the event. Now we've got Gary Popusek in the Mazda 1000 Ute with an LS Turbo. Now this is a little bit different. We welcome Stephen Bush to the mic. G'day, Steve.
G'day, Stu. I hope you're having a good morning so far. Thank you very much to everybody for your patience, of course, coming into today. Those at the venue knew, obviously, of course, this morning we had a little bit of fog roll into Western Sydney overnight, and couldn't do much with the track prep until it started to lift. The Sydney Dragway officials have done their best to get the track dry. We're obviously now under racing conditions, or qualifying, of course. All of our competitors today will do 2 qualifiers for the 2200 DRA series, and then the No Prep Races Australia will do their 3rd qualifier in the first round of Chicago Shootout. I believe. So we have sort of two events happening side by side. It looks like Gary has decided to forego the burnout on this one. The Mazda not wanting to come up on boost in the water. So we'll see what will transpire. Of course, as Chewy said, we're racing over the 8th mile here today at Sydney Dragway, 200 metres. And today, a little bit of wheel spin there for the Ute off the start line. The Falcon will take the finish line first, due 7:03 with a 983 miles an hour. And of course, today we are doing something a little bit different for all of our races, except for Junior Dragster. Of course, we have Anthony Takalis getting his licensing. All our cars will be running an instant green, so there's not going to be a flash of the amber as what we're used to seeing. Two very tough cars down on the start line right now. We have Terry Clement in that big block Pro-charged HQ sedan. We've seen it here at Sydney Dragway many times before, as we have with Luke Edwards, VL. Oh, Edwards very, very crossed up there.
Yeah, eventually did the exact same thing that the White Falcon did on the previous pass. Just got out past 60 foot. The car just moved to the left and had a little bit of an S-bend. Obviously, this car's got a bit more power in it.
Got it on replay here, Stu. Watch the car right of screen. So he left the start line nice, got to about 60 foot. I'd say that's where he let go of all the horsepower restrictions, and that's the result, unfortunately. Just going up in wheel spin. It gave it 100% in the burnout there, though, and I think the track just needs a few more cars on it to get a little bit of heat in that racing surface. Tim Minos and the Ford Falcon down there taking on Dom Perry in the RX2.
Yeah, great to see Dom Perry here in the Perry Concreting and Pack Performance backed God RX2. This is a street-driven car. Now, this car, Steve, has just recently gone on a little bit of a Jenny Craig diet. They've replaced the front seats with some proper racing bucket seats. Now,
okay.
I don't know how comfortable that would be on a drive, but obviously for racing.
Hey, would you worry about comfort too much in a car like that?
Well,
no.
You know, depends on how much padding you've got in your bum, but you know, it's great to see Dom here. I love this car. Of course, everybody knows I'm a Mazda fan. You guys know it. Let's see how he goes. He could be a dark horse, and 0.510 on the tree. Well, the reaction time is a little bit slow. 1.51 to 60. The big Falcon, though, from Tim Minos, a 5.65 over the 8th mile.
Yeah, look at the speed there. 128 through the finish line to half track. Nice run out of the Falcon.
Paul Papacosta in the 440 cubed Chev-powered Ford Capri. About to take on Benedetto Sorrenti from Box Hill in the Holden Tirana with 350 Chev on board. Big set of wheelie bars off the back of the Tirana, Steve.
They are a big set of wheelie bars. Nice and wide, too. A pretty tall tyre on the Tirana from what I can see up here. 350 Chev on board. Taking on a 440 cubed Chev in the Capri.
Yeah, so keep your eyes on the Tirana. There might be a little bit of hang time. As Matty Cav says, the 3 H's, the hang and the haul. Oh, no, it's just a pop in the left front. 1.37 to 60, though, but Capri's keeping him honest. He's got the win, a 6.01 to a 5.75, 123 miles an hour for Paul Papacosta. Of course, this is qualifying number 1 as Damien Manstroianni comes out now in Maestro. Very well-known Ford Capri here at Sydney Dragway with that 427 Chev. One of the nicest sounding Ford Capris that comes to Sydney Dragway. Up against David Ipping from North Rocks in the VL with the Barra on board. That's a little bit different, Steve. Nitrous on board. Gun. Well, Maestro, 1.50 and 60. 1.37 to 60, though, for David Ipping. 126 miles an hour to half track.
The Capri did something a little bit weird there when it twisted up on the start line just before these next pair go through their burnout. Just watch the car left of screen. Actually hopped the rear tyre off the ground momentarily, it looked like. Surprised it didn't turn around to the left a little bit more, but kept it on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, that is a very bit strange. Of course, one part of the no prep racing as well, and we don't unfortunately have any cars here, but they do actually have a 4x4 class as part of No Prep Races Australia. Now, unfortunately, this weekend we don't have any of those cars, and I'm referring to the Skylines and the Evos. A lot more of the import style of cars. They are most welcome. All right, Artie Rumbus out there now from Hoppers Crossing in Victoria in the 69 Ford Capri with a small block in it.
I checked this one out in the staging lanes, Stu. What an awesome looking car, this one. Very, very nicely presented.
Is that a little KE10 or KE20 Corolla down there?
55, I think it is.
55, is it? Ah, right. Of course, last weekend here at Sydney Dragway, we had a couple of tough Toyota Corollas out here. Admittedly, they were burnout cars. One of them was Mick Brush's U-Legal. All right, here we go. Capri versus Toyota. Well, look at the Toyota. 1.36 into 60. But I think the Capri didn't get it. I thought he might have.
No, it was pretty close across the finish line. Only a tenth of a second. The Capri, I think, spun the wheel on the start line. Chased him down as best he could. But that little Corolla, certainly a quick little car.
Now, if you've been on Facebook lately, you would have seen that there's a few videos popping up from the Grunt Files. And anyone was around drag racing back in the day with when the Grunt Files were out, it was huge. And they showed some clips of a car called Agro 1, of course, Stephen Sarkis and his brother Alan, Sarkis Brothers Racing. Well, this is Steve Sarkis driving his son's car. It's a Mitsubishi Sigma with a nitrous-assisted LS1 on board. Was here at Race for Real on Wednesday night. Went 10 in the 10s over the quarter mile. And Steve, 1.39 in the 60. And runs on through with a 6.16 at 111 miles per hour there. So great run there from Steve Sarkis. Currently sits at number 9 in the qualifying. The man they're trying to catch, though, Terry Clement, 5.35. All right, we've got the big tyre class, Steve. Brian Thomas in the better bar, still fixing 67 Chev Camaro with the 400 cube Chev on board. About to take on Paul Clark, which I've got to say, Steve, it is probably one of the best, if not the best looking Ford Mustang, still bodied Ford Mustang in the country.
Yeah, it looks fantastic in the morning sun here at Sydney Dragway. That cherry red paint glistening.
Of course, the big tyre class is going to be an exciting class to watch, but the one class I'm interested in watching is the small tyre class. I spoke to Johnny Habib during the week, and I spoke to him this morning, but when I spoke to him earlier this week, he was telling me that the amount of entries for the small tyre class is big. As the Camaro gets up on the rear tyres, 1.24 in the 60.
Yeah, wow, 137 miles an hour at half track, Stu.
I think we need a replay of that, Steve.
We'll see if it will allow me to do that. We'll see how we go. No, unfortunately, a little bit late on the button there, Stu, sorry.
All right, Steve Athens, Steve. I've been waiting to see this car, the OG of Pro Street. And, of course, Josh Boscovich in that 1973 Ford XA Coupe with the nitrous-assisted 427 Fontana engine. Two very, very tough, normally top sportsmen, graded cars, but this weekend they're in the big tyre class. These are the two serious race cars in the top sportsman category. Of course, being a dial your own kind of evens it out a little bit. But Steve's car, it's been a while since I've seen it, Bushy. So interested to see how he goes over the 8th mile.
Yeah, we'll soon find out. Two very tough Ford products down on the start line. Good to see some of our, as you say, our interstate races heading to Sydney Dragway for today's racing.
Of course, the No Prep Races Australia this weekend proudly brought to you by Apprenticeships Are Us. So if you're a young person looking to start your career or a business looking for quality apprentices and trainees, Apprenticeships Are Us has the experience, support and industry connections to help make it happen. So here we go, guys. We're about to go big tyre racing. We got the two Fords on track. Steve Athens in the Aeroflot lane. Josh Boscovich in the big XA Coupe. Oh.
Big flash of flame out of the Athens car in the Aeroflot lane there. 153 miles per hour to half track. 4.9 seconds for the Athens machine. Boscovich left the start line, lifting the front wheel. A little bit of wheel spin there as well. 5.07 with an 8. 135 miles an hour, I think it was. I did hit save on the replay. Let's see if we can see that Mustang leaving the start line. Check out the flash of flame out of the pipes in the car left of screen. Right about there. So he just pedalled it, but the thing black tracked all the way from start line to finish line.
Well, from black tracking to a new black race car. Now, admittedly, he kept this under wraps, Steve. This is Simon Krieger with his new car, Chevrolet Camaro, with a 632 cubed nitrous assisted. Yeah, one of the kings of NOS in Australia, but great to see him here. Now, he only dynoed this car on Wednesday.
Oh, wow. So it's fresh.
So
fresh.
He kept it under wraps that he was coming. He didn't say anything until Wednesday. So interesting to see how this car goes. Obviously, anybody that's been around drag racing here in Sydney knows that Noss and Krieger are like a married couple.
Yeah, it's almost the second name, isn't it? Yeah. Simon Noss Krieger.
Oh! Up on that. Luckily, no good driver. 1.25 in the 60 with the wheels in the air. I'll tell you what, it's your first time here at Sydney Dragway, and it's your first time seeing this NPRA or the 2200. This is the type of racing you're going to see. Wheels up action and trying to get all that power to the ground as quickly as possible without spinning tyres. As we've got another nitrous-assisted Tirana make its way out. This is Mark Peters. It's got a small block Chev in the front of it. Now, I did see Tegan Smith's dragster out the back. So it's good to see Teagues here today. Been a little while since I've seen Tegan race. Well, Mark Peters, 1.19 in the 60 out of Tirana, 5.39, 104 miles per hour. Great run there from the big Tyre. That looked good off the line. All right, Brett O'Connor, who's running in the big tyre class in his Chevy Camaro in the no prep. 636 cubes of Chev power. This is a very, very quick car. In beside him, Ross Mackey in the VL Commodore. He's got an LS Turbo on board. Now, I'm presuming Ross is in the trans brake class. Big perch of Nos there from Brett O'Connor. So you heard Steve mention earlier about the amount of rubber getting on down on track. Well, of course, these guys will primarily be wanting to get the rubber down all the way past 80 foot of the racetrack as Brett O'Connor goes 1.10 in the 60 in the Camaro. Ross Mackey just fades out to the left slightly, a 6.42 at 108 miles per hour out of the LS Turbo. All right, Peter Brown in the Dragster. Of course, that's a Denaro chassis. One of the toughest races in modified you can come up against. Got the big block Chev in the back of it. And he's taking on this beautiful looking Holden in the Transplate class.
Yeah, I can see the red trim through the back window in the Holden. Looks really, really nice. Super clean.
Now, what's really cool today, guys, there's actually a vintage gas class. And we've got a few of the vintage gases out the back. You're very much a hot rod man, Steve.
That's exactly right, Stu. I think they'd be out here doing a little bit of testing for Day of the Drags coming up in a couple of weeks. Brown's Dragster away nicely. 4.84 with a 5 to the 8th mile mark. 143 miles an hour. And a 7.22 with a 0 at 101. For the Holden in the rocket lane. Mark Ind in the Ford Anglia pickup down there in the airflow lane. Taking on Andrew Henrich from Dubbo in the VN Commodore.
I wonder if that's any relation to the Heinrich family who have that blue Tirana that races now and again. But this is the first time I've ever seen an Anglia Ute, Steve.
Yeah, Mark's had this car for a little while now and gets on down the racetrack pretty nicely. Small block in it. And 6.43 with a 3, 109 miles an hour. Very, very close to getting mine on the road, Stu.
Good stuff.
I can't hide in the shed for too much longer.
Nice. This is one car I do love. Gary Durrington's front engine dragster with the 202 Holden motor in it. Got a very, very small set of slicks on it, but he's taking on Tegan Smith in the JM Automotive dragster.
Well, I think you make a comment there about Durrington's small tyres, that the car not making a massive amount of horsepower would be super light. So it doesn't need a big set of slicks like we see in Tegan's car in the aeroflow lane there, Stu. The big block Chev in Tegan's dragster would be making substantially more horsepower than the 202, and that's no disrespect to Steve Durrington, of course, to Gary Durrington, of course, but definitely two different ways to go effectively modified eliminator racing.
Look, I got a soft spot for these front engine dragsters. You know, it really takes you back to when drag racing was at Castlereagh. Not that I was around then, because I'm not that old. But and no disrespect to anybody that's older than me that was there, mind you. Sorry, guys. You can talk to me later. But I love Gary's car. He was awesome. Tegan Smith, 1.07 in the 60 from the big block. And a 4.69. So these races getting plenty of data, and which corresponds to what they do over the quarter mile. As Sammy Joe Johnson comes out now in the Dialed In Racing VH Commodore, as we dub it, the green machine. It's got the nitrous-assisted LS1. Taking on Jeff Alston in the 70 Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, lots of cubes on board for the Camaro, 632 of them. Now, of course, today's racing being done with the instant green. We'll probably throw a couple of curveballs at some of our racers that are normally used to seeing either a pro tree or a full sportsman tree where the lights count down. There's no ambers at all here today, except in Junior Dragster.
Now, Sammy's generally pretty good on the lights, although the last couple of meetings, the red light's been popping up just a little bit more often, so I dare say Sammy will be trying to work on that today. But Jeff Alston's great to see him here today in the big 1970 Chev Camaro. It's been around for a long, long time, this car. Certainly looks the goods. Well, 1.28 in the 60 there for Jeff.
Yeah, nice pass for him.
Nice.
526 with a 9, 137 miles an hour. 613 with a 1 for Sammy Joe at 111. Drag racing 1980 style down there on the start line. Well, not quite, because the Ford Telstar, I didn't realise, were made in 1978. Stu.
No, I didn't know that either.
Must be an early one.
He's taking on the TD Motorsports Gemini. I did see Albie Davison down there. G'day, Albie. Of course, Albie will be out a little bit later in the bike class. Yeah, it's good to see Jason here today. 1.35 in the 60 from the Telstar, the LS. Underneath the bottom of the Gemini, a 6.81 with a 5. Both these cars running in the Transbrake class. As we've got another front-engine dragster come out, and this one's got a Perspex box on the top of it. It's a Denaro chassis, by the look of it. So this thing might be making some horsepower. It may have something tricky up its sleeve. But Jake Muller from Mudgee. That's what it's coming up as. But this is Lacey LH. Big tyres underneath the back of the Tirana. This car is running in the foot brake class.
Brendan Luke down there in the airflow lane. Oh, nice wheels up launch for the Tirana. Heard a bit of a pop there on the track mics. Hope everything's all right. And the Tirana pulling up just past, or slowing right up just past the finish line. Of course, to all of our racers out the back in the staging lanes, and there is quite a few of you. It's good to see. If you do have an issue, when it's safe to do so, pull over to the side of the racetrack. Let one of our track walkers check out, make sure there's nothing leaking from your car or any debris coming from it. If cleared to travel on down the racetrack, we'll motion you to do so. And all that's about is just so that it minimises any sort of cleanup if you are actually leaking anything. Better to clean up a spot rather than a trail. And see our track walker there just running the fingers across the aeroflow lane, probably right about where there was a little bit of a pop that I heard out of the Tirana.
Well, Steve Arnold out now in the EH Holden. Of course, Steve and I talk fairly regularly. And used to bring the car to race for real, and then went a little bit too quick and had to get it all teched up. So you've got a roll cage in it. Go. And running a little, well, it says here he's running a little bit of nitrous. I don't know whether he is or not, but it's got the small block Chev. Taking on Joe Box from Mudgee, the 1978 Holden HZ Ute with the 355 Holden motor on board. Great to see a whole heap of people from Mudgee. If there's anybody who's watching from Mudgee on YouTube, on the Sydney Dragway, make sure you guys say g'day, guys. Of course, I've got family that live out at Mudgee. It is a beautiful part of the state, Steve, out there. I swear they breed rev heads out that way.
Yes, there's quite a few people west of the mountains that into cars. Arnold getting all sorts of crossed up, but as is the Ute in the rocket lane. Both cars pretty close across the finish line, Stu. Only 0.06 of a second.
Well, now we're going to start to get some racing where we've got two races that generally race in different classes. But I can tell you that both of them are generally very, very quick on the tree. We got Nicholas Varillis, who comes out fairly regularly to Sydney Dragway and our Aeroflow Race for Real events. He's in the XR6 Falcon with the barrel on board. And Michael Little, who's in the M&A Plumbing Forbes Holden Tirana. I'll tell you what, Steve, I don't know if I'll put the mockers on some of these races, but straight off the trailer, 0.464. It's catching them out a bit, isn't it?
Well, it is. I think the instant green is going to hurt some of our cars that are a little bit more street orientated because they're just not going to leave quick enough to get a reaction time that they're normally used to, unless they completely guess the green light coming on. That's going to be the only way that I think we're going to see a 00 or 000 light here today, is if the racer pulls it out of the hat, so to speak.
Well, I like this style of racing if it's just that single green. It's almost running off a pro tree. It's Martin Stevenson in the big drag van running for Power Plus Race Fuels. Of course, they've got the big setup out the back in the pits, guys. And if you've got a car, definitely make sure you get down there, have a chat with Martin and Alan. And George Varillis, he went 8.09. As Adam Bowers comes out now in his son's Commodore, which used to belong to Danny Stoudemire, this car.
Oh, is that the yellow one?
Yeah,
okay.
Used to be Danny's old car. Adam's HQ is still in the build. He showed me the photos this morning. It's very close,
Yes.
and it's got some big tubs on it now, Steve.
Okay, so he's redone the rear, has he?
Redone the whole rear end.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to be awesome. 0.737 for Adam. And I do believe that's Christopher Varillis next to him in the Falcon. And a 7.92, 1.90 in the 60 there for Adam in the LS-powered Commodore. As this looks like Aidan Stutchbury coming out now. Yes, it is. In the VR Commodore running for Dialed In Racing. G'day to all the Dialed In Racing crew. How are you guys?
Good to see you back at Sydney Dragway. This team pretty much lives here almost, I'd say. Probably spend more time here or at the workshop than they probably do at home. Home.
Absolutely, and they're great people too. It's great to be a part of it. Dave Morton, though, from Balaclava in the BMW with the LS in it. Yes, I'm sorry to all the BMW purists, but it's got a Chev motor in it. Aidan, of course, running the supercharged LS1 in this VR, which has been prepared by PSC Racing. Of course, this team, big things coming for Dialed In Racing next year. Been running Super Street for a lot of years, and next year making the step up into Super Sedan.
671 the light for Aidan on this run. That car out of the start line like a bullet. 147 to the 60, goes 636 with a 2 at 111 miles an hour. No mess, no fuss. If you like HQ or Holden Utilities, I'll make that a little bit more general. If you're a Holden Utility fan, this is the run for you. Mark Elborn in the Aeroflow lane. And Andy Box, another of our Mudgee competitors, down there in the Rocket lane.
Yeah, I spoke to Mark Elborn this morning on a Facebook Live, and he wasn't sure if he was driving or his partner was going to be driving the ute. So the drag gnome is out there, 1.67 in the 60, 1.92 for Andy Box. And the Power Plus Race Fuels ute running on through with a 7.29 to a 7.88. I take it this is the shop ute for Power Plus Race Fuels. And here's a name I haven't read for a while, Steve. Anthony Gattalari.
Yeah, good to see Anthony back at the racetrack. Now, we thought the drag van was a little bit unaerodynamic. They've stepped it up, literally. I don't think we're going to see some big speeds out of the car in the Rocket lane here, Stu.
No, but, you know, I like it. It's different.
Gattalari through the finish line, a 678 with an 8.101 miles an hour. To an 11.11 for the utility down there in the Rocket lane. I tell you what, there's a bunch of Holden Utes in this round of qualifying.
Now, this is cool. The 1976 Holden HQ wagon of Nathan Brooking. 454 big block underneath the bonnet, and Liam Sheridan from Mudgee in the HX Ute. He's got the small block on board. Oh, look at the wagon go. Little bit of twist. That's what we like to see. Old school rock and roll, baby. Liam Sheridan, 7.64. Nathan Brooking, 8.06. I know this car, Steve. Probably the most famous Valiant or Chrysler Mopar in the country. Brett McNiff. I love this car.
Yeah, of course, Martin and Sock's tribute car. This thing does very well for its weight and gets on down the racetrack. Brett's starting to enjoy his racing once again. He was going through a period a little while ago where he just seemed to be hurting stuff all the time, and I can see how that does wear you down a little bit. But nice launch this time around for McNiff. Goes 3.55 on the tree.
Look at the 60.
Yeah, 1.28 to the 60. Nice pass for him. 5.70, 120 miles an hour to half track, and a 6.81 with a 6 at 1.02 for Joseph in the Rocket lane there.
All right, Peter Villaris out there now, the 1968 Ford XT Falcon with the 363 Windsor and the manual gearbox in it. And he's taking on this Toyota, which has got like the Mustang rear end on it.
Oh, it's a Celica.
Celica, sorry, that's what I meant. Toyota, yeah.
Yep.
Seen that car out here at Aeroflow Race for Real a fair bit. It's a great looking car. If you ever come here to the track, guys, make sure you get down and have a look at it because it is an absolute gem.
Well, I mean, the pits were very full of all sorts of different cars today when I drove in. So certainly take the opportunity to go for a bit of a wander, check out what's down there, have a chat to the drivers. I'm sure that they're more than happy to tell you all about their car. Keep your eyes on the Falcon. Lots of RPM, not the big wheel stand that we're accustomed to, but a 595 with a 116 miles an hour across the finish line.
Now, just having a look at the YouTube comments. Pepper Greenfinger. That's a bit tough, Stu. First comment. I honestly can't remember what I said because, that probably been about half an hour ago. But, to be fair, I've got to get them G'd up. Papa Greenfinger. I'd like to get the races a little bit G'd up, get them fired up. Because it's probably been a little while since I've been able to be on the mic with a lot of these races. And Stephen Bryce in the big XP Falcon from Warhope. I know where Warhope is. That's a great place up there. Because my best mate, Vaughan, used to live up at Warhope. And that is a beautiful part of the upper mid-north coast. So, g'day everybody watching from Warhope. Or if you're down from Warhope, g'day guys. All right, Brett Stutchbury in the VH Commodore, the 5.7 litre. The car that I actually detailed before the winter nats, and it's probably dirty again. Brendan Bond from the entrance in the VE Commodore with the LS2 on board. Great to see Brett behind the wheel of this car, normally driven by Aidan Stutchbury. But Brett's taking the keys. 1.62 in the 60, the Dialed In Racing VH Commodore. And Brendan Bond, 2.15 in the 60. And a 6.83 for Brett in the foot brake class, and Brendan in the foot brake class as well. Tell you what, I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far with this 2200.
Yeah, it's a good mix of cars. And
Great mix of cars.
A number of races that we don't normally get to see. Another pair of Holdens down on the start line. Big burnout from the HJ down there for Steve Davies.
Oh, that HQ wagon coming up the return, I didn't realise it was blown. That is seriously cool. That is cool. I like that. 1.61 in the 60 for the big HJ. The VH is doing the chasing. Won't get there, unfortunately, but a 6.94. That's a good run there from Cooper Bennett. And a 7.10 there for Steve Basic. Now, here's a car, Steve, that I never thought I'd see again here at Sydney Dragway. It's been so long since I've seen it. Alan Osty from Lake Mamora, the 78 Holden Tirana with the LS2 with the number plates easy. And Glenn Livermore in the Ford Falcon with the 4-litre turbo barrel on board.
Yeah, making some horsepower, and the Falcon absolutely blazed the tyres in the burnout. See what both races can do here. Tree counts down. Alan away first. The Falcon slightly better, but I did hear a screech of a couple of tyres down there. I think might have been the Falcon. The Tirana will get to the finish line first. 783 at 90 miles an hour, but an 822 at 111 for the Falcon in the rocket lane there. Just to give you an idea, that 111 I think is what Sammy Jo did in her VH Commodore. So that car dipping into the nines, just to give you an idea in terms of what the Falcon would do over the quarter.
Now, Paul Galea in a 1978 Porsche 928 with the big block Chev in it. Now, this car looks awfully familiar. There used to be a silver one years ago. Used to get around and had the 8 trumpets hanging out of the bonnet.
Well, I think it used to be Alan's car, actually. Alan
that's
Osty,
what I was
that we
thinking.
just saw run through the previous pass.
Yeah, the name of the driver escaped me there, Steve. But Dre Livermore in the Ford Falcon GTXE as Paul Galea goes out 1.28. Great to see that car still around, the Porsche.
Seemed to do that pretty easy. 560, 124 miles an hour.
All right, got Holden versus Ford in the foot brake class. We've got Alicia Bennett in her VH Commodore. About to take on Deegan Livermore in the Ford Falcon with the Barra Turbo. The VH is seen to be the car of the month at the moment.
Yeah, very much so. There's a bunch of them down there in the pits today.
Now I'm getting a little bit excited, Steve, because I'm just looking at the camera for the staging lanes, and we've got some vintage gases that are inching themselves forward.
Yes, and you know what that usually means, Stu? Big burnouts and wheel stands.
Oh, I love the vintage gases. Because Day of the Drag's coming up here at Sydney Dragway very, very soon.
It's only 2 weeks away, Stu. Their 20th anniversary.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be a sensational event. It really will be.
And Alicia Bennett took the win light there in the Commodore.
All right, Dylan Giles coming out now in the Holden HQ Ute with some Price Engines LS1 power underneath the bonnet. And Brodie Buckley in the 84 Holden Commodore with the LS1 in it.
Is that another VH Commodore, Stu? VH or VB? I'm not quite sure.
Could be a VC, possibly too.
That era of Commodore, anyway.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
could
be a little more general.
Yeah.
84 model.
Let's see what Dylan's got for us. I know this car is very, very tough over the quarter mile. Brodie Buckley, though, a little bit better on the reaction time, 7.27 at 102 miles per hour. And Dylan Giles with a 7.45 at 95. As we got the big Jeep come out now, Warwick Goff, the Trackhawk, 6.2 litres of Mopar power. So, Mr. Mopar, well, around the country, it's known as Lee Bektash, right? Mr. Mopar. But here in Sydney, it's known as Les Binkhurst.
Yes.
Right? So, Uncle Les, if you're watching the live stream, mate, we've got the Jeep Trackhawk coming out now. Taking on Dave McNamara from Bulwarra in the 1966 VC Valiant with 350 Chev on board.
I think Warwick's Jeep's the only. Sarkis's Sigma is a Chrysler Sigma.
Yes.
So yes, I was going to say it's the only. Oh, and McNiff. The more I think about it, the more there are.
Oh, there are.
There's
Yeah.
At least 3 that come to mind.
Yeah. Saw Brett McNiff being towed up the return road. Right, Dave McNamara trying to get some heat into those rear slicks.
Getting a little bit crossed up down there in the VC Valiant. Not his first time here at Sydney Dragway for McNamara. All right, both cars away from the start line. The Valiant out in front, 1.7 seconds to the 60. The Trackhawk on the brakes well before the finish line. And a 7:37 with a 196 miles an hour for McNamara. And a 999 with a 6, but only 42 for Warwick in the Trackhawk.
No, the Trackhawk going off at the Junior Dragway Expressway. All right, about to get into some vintage gas action. We got Doris the Morris down there. You can't miss it.
No. There's not too many lavender purple Morries in drag racing in Australia. There might be a little bit more common over in the UK, but not here.
Done.
No message on the boot today. Normally they write, because the boot's painted in flat black chalkboard paint. Normally they leave a message on there for us, Stu. Nothing on there today, as yet.
I was going to say, Steve, looks like they've rewrapped the roof of the Doris the Morris. And Matthew Moore in the 55 Chev Bel Air with the small block in it. I love these old vintage gases because they've all got their own distinct names. Doris the Morris is the easy one to see because I can see on that angle from up here in the studio. And we're about to get Skid Row come out, the Chevrolet. And Cool As. Simon Andrikin, the 48 Holden FX. 482 Qs, the big block Chev.
Now, I'm going to get the replay button ready here for that FJ down there in the airflow lane. Used to be flat black, I think, with an orange stripe. Is resprayed it. The car looking absolutely splendid in the Sydney Dragway sun here with the heavy metal flake. Now, this thing is manually shifted, I believe, and no stranger to lifting those front wheels well and truly skyward in first and second gear. So let's see what he can do. Eyes on the... I've put the mocker on him, Stu.
Well, I'll tell you what, Phil Moore in the 54 Chev Bel Air. He's got the small block on board on Skid Row. And a 7.72 at 105 there for Simon in the big block Chev. Oh, how cool is that? I love it. Now, speaking about being cool, we go cool from Vintage Gases to Mr. Cool. Joe Curry is in the house.
Yeah, taking on Cheryl Beddoes down there in the rocket lane.
Go. Been a little while since I've seen Cheryl out racing. Normally she's here on a Wednesday night when Joe's running his turbo Harley. Now, I've noticed there's a couple of Harley riders here this weekend that had entered that I am fairly familiar with. One was Peter Strudbrick, and the other one's Ron Adams. So that might be actually, sorry, that might be Ron Adams out there, actually, on the start line in the aeroflow lane, potentially. Yes, it is. Yeah, Ron Adams. So the big Harley Davidson. Both of them, I believe, are destroyers. Great to see Peter out here today at Sydney Dragway. Very, very good racer. And Cheryl V-Ride, well, I'll tell you what, she's becoming an absolute powerhouse in modified bike. Red light there from Peter. Cheryl off the start line, little move to the left. Still goes 6.56 with the 9 though at 115.
And unfortunately, no time recorded there for Peter Strudwick in the aeroflow lane.
So Ron Adams. So this is Peter Strudwick coming out now. Yeah, that's right, because he's got the orange on his destroyer. He's kept the more orange style.
I beg your pardon, Ron Adams was in the previous pair. Beg your pardon.
No, you're right. And Greg Haranden on the Kawasaki ZX7R. It's only 750 cc's, but I can tell you guys, this is quite a quick little bike. And being lighter than the thousands, should get off the line a little bit better. Should also hook up just that little bit better in theory. Well, Peter Strudwick, 1.56 in the 60 on the big Harley-Davidson Destroyer. 6.21 to the 8th mile. And a 9.48 to the 8th for Greg Haranden. All right, Sean Close coming out now on the Suzuki GSX-F 750 and taking on Albie Davison by the look of it on the SV 1000. This is big Suzuki. Of course, exciting times for Albie. Moving ahead, of course, for those people that haven't tuned in to our Race for Real now and again, you'd know that Albie's got a new bike in the build. And, well, he's not doing things by halves. He's going to look at stepping up into top bike. Just want to do a quick shout out to the Bushy, who's down the bottom, not the Bushy I'm commentating with.
I'm right east you.
No, well, Bushy said to me this morning, you said you're with the serious Bushy today, and then you've got the party Bushy down here. I went, yeah, I know. But g'day, Bushy. Welcome, because big supporter of drag racing, and particularly motorcycle drag racing. All right, guys, we're going to get in some junior dragster licensing. And we got Anthony DeCarlos down here in the junior dragster. Junior Dragster went off at the Winter Nationals, and why wouldn't you want to be a part of it or get your kid to be a part of it? It would be sensational. Always good, tough racing. Always raced over the 8th mile. Single cylinder, centrifugal clutch, methanol, slicks. Hey, what else do you want? And of course, when you get to the older, and you can get up to the AA dragsters, oh, then it gets pretty serious then.
Yeah, there was 68 junior dragsters in competition at the Winter Nationals recently.
That is so good,
and
Steve.
One of our local racers took home the gold. Of course, Zane Condello won the final. It was one of the last things on his junior dragster bucket list. So he was pretty much speechless about achieving that goal. Unfortunately, The final was won and lost on the start line with Queensland racer Carl Schulz leaving a 1,000th red light.
That is heartbreak. Can be a cruel sport, drag racing. 0.78 on the tree. Going for Anthony DeCarlos, 1.83 in the 60 for the JD. And running on through with a 9.03 at 68 miles per hour.
The car sounded like it was missing just ever so slightly on the way down the rocket lane there.
We're going to get into some of the no prep big tyre action. This is another round of qualifying. We got Roberto Gallotta in the Ford Capri with the 454 Chev. Taking on Josh Boscovich in the big XA Coupe. The nitrous assisted Fontana motor in the front of the big Ford. Always a crowd favourite, this car. What a great looking car there for Roberto Gallotta. 2 silver bullets about to go head to head over the 8th mile.
I don't think I've seen Rob Gallotta in this Camaro before.
The Capri? Or is it Camaro?
That's a Camaro.
It's Camaro, is it? No, it's got Capri on our screen here.
Definitely ain't no Capri, I can tell you that.
No. Tell you what, great looking car. Well, both of them very well presented cars, but that burnout, Steve, probably didn't really help Roberto too much there. Did the burnout and just went out straight out to the left, out of the groove. So I don't know, Steve, how much grip he's going to get off the start line. Little purge of the nos from him, though. Josh Boscovich just clearing it straight. Little purge of the nos. Well, little by his standards anyway. All right, Gallotta into full stage. Josh into full stage. Josh Boscovich, 5.066 into the 8th mile. And a 5.70 there for Roberto Gallotta. But that thing got a little bit sideways off the start line.
Yeah, both cars a little bit loose there. I'm pretty sure Boscovich plucked second gear with the wheels in the air on that one. Certainly bouncing around. That car running a Linko style transmission, so he has a lever for every gear that he's shifting. I'm betting that he might not even be into third gear on the 8th mile here at Sydney Dragway. I'm not quite sure how the gearing works out for him. Our next pair up to the start line, we have Brett O'Connor in the aeroflow lane. Big block Chev on board for him. Taking on Brian Thomas from Tamworth. Also in the Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, I love the look of Brian Thomas's 67 Chevy Camaro. A bit higher in the rear end. Really showing off those big slicks. 400 cubes of Chev power on board.
Or troubles for Thomas there on the hit. No issues for O'Connor through the finish line. 484 with a 148 miles an hour to half track. This 230 odd kilometres an hour he's doing.
Wow.
235, something like that.
Okay. Also get the 60 foot, Steve. 1.18 in the 60 for Brett O'Connor. They have got that thing dialed right in. Well done, guys. Well done to the crew. All right, Paul Clark coming out now in the Mustang. Also running in the big tyre class. And Mark Daskalakis coming out in the Holden Tirana in the foot brake class. All right, looks like Paul Clark is going to go on a solo. So if you just joined us on YouTube or here at the track, guys, first of all, welcome. You're here at the 2200 and No Prep Races Australia day here at Sydney Dragway. 8th mile drag racing. Oh, Paul Clark starting to get the rotation on the rear tyres and just had to pedal it a little bit. 1.37 in the 60 for Paul, runs on through with a 570 at 124 to the 8th mile. It looks like we've got a driver, John Elfs. Now, it's coming up as John Elfs, who looks like, I don't know whether he's licensing in this car. But it's coming up as the small tyre class. This is Johnny Habib's Tirana with the nitrous. And Mark Daskalakis in the Holden Tirana LS Turbo on board. And it's a big, big turbo on that car as well. Of course, the proprietor of PSC Racing. And it's great to see him out here at this event. Does bring the Tirana out sporadically to our Wednesday night street meets. 1.27 and 60 for Mark. John Elfs. And a 5.71 for Mark. 6.84 to John Elfs. You can see Colin Vick from CMV Performance. Two of the legends of drag racing here in Sydney. Great day, guys. Great to see them here. Gary Podfovic coming out now, the Mazda 1000 Ute with the LS Turbo on board. And Michael Lippy Downey from Hobartville in the LJ Tirana with that 421 cubed Chev on board. So this is the small tyre qualifying, round 2. Well, only 0.02 of a second between them at the 60 foot, but between the Mazda and the Tirana. Tirana goes 5.31 with a 3, goes the number 1 qualifier in the small tyre class. As Chris Shepherd comes out now in the 76 Holden HJ with the LS1 on board. Running in the small tyre class. From memory, this car does run radials. Tell you what, that looked nice off the line there for Chris. 5.16 with the 9. 142 miles an hour, 1.27 and 60. All right, Benedetto Sorrenti coming out now in the Holden Tirana with 350 Chev on board. Taking on Tim Minos from Milton in the 1980 XD Falcon. Now, he's got the 4-litre Barra on board. Currently sitting at number 3 qualifier with a 5.65 at 128. Benedetto Sorrenti currently sitting at number 7 in the qualifying order with a 6.01 at 116. The Falcon starts to wind the boost up on the start line. A little bit skady off the start line there for Benedetto. 5.80 with a 2 to a 6.03 for Benedetto Sorrenti. All right, Steve Sarkis in the Chrysler Sigma with the nitrous-assisted LS1 on board. Currently sitting at number 9 in the qualifying order with a 6.16 at 111. And Luke Edwards from Mossvale in the VL Commodore with the turboed LS underneath the bonnet. Now he's currently sitting at number 11 in the qualifying order with an 8.58. Over the quarter mile, this is quite a quick little Commodore out there. And Steve Sarkis, well, he's run down into the low 10s in this Chrysler Sigma. Steve Sarkis, 1.35 in the 60, 1.33 for the VL. And a 5.999 to a 5.88. Big improvement there from both drivers. Luke Edwards goes to number 5 qualifier. Steve Sarkis jumps up into number 8. As Tim Fraser comes out now in the Toyota Corolla. Now he's got an RB30 turbo on board. Now that's cool. Hashtag RB the world. And Artie Roombus out there now from Hoppers Crossing in Victoria in his Ford Capri with a small block Ford on board. Hey. Righty, Roombus, 5.73 to a 5.11 there for Tim Fraser. That's a massive improvement there for Timmy. He goes number 1 qualifier. Well, the favourite of the month in drag racing is hashtag RB the world. And I'll tell you what, the RB is not mucking around. Paul Papacosta coming out now in the Ford Capri. He's got the 440 Cube Chev on board. Taking on Damien Mastroianni in his Ford Capri with the 427 Chev, the car affectionately known as Maestro. If you get a chance, guys, make sure you go down and have a look at it because the interior is equally as beautiful as the exterior on this car. Oh, a bit of twist there from Maestro. Paul Papacosta, 1.32 in the 60 and a 5.66 to a 6.29. That track is starting to come around. The drivers are really starting to get on top of it. We might welcome Johnny Habib onto the mic, the man behind No Prep Races Australia.
Hey Stewie, how are you guys? A big welcome to everyone that's come to watch and everyone online that's come to watch the NPRA No Prep Cash Days Shootout. Pleasure to have us here. Big thank you to the track and legends like Stewie for supporting us here. We are the No Prep Races of Australia where we challenge ourselves on nominal surfaces. So this we're expecting sort of like a street meet track, Stewie?
Yep. Almost street meet.
Almost a street meet. So worse or
Probably a little bit worse, actually.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're looking for,
Yeah.
right? So our guys want to challenge themselves and their cars on this surface.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dom Chich Perry out there now in God RX2. He goes 5.97 with a 9. Well, he's consistent. And David Ipping for North Rocks, he jumps up in the number 3 qualifier with a 5.63. We're in the small tyre class, and Terry Clement in this 1971 HQ 540 cubes, a big block Chev on board. He's currently sitting at number 2 in the qualifying order with a 5.35 with a 135 miles an hour to the 8th mile. That's not mucking around, Johnny.
No, that's pretty stout on a small tyre. And that car there, murmurs have it that's a 1,600 horsepower capable street car, right?
Wow. Well, Tirana in beside him was keeping him honest.
Well, he's keeping him honest, all right, eh? Very close run.
Wow, 5.72.
Yep. Awesome run by the boys. So currently we have 12 cars in the street gangster class, and those cars are racing for $5,000. We've got 6 cars in the small tyre class racing for $3,000, Stewie. Yep. And we've got 8 cars, and they're all winners, racing in the big tyre class. People like the likes of Steve Athens, Simon Krieger, and some big names, Brian Thomas, racing for $5,000. So 1 in 8 chance to win $5,000. Pretty cool, eh?
That's awesome. And as I said earlier, big thank you to Apprenticeships R Us, the main sponsor for the NPRA Cash Days here at Sydney Dragway. And of course, just like No Prep Racing, Apprenticeships R Us is all about developing talent, building skills and creating opportunities for the next generation to succeed. So if you're a young parent or you're a parent and you've got a kid that wants to be an apprentice, get in touch with Apprenticeships R Us. And of course, Warhorse Performance, because they've got a massive amount of support here for the No Prep Races Australia. And like you said to me during the week, Johnny, very much grassroots motorsport.
Heads up, grassroots, that's the way we like it. A throw-off of the old Pro Street days. Most of these cars are Pro Street cars.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Mark Peters out there now from Mudgee, the LX Tirana.
Yes.
Small block Chev with nitrous.
Exciting car, an absolute top runner in the small tyre field, Stewie.
Yeah.
He's breaking records and he's gone very fast. And probably one of the fastest small tyres here today. He's on song, isn't he?
Well, it's mate. Oh, wow. No! We've put the commentator's curse on him.
Just jinx the poor guy. 5-1-2. And there you have it. See? No prep racing. You got to steer the car. You got to control the car. And every guy knows what they sign up for. Let's just hope he's okay. Not too much of a bingle there. I'm sure he's okay.
That was a little bit of a weird one there for Mark Peters.
He seemed to get loose after the finish line there, eh? So
I'm wondering if something's broken in it because just looking at the wheel tracks from where it started, it has unloaded onto the right-hand side, but I'm just wondering whether something has broken in the rear end on that car.
Yeah, never good to see, Stewie. Never good to see. I'm really upset for Mark there. But again, you can see it wasn't overly too violent, and these cars have all the safety features in there. Do a little bit of a check, make sure he's all right.
So you can see on the replay there, that was just a bit of a weird one there. So hopefully he's okay. But,
never good to see. Our hearts and love goes out to Mark Peters. Look, it's the game we play, and probably not the time for me to say that, but every racer knows what they sign up for, and we just hope he's all right. And I guarantee he's building another faster, more stout car on the side anyway. This is just his play car, so you can't keep a good man down for sure. Let's just make sure he's okay. And
just while we get that attended to, we must also thank one of our other great sponsors as part of the No Prep Racing Australia Cash Days, and of course the 2200 Drag Racers Association, which always put on a fantastic event here at Sydney Dragway, 8th Mile Drag Racing, and you can just about bring out any car and have a crack at the 2200 as well. But today's event is also proudly supported by Fruit World at Penrith, which is one of Western Sydney's leading fresh fruit and vegetable retailers. And the owner, Pat DiFrancesco, isn't just a sponsor, he's also a racer campaigning a tough nitrous-powered 632 cubic inch big block Capri in no prep competition. Pat knows what it takes to compete and is passionate about supporting the sport that he loves. So, guys, get out there and support the business. That's Fruit World at Penrith. And a big thank you to Pat and the team at Fruit World Penrith for their support of No Prep Races Australia. And, of course, HVHM in Newcastle. They're also one of their great sponsors of the No Prep Races Australia. It's owned and operated by Will Wallace and his family. Of course, Will's quite a well-known racer. He's got one of the toughest Tiranas in New South Wales. I love that car.
Yeah, he also has been campaigning a beautiful 632 naturally aspirated S10 Ute.
Oh, well.
And again, breaking records. He recently broke the record at Dubbo with that car.
Oh, that's cool.
And he was meant to be racing here today and probably one of the favourites for the event today. So a big congratulations to Will. His wife called him as he was on the way to the track. He's having a little girl today.
Congratulations, guys. That is so cool. Massive congratulations to the Wallace family.
I'm sure he'd be bummed about not racing, but a family first, right? Little girl on the way, mate. He better be in the good books of the family and forget about the racing a bit.
Absolutely. Well, HVHM, which is based up at Newcastle, is a trusted provider of heavy maintenance, servicing and repairs for earth-moving equipment, heavy vehicles, industrial machinery, and truck fleets throughout the Hunter region. So if you're in that side of the game, guys, make sure you get in touch with them if you need any maintenance done. But on the good news, from what I can see, and I haven't got like supersonic eyesight like Superman, but it looks like that Mark has got out of the car.
Safe, back to the family, the most important thing. We
That's
understand the game we play, but more importantly is making sure that we have all our safety controls in place, and these cars are all top-notch like that.
They are.
Also, the bloke is built like a brick shit house, so
Yeah, he's not a small guy.
He's 6'8", yeah, so he's a tough man.
All right, guys, we want to just go to a few ads just while we get this all attended to. You're here at the 2200 Drag Racers Association and the No Prep Races Australia 8 Mile drag racing event here at Sydney Dragway. A lot of money up for grabs. We'll be back very, very soon with some plenty more racing.
From routine servicing to full performance builds, Carbon Auto House is where performance meets perfection. We specialize in diagnostic reports and repairs, performance modifications and software tuning, routine maintenance and servicing, plus dedicated motorsport support. Whether it's fault finding, dyno tuning, custom hardware packages, or keeping your daily driver running at its best, our experienced team delivers quality workmanship with attention to every detail. Explore our extensive range of products for Volkswagen, Audi, and more at www.carbonautohouse.com.au. Carbon Auto House, passion driven by you.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Hi, I'm Anthony Matuk, and this is MR Engineering.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement, Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits, who set trends, not follow them, who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickey's. Because if you're not running Mickey's, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Boosted by Aeroflow Performance. A complete lineup of high-performance turbochargers, external wastegates, manifolds and turbo accessories. Engineered to handle the pressure and deliver serious power. Street car, weekend weapon or full race build. When you're ready for real boost, Aeroflow delivers performance without the premium price tag. Get boosted by Aeroflow. See the full boosted range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
This incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Bangshift automatic shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation, and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bangshift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bangshift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
X-Pro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors, and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response, and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, X-Pro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to X-Pro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
From routine servicing to full performance builds, Carbon Auto House is where performance meets perfection. We specialize in diagnostic reports and repairs, performance modifications and software tuning, routine maintenance and servicing, plus dedicated motorsport support. Whether it's fault finding, dyno tuning, custom hardware packages, or keeping your daily driver running at its best, our experienced team delivers quality workmanship with attention to every detail. Explore our extensive range of products for Volkswagen, Audi, and more at www.carbonautohouse.com.au. Carbon Auto House, passion driven by you.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Test 1.
There we go.
Slide that across that way. Okay. And this goes up into that. All right, guys, we're back to racing. Thankfully, Mark Peters is okay. We got Ross Mackey in the VL Commodore with the LS Turbo, about to take on Peter Brown in his Dragster. And a 4.85 there for Peter Brown, 143 miles per hour over the 8th mile. That is moving. And all right, Brendan Luke from Jamison Town in the Denaro front engine dragster with the 402 cube Mopar on board. About to take on Jim Bruce in the 1982 Holden Gemini with the LS in it. Now, Brendan Luke, of course, I've been a fan of his for a little while, but one car that I haven't seen for a while, and I don't even know if he's still got it, he used to have an Altered, which was off its head. And I haven't seen that car for a very long time. So welcome Stephen Bush back to the mic. 1.11 the 60 for Brendan. And a 4.97 with the 5 at 136. 666 for Jim Bruce.
All right, Stewie, second round of qualifying underway. We have Brett Sowden down there taking on Tegan Smith in the rocket lane.
Yeah, this is a trans brake class. And the LS3 underneath the bonnet of the HG sedan. And of course, Tegan Smith in the rear engine dragster with the big block Chev. Former junior dragster racer. Got out of junior dragster, made a step up into modified and racing against her sister. And doing a super job in this car too. The big rear engine dragster with that big block Chev. See Trent, her dad, who has also got a supercharged Alton. 1.07 in the 60 this time for Tegan. And goes 4.64 at 148 miles per hour for Tegan Smith. And a 6.93 for Brent Sowden. All right, Andrew Heinrich coming out now.
Page of the nitrous there. Will Wallace's father, sponsors of the NPRA shootout today, out here in his VN.
Yeah, two VN Commodores, Bill Wallace. Great to have Johnny Habib down by the start line. He'll be doing some expert commentary from down on the deck. And Andrew Heinrich is very clean VN Commodore. Has got the jump, 1.78. And the big block Chev of Bill Wallace drives around him a 6.96 with a 2 to an 8.02 with a 3. All right, Steve, we've got this very tough Ford Anglia small block Chev on board of Mark Ind.
Yeah, taking on Michael Little down there in the airflow lane. In the Tirana. Keep your eyes on the Tirana for a big wheels up launch. There we go.
Nice wheelstand from the...
Yeah, good run there from Michael Little. 5.94 at 116. 6.23 there for Mark Ind. Michael Little, number 4 qualifier so far. Mark Ind at number 6. Ian O'Sullivan coming out now in the 2015 FGX Falcon with the Barra. And Steve Arnold from Moorebank in the Holden EH. .47 there for Stevie, and Ian O'Sullivan at 6.54. This is still the transplant class. This is the second round of qualifying for these races as Gary Durrington comes out now from Hobartville in his beautiful front engine dragster with the 202 Holden motor, taking on Jason Field from Balcolan in the 1978 Ford Telstar with the small block Ford.
I'll tell you what, Stewie, how cool are these 2200 DRA guys? There's some amazing machines in there.
Yeah, mate.
The presentation of all our vehicles here today, Johnny, as always, is second to none. All sorts of different styles of cars, plenty of chrome, plenty of shiny paint, plenty of fast cars. That's what today is all about.
All right, Gary Durrington, let's see if this little front engine dragster can back up his previous qualifying pass. Looked a little bit sedate off the start line this time. Jason Field, though, a red light from him, so no time recorded. And a 6.19 there for Gary Durrington for qualifying number 2 in the trans brake class. Now, we've got the red lights flashing. I've just seen the shut-off signal. And there might be just a little bit of fluid that's coming out of Jason's car. We're just checking the track just to make sure. But welcome to all the racers and the spectators that have come out today here at Sydney Dragway. What a day for drag racing, Steve.
Yeah, I know. It started out a little bit foggy here in Western Sydney, but certainly the fog looks to have cleared. The sun's out. Johnny's down there in just a T-shirt. What's it like outside, Johnny?
Mate, it's absolutely gorgeous day. Yeah, we're really excited to have the NPRA guys mix it with the 2200 DRA guys. We've got some of the most amazing big tyre, no prep cars that we've seen in a while, and none of them are goats. They're all not slouches, and there's going to be some very exciting racing today. Conditions are awesome.
Johnny, you mentioned to me during the week too that your No Prep Races Australia, you guys go around to a lot of regional tracks. One of them, you mentioned to me, you go down to Willoughby, and I guess a lot of people have never heard of that track.
No, absolutely. Look, so what we're trying to emulate is sort of like the no prep racing that's happened in the US. We like to follow suit with our US brothers and sisters and learn from what they do. And you might have heard of an event there called War in the Woods, where a lot of street cars and pro street cars go out to pretty sketchy tracks and challenge themselves with power management, their machines, and basically race for a pot of money and see who will rule supreme. So we're trying to emulate that sort of thing here in Australia. Willoughby Raceway, a good friend of mine, Mick Brodie, shout out to Mick, lots of love. And Micko and I had a discussion about it, and he's one of the track managers down there. So we managed to get a very cool event. I would say it's possibly one of the coolest no prep events Australia has seen. And yeah, we went fast down there. Mick was actually really surprised. There's a lot of regional tracks all over Australia, and some amazing local regional races there. They just have to put up with that surface. And we're fishing them out and finding that Australia regional tracks have some amazing races there that can really put the power down and race on nominal surfaces. We're trying to emulate street racing, right? Trying to keep it grassroots. You know, horsepower versus skill, the skill to pedal the car, drive the car, you know, some sketchy racing, but these guys are all experienced and they want to challenge themselves on that surface. Just like we used to back in the street, that's where most drag racing started, from street racing, right? And we're just trying to emulate that grassroots style.
Well, I think too, Johnny, with the no prep racing, you mentioned some of the regional tracks and some of the tough races that happen at those particular events. Not everybody has the ability to travel around the country. So of course, you know, these races might just race at their local track and that's it. So you know, they might not have any sort of rep, if I could use that term, outside of their local track, and for you guys to travel around and bring the show to them, it gives them an opportunity to see where they sit amongst those that travel around and race around the country.
The other thing too, Johnny, I want to mention too, you mentioned to me too that a lot of these cars, or most of the cars in the no prep, they have to have steel bodies.
That's right. We're pro street based, right? We want our cars to have started off as a street car. But look, I must say, some of the guys are really pushing the limits of the rules. They're building like monocoques and putting steel shells on them. But for us, the surface is the governing factor. So it doesn't matter what contraption you build, you still need to challenge yourself on that surface. And that's where we find parity and some pretty good even racing. Actually quite spectacular racing, to tell you the truth. We're quite amazed at what we've discovered with the no prep style of racing.
We've just seen that Toyota Corolla come out earlier with the RB30, jumped up the #1 qualifier in his class, which is fantastic. Good to see an alternate engine mixing it with the V8s, as we've got Jeff Alston from Manila in the 74 Camaro, the big Chevy Camaro. This is in the Transbrake class, and 5.25 at 136 for Jeff. All right, Sammy Joe Johnson, dialed in racing in the house. I can see Corey down there. G'day, brother. How are you, mate? You should be driving, mate. You should be kicking that out and driving the V8, mate.
How cool are these young kids, eh? The way they bracket race and the way they're always at the track.
Well, I'll tell you what, Johnny, this team, they've been absolute guns in Super Street. All the cars well presented, well looked after as well. And I'll tell you what, when they step up in the Super Sedan, I can't wait to see this team step it up, mate, because, you know, they...
Hang on, has she got the bottle on that?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes, been running it for 6 months now, I'd say. Yep. So 4:07 reaction time, 1.5 seconds to the 60-foot, and a 6:33 at 110 miles an hour, so almost identical to the run that she did before.
That was definitely a bottle launch.
Yeah, the team's been experimenting with jet sizes and bottle pressure, just to see where they get the best mix of nitrous and obviously oxygen, because they're limited to a 10 flat in Super Street.
Yeah, they've actually been trying to slow the car down a little bit, Johnny, before they went up to Willowbank to run in the 10.0 section. As Dave Morton's out there now in his BMW E46, which normally runs in the same class, Super Street, as Sammy Jones, dialed in racing team, and 7.39 with a 7 at 94 there for the Boomer, and Glenn Livermore in the Ford Falcon running on through the good pass. Trey Livermore coming out now in his Ford G6E Barra, taking on Ryan Vella. I love this big Chevy C10. LS1 underneath the bonnet. I don't think there is another C10 that I can think of off the top of my head that is as clean as this one.
Certainly not in the two-tone style. I quite like the grey and black. Leaps nicely for a big heavy car under sub 2 second 60-foot time. And gets to the finish line first. 8 with a 486 miles an hour to a 965. 81 miles an hour for the Falcon.
Adam Bowers coming out now in the VX Commodore, as I mentioned, previously owned by Danny Stoudemire, now owned by his son, who's got the cowboy hat on. We need to get a photo with my cowboy hat, mate, so we're going to have a little bit of fun. But Adam's actually stepping up, Johnny, into Super Sedan next year. His HQ's been underneath the build. They've put bigger tubs on it. They've redone the rear end. And Stephen Bryce down there in the big XP Falcon, 408 cubes of Windsor power on board. Oh, what a great run there from the Falcon. 7.61, that's a heavy car, Steve.
Yeah, it is, 92 miles an hour across the finish line.
There you go, Stu. Here's a gangster for you. Alan from Power Plus, Alan Stevenson, he's the usual Bush Ranger HB Holden that he races with a small block Chev, didn't have any oil pressure, so he decided to come in with the work ute, the fast Power Plus fuels delivery van to come in and have a breaker race.
Did he empty it out, Johnny, or has he got all the fuel still in the back?
Mate, he was bragging about we do the fastest fuel deliveries in Sydney, so he might have some drums in there, I don't know. Weight distribution, I suppose, for traction.
That's a nice ZZ Max, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he's versing his teammate, the drag gnome, Mark Elborn. And
He's still going. He's still going. He's still going. 10.90 on the 8th. Well done, Alan. Power Plus Fuels, also sponsors of the NPRA in today's event. And Martin and Alan, absolute gentlemen and the leaders of the 2200 DRA. A big thank you to them. Maybe if he keeps it consistent, he might win.
You never know, it is Dolly Rain Racing. Anything can happen. All right, the Toyota Cressida with the 2J in the front of it. Now, normally these come with the 1J, Steve. Of course, very well-known one, as we know, years ago was Black Track Performance.
Yes.
They had a very quick Toyota Cressida.
They got into the sevens, I think, with that car.
They did, Steve. Yeah, 100% right. And that Toyota Celica down there, a 7.06 with a 2. He's at number 30 qualifier. All right, we're into the foot brake class, and we've got the Varillas brothers. Now, these two, Johnny, they verse each other fairly regularly at the New South Wales State Championship Series, but also on the odd occasion at Aeroflare Race for Real. Two 4-litre Barras, virtually identical.
They look like full family sedans, eh? Full sleepers, these ones.
Yeah. They'd be pushing each other almost identical on the reaction times. 6.14.
I'll tell you what, it's a close race.
Yes. Side by side.
9.6 on a 9.6.
Only 200s across the finish line in that one. They were locked together on the start line, and they stayed that way all the way down the racetrack.
All right, Dylan Giles out there now, the 1974 Holden HQ Ute. He's got the Price Engines built LS1 underneath the bonnet, taking on Alicia Bennett in the 83 Holden VH Commodore. Got 355 Holden motor on board. Of course, we had a couple of cars at Brushenats last weekend with some engines built by Price Engines. Good reaction time there from Alicia. Got 300ths up her sleeve and a 7.49 to a 7.78.
Next pair go through their burnout procedure. Brody Buckley in the 84 model Holden Commodore LS1 powered, taking on Brandon Bond from the entrance in the VE Commodore.
Yeah, I love the entrance. Good place to head up for some fish and chips by the water. As long as you don't get attacked by the seagulls, you're okay.
Fine.
Pretty much. And it's usually the one with the loudest mouth that's the first one to look at you.
Pick an order, mate.
Literally.
Yeah, Brody Buckley takes the win there. Next up we have Cooper Bennett down there in the Aeroflow lane in the 83 VH Commodore. Taking on Martin Stevenson down there in the Rocket lane. Of course, the drag van, HQ, Power Plus, Race Fuels.
Yeah, great to see the whole Power Plus Race Fuels getting behind the event, but also coming out and having some fun as well. Here at the 2200 Drag Racers Association event. No, the big drag van, Steve. A little bit of wheel slip off that left rear tyre. Still helped him a little bit because he didn't lose too much time, but a 6.72 at 101 to a 7.03 for Cooper Bennett at 101.
It's a pretty evenly matched, those two cars. Next up we'll have Anthony Gatalaria, beg your pardon, and Steve Davies down there in the HJ. HQ for Gattalari, big block Chev on board this one.
That HJ looks sensational from up here in the commentary box. I'll tell you what, if you're a photographer down there, guys, please get some good photos of this HJ because that thing looks sick. It looks so good. You're very lucky, actually, because if Mark Thomas was here, he wouldn't be up here in the studio, I can guarantee you. Actually, Mark, if you're watching live stream by any chance, mate, I hope you're getting better. I hope you're back next week for Aeroflow Race for Real. We miss you, mate. All right, Andy Box from Mudgee, the 1971 Holden HQ Ute with the small block, taking on George Varillis in the FPV with the, well, it says it's got a coyote in it. I don't know that it's got a coyote, or it could have a Gen Swap. Who knows these days? It is drag racing. Yes. But normally they come out with the Barra. But Andy Box, 7.67 to the 8th mile, 91 miles per hour. We got 383 Ute down here in the Rocket lane, taking on Jeff McNiff in the big Val hardtop. Now, Steve, Rhett's son or daughter, is it? Runs
son,
yeah. Doing really well as well in the class.
He's actually started racing in Street Fighter in
really?
300C now.
Oh.
McNiff family racing on the line. Love these guys. A full family running race affair. Up with the wheel stand and he goes. Very consistent racer. Young Jeff up and coming. He's been racing Junior Dragster and now he'll be up. Starting to race a HB Holden. I've been trying to get him to put the bottle on it. Little small block Chef HB, Jeff McNiff, an up-and-comer.
Well, I'd love to see his son get behind the wheel of his grandfather's Valiant.
How cool would that be?
The old Bones car.
Yeah, the old Bones car.
That's right.
Now, Nathan Brooking, this is without a doubt one of my favourite cars that is here this weekend. The 76 HQ wagon with a blown big block Chev in it. 454. This thing's got some attitude about it. I love it. And Alan Ostie in the Holden Tirana with the LS2 in it. I've got to say, Nathan kind of toned it down a little bit there, Steve.
Yeah, got a little bit crossed up on the first run, but managed to get down the racetrack there.
All right, the granddaddy, the Big Mac of dialed-in racing, Brett Stutchbury. Behind the wheel, the VH Commodore with the 5.7 litre in it. This one's naturally aspirated. Taking on Peter Viralaris in the XT Falcon, the manually shifted 363 Windsor. Oh, just pops the front wheels up, does a little bit of a kangaroo hop, and drives around.
Wow,
Brett
590 from Peter. But that's a stick shift car too.
Yes.
Stewie, so
Yeah,
you know, and
that's
boy,
right,
that guy can drive.
Well, he's toned it down a little bit because when I used to commentate with Bushy up here, that thing used to get up almost on the rear bumper bar. Aidan Stutchbury coming out now in his supercharged LS1 powered VR Commodore, and Warwick Goff out there in the big Jeep Trackhawk. He's currently sitting at number 62 qualifier with a 999. Aidan Stutchbury currently sitting at number 18 with a 6.36 at 111. This is the foot brake class.
All right, Stutchbury away with a 2.23 reaction time. One of the best we've seen this morning so far. 6.42, 110 miles an hour through the finish line to a 7.49 with a 6.92 miles an hour.
I'll tell you what, talking about stick shift, later on this year on the 29th of August, the NPRA will be holding what we call No Prep Takeover at Bottingara Airport there at Dubbo. Same weekend as Motorfest, Shuey. And we're actually holding, for the locals, they've requested, can you give us a stick shift class?
Oh,
so
that's
we've got
cool.
10 stick shift. We've got 10 stick shift cars coming into play, and I reckon that's going to be a pretty cool and exciting class.
Actually, your Escort's stick shift, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, there you go, Steve.
Yes, but
there you go.
I'm rubbish at driving it. That's the
Do
problem.
you flat change it, Steve?
No. I have a little bit more mechanical sympathy than that, Johnny. Of course, I don't want to break it.
I remember back in the day, the little Escorts, they were awesome little rally car. We used to just flat change them, keep the accelerator flat and just slam through the gears.
Yeah, no, that's not me.
Stephen, please.
It is actually a great looking car. That HQ wagon coming up the return road, Johnny. I love it, man. Of course, Alan Ostie there in the Tirana. G'day, Alan. Probably can't hear me, but it's great to see him here.
Hey, Stu, have you gone to the pits and checked out some of these vintage gases they have here this weekend?
Oh, I did actually. I was, when I was doing my little live feed this morning, I went past that green vintage gasser and I'm like, man, today's going to be seriously cool. Man, you know what? I wish I had, at this stage, I wish I had an Elvis wig, mate. I would have worn it today just because the vintage gassers are here, mate.
Yeah, no, they're very cool looking things, full of nostalgia, patina look, and rough as guts, but just so cool to look at. And I reckon some of them will go pretty good too.
Well, there's a couple of vintage gases that aren't here today, but I've seen them here previously, Steve, that can run some good numbers.
Yeah, that's right, Johnny. There are a number of them just about to come out, I think, after the Junior Dragster, and I can see them in the staging lanes waiting patiently. Keep your eyes on the FJ. I gave it a little rap before. When I last saw this car, it was in a flat black, and I'm pretty sure it nearly dragged the bumper first and second gear. So hopefully
Yeah,
we can see that again today. But out on track, we have the next generation. And that is Anthony Takalis down there, going through licensing procedure.
Yeah, I also saw amongst them a little Morris Sminer.
Yes.
My dad used to drive one back in the day when he was a new Australian here and he came in at Marrickville.
Yeah.
And little 202 in it. The guy built the car, does it all at home. Little baby Morris Minor, 202. Little stick shift car and very cool little contraption, eh?
Yeah. If you get a chance, I don't know if they've written a message on the rear boot because it's in blackboard paint. They usually leave a little bit of a message on there, but haven't seen one today. But just to make it a little bit more personal for Doris the Morris.
Yeah, Doris the Morris, exactly. They've all got names too,
Yes.
these cars, haven't
Yes,
they?
they do.
Yeah, it's such a cool category, the vintage gases, and you know, a lot of young people would look at this and think, what's so good about them? But I'll tell you what, when you actually get to see them in the flesh, get to see them running, you change your tune very, very quickly.
Actually, speaking of names, Johnny, I wonder if that'd be something that the no prep racers could introduce. You know, like a nickname for the driver or the car, as long as it was.
No, we've got a couple of those. So
as long
Simon
as it's
Krieger's new car's called the Junkyard Dog, yeah?
Yeah. Well, that's I guess applicable, but it could be a bit misleading because it's certainly not junkyard. That's for sure.
The engine isn't.
No, definitely not. All right, keep your eyes on Cool As down there, the green and white FJ. Simon Adricum taking on Matthew Moore this time around.
Yeah, Matty Moore down there in the hood rat, the 55 Chev Bel Air. Probably not as quick as our friend in Slammer, who's got the fastest.
Mr. Shifter, get the name right, Siri. Mr. Shifter.
Ah, it's Mr. Shifter, is it? I was looking at the rear end of the car. 55 Chev. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
No.
and he snapped something wild.
Yeah, I reckon that drive shaft is gone. That's enough.
It's sitting down on the left front there. I'm sure Johnny's on the spot there. No pun
Yeah, that's
intended.
right. He hooked pretty hard, shot it to the sky, which was pretty cool. But when he came down, I think he's hurt the steering. Obviously, these vintage gases got that special front steering to keep it light on the nose. So I dare say he's bent something there.
Looking at the way the car's sitting, the wheelie bar is definitely second hand. I did get that on replay, I hope. Simon with an awesome wheel stand, considering the track prep on the start line is very minimal today. That car with a big tyre definitely hooked up. Let's see what I did get on the replay. Car right off screen, you can see the wheelie bar well and truly in the air.
I'll tell you what,
bang.
Mr. Shifter, all right. Mr. Shifter, all right. I might have a chat. The boys are doing their job, so I don't want to interrupt. Mr. Shifter. Mr. Shifter, well done, mate. I'm over here behind you. Tell us what happened. Mate, she shot for the sky, I tell you.
Yeah, I'm trying to get used to the new tune. Got a tunnel ram on it now, and it seems like it needs RPM to get going. Gave it a little bit.
A little bit, you reckon?
Yeah.
She came up, yeah. Very cool car. So you snapped the axle, so that's what's happened, yeah. Looks like you've done something to the front steering there as well when she's come down. So bit of breakages, back to the office, repair, and out you come again. Awesome, mate. All in a day's fun.
I've got a week to fix it, so we'll see how we go.
No worries, mate. Yeah, he's got a week to fix it before his next event, Stewie.
Yeah, mate, I'll tell you, there's nothing not exciting about gasser racing. It's just, it's got its own niche, and it's definitely got a spot here in the motorsport landscape. As Steve mentioned, Day of the Drag's coming up at the end of the month. If you love nostalgic drag racing, that is the event to come out to. We've got the vintage gases. Hopefully, Steve, we might even have a front engine nitro top fuel car come out, I hope. The Black Widow, if it's still around.
Well, we did have, at one point, we had 4 or 5 guys running the nitro in the front engine cars, but usually the Altons come out and have a bit of a play, and also a couple of nostalgia nitro funny cars as well, but I'm sure we'll see the entry list as that event draws a little bit closer, which of course is Saturday fortnight, so not next week, the following week, the 27th of June here at Sydney Dragway, the 20th anniversary of Day of the Drags. And just while the Sydney Dragway staff work out how to remove that broken FJ from our race surface, we'll just throw to a couple of ads from some of our supporters. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Bangshift Automatic Shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bangshift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bangshift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
X-Pro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, X-Pro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to X-Pro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
From routine servicing to full performance builds, Carbon Auto House is where performance meets perfection. We specialize in diagnostic reports and repairs, performance modifications and software tuning, routine maintenance and servicing, plus dedicated motorsport support. Whether it's fault finding, dyno tuning, custom hardware packages, or keeping your daily driver running at its best, our experienced team delivers quality workmanship with attention to every detail. Explore our extensive range of products for Volkswagen, Audi, and more at www.carbonautohouse.com.au. Carbon Auto House, passion driven by you.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speed Flow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Hi, I'm Anthony Matuk, and this is MR Engineering.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickeys. Because if you're not running Mickeys, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Boosted by Aeroflow Performance. A complete lineup of high-performance turbochargers, external wastegates, manifolds and turbo accessories. Engineered to handle the pressure and deliver serious power. Streetcar, weekend weapon or full race build. When you're ready for real boost, Aeroflow delivers performance without the premium price tag. Get boosted by Aeroflow. See the full boosted range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Packlease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Packlease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
Bangshift Automatic Shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation, and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bangshift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bangshift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
X-Pro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, X-Pro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to X-Pro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
From routine servicing to full performance builds, Carbon Auto House is where performance meets perfection. We specialize in diagnostic reports and repairs, performance modifications and software tuning, routine maintenance and servicing, plus dedicated motorsport support. Whether it's fault finding, dyno tuning, custom hardware packages, or keeping your daily driver running at its best, our experienced team delivers quality workmanship with attention to every detail. Explore our extensive range of products for Volkswagen, Audi, and more at www.carbonautohouse.com.au. Carbon Auto House, passion driven by you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just as we remove the FJ from the racing surface, I've just been sent a text message with a whole bunch of cars that I need to have moved ASAP. So I just thought I'd take this opportunity to, well, it was nice and quiet. If you own any of these cars, can we please have them moved? Number plate WAT115. Number plate ORR 444. Number plate EAS13Y. Number plate EWB09C. Number plate TJS097. Number plate ARO1ZU. Number plate DD77FA. And last but not least, number plate FWD89Z. If you own any of those number plated cars, can you please move them ASAP? Thank you very much.
Well, the good thing is, guys, the sun is shining. We've got blue sky and sunshine. I can tell you that sun has got a little bit of sting to it as well. So that track will be getting plenty of heat into it. We got Doris the Morris waiting patiently down the bottom. And, of course, we've got Skid Row down there too, the big Chevy. But I just noticed up on the top left, we've got a little bit of burnout royalty sitting up the top there who's just passing through. Rodney Waters. G'day, Rodney. How are you, brother? Good to see him here. Been a while since I've seen Rodney. All right, well, the good thing is we've got the car on the tilt tray. We've just done a mop up underneath it. So thankfully, the Sydney Dragway A team, they've ripped into it.
Yeah, unfortunately, dragging a car up onto a tilt tray on 3 wheels is not the easiest of tasks. Yeah, that's why that took a little bit longer than probably expected. But we've broken an axle, as Simon had said there. So certainly makes it a little bit tricky when you're trying to minimise the damage. If the car's a complete write-off, then drag away. But obviously you don't want to do that when it's just something. I won't say it's not a minor component because it's pretty major, but certainly to get a car up on a tilt tray without causing further damage can certainly be tricky.
That's it. Just a quick shout out too. I know I got a message sent through, but from Stephanie Heisman, who is watching the live stream from Orange, no doubt. Thank you very much for the kind words, Stephanie. That was very kind. I've passed the message on to Steve as well. So we're just going to do a quick rub of the track once the gate's closed. And just to make sure that it was properly cleaned. Now, Doris the Morris, I love the sticker. It's all about the show, and they're 100% right too. It's not always about going fast. It's about going out there and having fun. Big thank you to Johnny Habib and the team and the 2200 Drag Racers Association too to allow the vintage gases to come out, put some laps on, put on a bit of a show. Here today at the 2200 Drag Racers Association and the No Prep Racers Cash Days here at Sydney Dragway. Racing over the 8th mile. I've got to say, it is very exciting racing. It's not as easy as it looks, and to be brutally honest, from a commentating point of view, it is sensational to see because there's no yellow lights. You're in full stage, then it's just a green light and you've got to go. So I like that style of racing. It brings it back more to the driver as well. We were very lucky just early on that break. We just had Steve Sarkis up here in the commentary box. Of course, one half of Sarkis Brothers Racing. Steve out driving his Chrysler Sigma. And it's always good to catch up with Steve. And, we're very lucky. We've got him, Johnny Habib, Simon Krieger, all the OG Pro Street guys. And, of course, we're very lucky. We've got Johnny Habib floating around too. He's got the microphone, so we'll be able to hear some interviews from down on the deck and just his observations as a racer of watching what the cars do. We're just going to wait for everybody to get back into position. I don't think we'll be too far away from getting back into racing. Derek's put the water down in the water box. It's good to see some motorcycles here as well today as well. particularly some guys that I haven't seen race for a long, long time, and that, of course, Peter Strudwick. I'm not able to get out to the New South Wales State Champ rounds for commentary as much as I'd like to. Work comes first. But it's always good to catch up with Peter. Of course, Ron Adams on the big V twin Harley. You've also got Greg Harandon on the Kawasaki ZX14. Sean Close on the Yamaha. Cheryl Beddoes on her Harley. And Albie Davison on the Suzuki SV1000. Engines at fire. We're about to get back into vintage gas. And Phil Moore in Skid Row, the 54 Chev Bel Air with the small block Chev. About to take on Doris the Morris. Yeah, Kevin Lantry behind the wheel of the Morris Minor with the 202 in it. And the big Chevy Bel Air of Phil Moore. It's got the small block in it. Well, unfortunately for Phil Moore, he's left a cherry on the tree, so no time, unfortunately, will be recorded. But the little Morris running on through the 8th mile with a 9.67. All right, we're into the bikes, and Cheryl Beddoe in the rocket lane. Quick shout out to D, Jack and the girls up in the grandstand. G'day, guys. How are you? Whereabouts are you, D? Hey, guys. How we doing? Welcome to Sydney Dragway. All right, Cheryl Beddoes with Joe Curry as the crew chief, just guiding her in. Of course, on the Harley-Davidson V-Rod. Joe Curry's new turboed Harley is a beautiful sounding machine as well. Cheryl's taking on Sean Close on the Yamaha R1. Well, Cheryl Beddoes 1.38 and a 60 on the Harley. A 6.15 to half track in the big V twin. 114 miles an hour there for Cheryl. Sean Close, a 7.31. As Greg Harandon comes out now on the ZX14. This is a great sounding bike, this one. He's all the way from Wiley's Flat in New South Wales. Taking on Ron Adams on the Harley Davidson. The big 1300 V twin. Ron's always had great sounding Harleys for as long as I've been commentating here at the track. They always sound sensational. Very tough racer as well. He used to run in modified bike. Oh, unfortunately there, a red light for Greg Harandon and Ronnie Adams. 1.52 in the 60 on the big V twin. And a 5.87 with a 2. 120 miles per hour to the 8th mile. Ron Adams goes to number 1 qualifier. This is the 2200 Drag Racing Association's bike class. Albie Davison down there now on board the Suzuki SV1000. About to take on Peter Strudwick from Kendall, New South Wales on the V-Rod. I did mention Bushy down there. He's got the red hat. How are you, Bushy? Done. Done. Of course, Bushy's line that he's got, he loves it when I commentate. It's upper. And I bet you've told Albie that, I guarantee you. Absolute legend, does a lot for charity. I interviewed him this morning on my live post on Facebook. Sorry, I got him while he was in bed. Oh, Peter Strudwick, a little bit too quick in the lights, but look at the reaction time for Albie Davison, .008.
Yeah, wow, he went after it there, Stu. 7:49 with a 298 miles an hour through the top end. And Strudwick a 6:32 with a 7. 101 miles an hour, but a 008 reaction time there for Albie Davidson.
Yeah, great run there from Albie. Because as I mentioned, he's got a big bike in the build. And I can't wait to see him step up. Because that's what drag racing is about. If you that continuous, not only racing, but then stepping up to a different class, challenging yourself.
Exactly right, Stu. I think we see a lot of racers get to a certain point in their racing career where the car or bike that they're riding gets to a level where they're comfortable, and then they say, well, you know what? Maybe if I do this or I do that, I'll go a little bit quicker. And then it starts. You go a little bit quicker, you reach that goal, then you run your PB and you go, well, if I'd done this and this, then it would have been quicker again. So you chase after that then. It's just one of those things. Just one of those things about the sport that becomes almost addictive, if you like.
Great to see Mike, one of our regulars, tuning in from Knoxville, Tennessee. G'day, Mike. How are you, mate? All right, Anthony DeCarlos out here now, doing some licensing in this junior dragster of his. He's been running B-class junior drags at times so far this morning. I'm not quite sure exactly what class he is licensing for. But been running pretty consistent, 8.9, 9.0s. And that unmistakable sound of that single-cylinder methanol-powered junior dragster motor in the back of it.
I still reckon we've got to get you in one of these, mate.
Mate, I want to. I actually do. I'd love to have a drive a junior dragster.
1.8 seconds to the 60 there for Anthony. Car sounding a lot cleaner on that run. A 8.98 with a 0, 70 miles an hour through the finish line.
Well, funnily enough, Steve, when Chad used to be here for Race for Real, a number of years ago, I actually wanted to verse Chad in a commentator drag racing junior dragster.
Of course, you're the only two commentators around that would fit in one.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, I don't think I'd get in one.
Oh, I reckon you would. I reckon Mark Thomas would even fit in one.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of cars around with big cages in them, but yeah, I think you and Chad probably the pick of the bunch, I guess, and probably I reckon it'd have a ball.
Oh, I'd love to have a crack in the junior dragster. I reckon it'd be a hell of a lot of fun, and as long as it'd be quite funny because if I'm versing one of the kids in junior dragster, they'll smash me because they were just way better on the lights.
Oh,
they're just brilliant.
Just practice, mate. Just practice.
No, it is. But I love the junior dragsters, and they, the people that get behind them and the presentation of the vehicles, it is a fantastic class. Johnny Bibb back beside it. What's going on out the back, Johnny?
I'm just sussing out the track conditions here and calling it a no prep event for our guys. I think a little bit of sun on the track's starting to come around to be a bit better, right? Starting to get a bit sticky. So our racers are going to have to adapt to maybe a pretty decent track today.
Yeah, I guess they could probably be a fraction more aggressive with the rubber on the surface, where if you were racing at a more regional track, they wouldn't have the layers of rubber on the surface that the Dragway's got here.
No, absolutely. So when we go regional, our next event is going to be at Bottingara Airport. We're on an airport, right? And what we're searching for is a street-style surface. Obviously, as you guys know, is that we like to keep it off the street. Street racing is illegal. But all our background is as street races from back in the day. That's where most drag races started. And so a little bit of street outlaw stuff, but Australian style. And yeah, when we go to the regional tracks, they're very sketchy, and our guys love it because they're innovating their cars, they're changing things up on their machines, instant centres, weight distribution, all sorts of innovative things. And some of the stuff they're coming out with, look, it won't be long, we'll be rivaling the US, we'll be rivaling them. And yeah, hopefully the no prep racing in Australia is going to take a new level.
Well, one sponsor that we should thank as well is BRP Transmission Coolers. They're big supporters of No Prep Races Australia, and of course grassroots drag racing. So when you're making serious horsepower, keeping your transmission alive is absolutely critical, and that's where BRP Transmission Coolers come in. BRP supplies high-quality transmission cooling solutions designed to handle the extreme demands of high-performance street cars, drag cars, tow vehicles, and dedicated race cars. Their commitment to quality products and support for the racing community has made them a valued supporter of no prep racing across Australia. So if you're in the midst of building a tough street car, race car or tow vehicle, make sure you check out BRP Transmission Coolers and support the businesses that support our sport. And I'll tell you what, you couldn't do racing without these fantastic companies that come on board as sponsors.
Absolutely. Today's event's brought to us by Apprenticeships Are Us. And look, any businesses listening to the live feed or anyone in the crowd, if you ever needed an apprentice and you go through the process, you know, sometimes it's hard to find quality talent and hard to find quality people to come and support you in your business. And a good, bright, young future talent that can support you and grow in your business. So Apprenticeships Are Us actually offer that service. They make the transition smooth. They qualify their apprentices before they present them to you, and they make that whole process much smoother. So if you're in a business and you want to look at an easy way, a smooth way to get quality workers, young talent, supporting our younger generation in Australia, Apprenticeships Are Us are the go.
Yeah, great to see Apprenticeships Are Us coming on board. And look, at one stage in our lives, some of us were apprentices, and we know how tough it is sometimes, not only to get your foot in the door, but also to get the support. So for Apprenticeships Are Us, thank you guys.
I certainly feel that obviously, you know, coming into the workforce either as an apprentice or hiring someone as an apprentice, there is I guess I'll say a little bit of uncertainty in inverted commas either way, because you need to find somebody that, if you're an employer, you need to find somebody that's going to fit into the business and give you the level of skill that you're looking for, right. And also the attitude and whether they fit into your core business values. And then to find an apprentice that matches that can be a little bit tricky. Obviously, you know, there's some people out there that you know, may not teach the apprentice everything that they need to know moving forward.
That's right.
And I think finding people with the right attitude on both sides of the fence there is certainly a very critical tool. And I'm sure that Apprentices Are Us do go through some sort of screening process and find matches that work not only on paper but actually in person as well. So it's a critical role. And I mean, with a lot of trades now screaming for work, there's certainly always an opportunity for apprentices to get involved in whatever takes your interest.
Yep.
And you know, it's great that there's organisations out there that make that transition from school or other employments into an apprenticeship for the apprentice. Is fantastic that those opportunities are there.
Absolutely. Now we also must thank Fruit World at Penrith, and they are one of the sponsors of today's event. And of course, they're Western Sydney's leading fresh fruit and vegetable retailers, and those people that come here to Sydney Dragway fairly regularly, or you tune in via the live stream, as DJ Prowse does as well on the odd occasion when he's not playing his drums. They know that I'm a chef, so fruit and vegetables, freshness means everything in our industry. And a little cafe, they do rely sometimes on these smaller fruit and vegetable suppliers, And owner Pat DiFrancesco, well, he isn't just a sponsor. He's also a racer campaigning a tough nitrous-powered 632 cubic inch big block Capri in no prep competition. Pat knows what it takes to compete and is passionate about supporting the sport that he loves. And I'll tell you what, if you're out in Western Sydney, guys, and even if you're going for a drive and you want something healthy for the kids, stop in at Fruit World at Penrith. Go and see the team there. Grab some fruit, veg, something just to nibble on while you're driving somewhere, or if you want to stop somewhere for lunch. Tell you what, support small business, ladies and gentlemen, because, without small business, our country wouldn't run. I know a lot of people, and I don't want to sound political because I don't like getting political, but we've got to support small business.
Absolutely. Look, we haven't got much of a crowd here today, and we don't mind in the NPRA. We're all about social media. But to the people that came and made the effort to attend, we really appreciate you. Shout out to you guys. Thank you so much, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. We're having a bit of a lunch break now, but we've got some crazy action coming out soon. Last test or qualifier for the NPRA, guys. Some very high quality, over 1,000 horsepower cars, putting it down on a 10.5-inch tyre and with whatever the track gives us. Now, it seems to me starting to come around a bit, so they're going to have to understand how to turn their power up as the track conditions get better. So that's what you're in store for this afternoon. They're chasing the money. We've got 8 cars in Big Tyre chasing $5,000. And let me tell you guys, they're all civil and gentlemen and love each other in the pits. But on that line, it's going to be war. When these Big Tyre guys come out, you're going to see some spectacular racing. Also with the small tyre guys, unfortunately we had a mishap with one of the top runners to run a 5-1 on what would be described as equivalent to a street meet surface here at Sydney Dragways. For us, it's the sort of surface that we love because it's actually, we consider this sticky. We race on runways, so we're going to regional Australia, different tracks around Australia, and we want to put down there. But for us, this is just a home base event and trying to try and build the sport and get you guys along to come and enjoy it, and also for content and media. So jump on the NPRA Facebook and have a look. All the videos of what's actually going on in the pits is going to be more apparent and you'll enjoy it more. A big thank you to everyone that supports us. We're walking before we run, but the growth and the cars that are getting built for this style of racing, we are very excited about. Then I'll move to the street gangster class. Everyone in Australia loves the street car. These cars are, again, some of them over 1,000 horsepower, very well engineered, IHRA teched for safety, and street registered. And these guys obviously respect street rules. Then they're not to be mistaken for the hoon category. These guys just love cruising their cars to charity events, to car shows. But when they come down to the runway or come down to the track, it's on. They're turning them up. They transition their cars from the street format. They take off the treaded street tyres. They put race slicks on. They may take some of the weight. They put weight in the back and they take weight out of the front. They turn the boost up, or they turn the nitrous up, and they come and show Australia what they can do. We have 12 of those cars here today, an amazing field, and that's what you guys are in store for a little bit later on. The street gangster class, they're racing for $5,000. So again, at each other's throats, street cars racing for $5,000. Hence the name Cash Days. So be patient, guys. They're going to come out soon, and you're going to see some crazy racing, and we'll tell you what it's all about.
Well, just while you're on that subject of lunch, guys, don't forget gas-fired pizzas are down the bottom as well. Troy's here. He was actually racing his wife's Tesla on Wednesday night. And came out for a couple of passes, had a little bit of fun. Now, big question, you said street gangster. You probably know where I'm going with this, but there's a few OGs out the back. I know you're one of them, but I mean, you got Krieger, you got Steve Sarkis out the back there. You guys have been around for 30 years and absolutely love this style of motorsport. But, Steve, I want to know, because he called it street gangster, right?
Yes.
Now, in all fairness, like Dom Chitch Perry, he's fairly gangster anyway. Number one, and he drives a rotary. So that's Gangster, like, all the way. But, mate, I want to know, like, who's the Al Pacino of Streetcar Gangster, man? Who's the Al Pacino? Who's the Godfather? You know? Who wears the suit, mate?
Right, look, you just mentioned him. It's obviously Dom Chich, eh? Racing out of pack performance. He's got that 20B, unbelievably reliable, and he comes here and mixes it with the V8s. He races everywhere, and it's a street-engineered registered car, and that is a representation of pack performance. We love the pack guys because they really embrace and love what we do on the no prep surface. I remember, and again, this stays between us on the live feed, ladies and gentlemen. Us and the pack guys, we used to street race. I had a Tirana back in the day, and the packy boys, when we were young, dumb and stupid, used to street race, right? But of course, as you gain maturity and you do the right thing, we've become professionals, and we are the advocates to keeping it off the street. And we want to get the guys that are on the street doing silly things coming and racing with the NPRA. That's how it's turned out. So Mr. Dom Chich is a Calabrese Italian in background, but a true through and through Aussie. And I'd have to call him the godfather of street gangster.
No, nice. Might try and grab a word with Dom a little bit later as well. Now, you did mention with the street gangsters, Steve Sarkis, because the Chrysler Sigma, LS1, he was just saying he's trying to get the boys to turn it up, but they won't let him.
Nah, Steve Sarkis is the security of street gangster. Look, absolute legend, and you guys all know years and years of pro street history with that guy. When he used to race the Agro Centura, one of Australia's fastest pro street cars. He's getting a little bit older, but definitely not getting softer. So what he's done is he's decided to take his mum's Sigma, throw in, sorry Steve, I'm going to tell everyone your horsepower figures, over 700 horsepower LS engine, and maybe throw another 300 shot at nitrous at the bloody thing.
Oh, no. Well, I'll tell you what, we had a really good chat with Steve, and Steve, you know, I see the smile on Steve's face. I know he's enjoying it. Like, he's pumped as you are. I'm pumped. The Bushman's pumped. He was like really pumped this morning.
Yeah, we had a bit of a chat up here in the commentary box while we had a little bit of a clean up, and he's definitely keen to let the engine tuner bring in a little bit more nitrous, but the tuner's going a little bit softly, just wanting to feel out where the car sits and what it can do in different situations. But Steve's definitely keen to push it a little bit harder and you know, find out what it can really do.
Yeah, Con, if you're out the back there, mate, you can probably hear me. Mate, as a Sarkis Brothers racing fan, turn it up for us. We want to see it.
Now you're talking NPRA language. Turn that up.
Turn it up. Now, one class that is really cool and is quite well represented is the foot brake class as well. That's here at the track. And look, you talk about gangsters with that style, man. We've got some, I don't know if you call them gangsters. I'd kind of call them jokers, more on the jokers side, if you get my drift, because 9 times out of 10, just letting you know, John, most of the time I cop it. So just letting you know.
I reckon you might cop it for that one. I don't know where you're going with that
Man,
one.
mate, this morning I almost
He knows where he's going.
Mate, I almost was in the WWE chokehold this morning. I didn't even hear Adam Bowers run up behind me and then grab me and went, "Hey, morning!" I'm like, oh, man. Adam Bowers and I are like brothers. Like you and Krieger, well, Adam and I are like that too. And because there's kids around this morning, he had to watch what he had to say. Sucked in Adam. But, yeah, I'm probably going to hear that. But, mate, getting back to what I was going to get at, you know, there are some cars in that bracket that I haven't seen for a long, long time. And it's great to see them come back to the track, embracing this style of racing. And as I said, this is the first time I've ever done a 2200 round. And I've got to say to all the 2200 Drag Racing Association guys and girls out the back there, guys, you guys are doing an incredible job and very, very well run event. And it's great to have you out here as part of this event with the No Prep Races Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. Martin and Alan do an amazing job. Believe it or not, Stewie, they've been around for 10 years, right? These guys are quiet achievers, and they run 2 or 3 private events, not open to the crowd. They're all about the racing. And when NPRA approached the 2200 guys and we told them, look, we're not going to put any glue down, we're just going to race on whatever we give you, they were, yep, no problem, Johnny. We'd love to race with you guys. An awesome group of racers, some amazing machines, and some of them are pretty damn quick. But again, quiet achievers, and a big credit to Martin for the great little club he's done with people that have joined the passion and loving this sport.
And that's what it's all about. You know, we're very fortunate, not just here in New South Wales, but all around the country, of the fantastic races that we have as part of drag racing. And there's a reason why I enjoy commentating sportsman drag racing more than Group 1. And it's nothing against the Group 1 guys, but sportsman is my interest. And it's all these smaller teams, they don't have that bigger budgets, but they come out here, they put on a show, they really work hard to get here to the track, and the sponsors that come on board for every single racer is just mind-blowing at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things, Stu, you make a good point there. You know, I think that the sportsman racers, they get out there and they do what they can with what they have available to them in both skill level, funding, and the cars that they race are their wheelhouse, their interest, what drives them to seek enjoyment. I think that is one of the beauties of drag racing, and I'm sure Johnny will agree, in that you can race a Tirana, you can race a Corolla, you can race an Escort, you can race a whatever you want to race. You can, as long as you're wearing the safety equipment and you've got a license, come out and have a crack on the quarter mile. It doesn't necessarily matter how fast or slow the car is. You can have a great time, and you can still win if you're running in a dial your own category, which is typical of sportsmen. There's a category that car or bike will fit into. So if you don't have $1 million to throw at a race car, you can come out and still be competitive. It's not like other forms of racing where if you don't have a new set of tyres on every time you come out and race, if you don't have a fresh engine every 2 race meetings, if you don't have this and you don't have that and you don't have this, then it makes it even more difficult to be competitive. So the skill level of the driver becomes more critical. But certainly from a drag racing point of view, although yes, you can spend as much as your bank balance will let you.
Yeah.
There is something for anybody to come out and race, and that's the whole reason why we have events like this, and also for the Race for Real on Wednesday night, is to introduce people into the sport of drag racing at the grassroots level.
100%, and very well. I love the way you said that, Shuey. We would like to invite everyone. I did a little bit of post on the NPRA Facebook where I was pointing out and say, NPRA want you. We have a class to accommodate every single car. Sydney Dragway also does that. You start off at a street meet. You learn the process. You understand how to stage a car. You escalate. You get the passion and the drive. It gets in your blood, and all of a sudden, that's where races are made. But there is a class for everyone to begin with, and that's what we want to do for drag racing in Australia. Get everyone involved. People are not involved enough in what is really an amazing high horsepower adrenaline sport that stimulates. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the good thing is too, and we see it as evidence today, you got Anthony DeCarlos licensing his junior dragster, Steve. And, who knows where he'll be in the next 10 years.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he might be the next commentator at Sydney Dragway. It seems to be a path followed by many junior races, not only here in Sydney, but also in Willowbank. But, definitely, the whole idea of that category is to introduce younger guys and girls into the sport of drag racing. We're now seeing second and third junior, races where the parents have got their kids and, they're now racing in junior dragster, etc. I think there was the Reed team up in Willowbank is 4th generation of racers there now. So I think that the sport definitely has strong family ties, and I think it's one of those things that the only reason that you would stop racing is that you're physically not able to, or you might not have the drive for it. But certainly, it's it's one of those sports where you can compete right up till, you know, the very late senior years of life. You've only got to look at races like Don Gartlett's and, you know, to some extent John Force and a couple of the other. I saw a post on social media the other day for Gary Densham. He is the longest licensed nitro racer in the world, I believe. So he came to Australia back in the late 60s, early 70s with John Force, before John Force was the powerhouse that he is.
Oh, wow.
Right? So that's his history. I wish I could remember the dates off the top of my
Hey,
head.
an interruption there.
Yep.
I bet you John Force started off as a street racer back in the day, but
I could Google that, Johnny, and come back to you. But I mean, he's Nitro Funny Car as long as I've known the name. But sure, I think you know, a lot of our races start at a street level and work their way up. The itch for more speed gets more and more intense, I guess, and they look for that new challenge and then move forward.
Hey,
all right,
Johnny, just while you got the microphone down there, mate, is that your Tirana?
I was just about to say, Stewie, I'm getting excited. We've got some NPRA guys trying to line up. And look, I'm looking at the quality of the cars down here. And yeah, wow, you guys are in for a treat. These guys are going to hustle and muscle and they're going to take each other on. Yeah, that is my car. So I just CMVs are a long time. Again, other Pro Street legends with their business, broken multiple world records, have built amazing cars. Johnny Elfers had the VT that ran high sixes. Johnny was shattered because he's building a purpose-built no-prep car, an amazing machine. And he rang me yesterday, would you believe it? And he said to me, Johnny, I'm shattered. I can't wait for the event, but I'm shattered. I'm not racing. And I said to him, well, mate, you've got a big block nitrous Chev sitting there. I'll be busy helping the guys run the event. Mate, it's always ready for war. I like to sort of pride myself on having my car always ready for a race. It's what we do as a no-prep and street-style racers. And so he goes, are you serious? And I said to him, yeah, he could not jump on that opportunity quick enough, and I wouldn't trust anyone more than Johnny to race the Blue OG. Yeah, so yeah, that is my car. They've had a little bit of struggles with it. But not mechanical, because I know it's dead, rock solid, reliable. But yeah, they're coming out.
Well, one guy, Johnny, that's parked right next to him is a regular here at Sydney Dragway at Race for Real, Mark Daskalakis from PSC Racing. He loves getting on the microphone when I go down. So if you get a chance, get down there with the mic and have a word to him, because that is a bit of a crowd favourite, that Tirana.
Yes.
Yeah, so if I... Testing.
Yeah, can hear you, mate.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to drop a bit of batteries. I'm going to come up and grab another mic and tell you about some of these cars on the line, Stewie.
Yep, copy, mate.
It dropped out a couple of times. How was it? Well, I thought it was sort of cut out unless I had it in between me.
All right, so Anthony Takalis out there for another run. Go back to back. He went 890 on his last pass. Let's see what he can do this time around. Of course, this category all about running consistently, cutting good lights. Probably one of the toughest categories in sportsman racing in Australia. No driver aids, no nothing. It's all done with the drivers' hand, eyes, and feet. And a nice clean run this time around. 885 with a 5, 71 miles an hour. So quickest pass of the day for Anthony.
All right, I'm back. So, awesome run by the little junior drag show. We always encourage our little ones. Well done to the family for encouraging future legends. Okay, on to now. I'm getting excited, guys. We've got the NPRA guys lining up. We've got my Blue OG on the line beside the twin turbo, very well known Tirana of Mark Daskalakis. We have the OG Pro Street legend, Steve Sarkis, up with Mum Sigma. We've got the Hater Commodore, Barra turboed VL Commodore, one of the street gangsters. We've also got the little Mazda 1300 Ute, the PMW car, twin turbo LS in a short wheelbase Mazda 1300. Get that. That's in small tyre. And the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Steve Athens, I believe is a good friend, but from track record and performance, one of Australia's best pro street racers, Steve Athens. He put that car on the lid at Wilby. Sorry, Steve, I'm going to divulge some situations. He was that determined to win. He hit the scramble button last minute and the car landed on its lid. And when I ran down to check if he was all right, he goes, I won. That's what these races are all about. They're wild men. They love racing on wild surfaces. And we have absolute legends. It's a big honour. And the car's back, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen. These guys do not stay down. So a big honour and credit to have Steve Sarkis here. Also, we have James Calbiano. He actually snuck a little bit of a trick on the NPRA guys, entered in small tyre. He's got a little nitrous Escort that he usually races, but he's bought a big tyre, twin turbo LS Capri. Sure, you might have seen it on the Wednesday night last week and you were querying why it had weights in the back of it. That is a purpose-built, no-prep car.
Yes, I thought it would. I thought it might have been. I thought he might have been testing.
Now, we have the last test qualifiers, Stewie, and thank you for holding those numbers, mate, coming out now, and then we're going to be racing for the cash. So this is just one more qualifier pass for the NPRA guys, and this race is very exciting. Steve Athens versus James Calbiano. James Calbiano in a relatively new big tyre twin turbo LS, rumoured to be capable of close to 16 to 1700 horsepower. And Steve Athens' thing is he's capable of 2,500, right, if he turns it up.
Yeah, well, Steve Athens all the way up from Pakenham in Victoria. Just roll through the start line. So we'll have to get him just to roll that car back. Sounds like I heard a car trying to start, which looks like it has. Oh, it's coming from downstairs, that's all right. I thought it might have been the Capri. The two very wild-looking machines in Steve Athens. Well, I've been a fan of Steve's for a very long time, particularly when I started commentating here. For me, this was a little bit different. And when I saw that sticker on the back of the car, it says OG of Pro Street. And that just grabbed my attention straight away. Now, just keep your eyes on this Capri because, as Johnny mentioned, Wednesday night, it actually had weights just behind the parachute to help weigh the rear end of it down.
Pretty exciting, Stewie, pretty exciting. Steve Athens, 2,500 horsepower capable against twin turbo LS, James Calbiano.
Oh, I'll tell you what, both cars, bit of an ugly run. Steve still goes 4.79 in the 8th at 119, but the...
470, wow, Stewie.
Yeah, that is hauling the mail, but Johnny, a little bit of an issue there for the Capri off the start line. We've got a replay coming up. Just keep your eye on the Capri in the left-hand lane.
Whoa, power, see? Power management. That's the game we play, ladies and gentlemen. Thrills and spills. Obviously, James had a bit too much in that car out of the hole. He gathered it right and good to go for another round. That was his last test pass. So I dare say they'll go look at the data, they'll come back and they'll turn it down to suit the surface accordingly.
Yeah, you've got to have quick reflexes sometimes when they come off the start line. I mean, Steve and I are very fortunate that we normally see a lot of quarter-mile drag racing. So this 8-mile drag racing with minimal prep or no prep, it's really comes back to the driver. And I love watching it as a commentator. The challenge of it is sensational. Josh Boscovich about to come out in a crowd favourite car here at Sydney Dragway. It's big, it's silver. Yes, it's got a Ford badge. But it's got a 427 cubic inch Fontana motor that runs on a big shot of nitrous.
And it is Rob's, Josh's Mrs.'s birthday today. So big happy birthday to Miss Boscovich.
Hey, happy birthday, Miss Boscovich.
We call them Miss, it's Mrs.
Mate, the Boscovich family, they are fantastic ambassadors of drag racing here in New South Wales. They're very lucky to have them here this weekend, but he's going to be taking on Brian Thomas all the way from Tamworth.
The boys from the bush, Brian Thomas and Caleb Thomas, have ruled supreme. We've had multiple events where these guys have been on the top of the ladder. And we discovered these guys out of Gunnedah Airport runway. Country boys that have raced on Gunnedah all their life. And when we started this no prep runway style racing, no one could beat them. They were actually the hardest car to beat with what is possibly a high 7-second, low 8-second car. And again, you don't have to be a 6-second car when you're racing no prep. An absolute gentleman, awesome family, and one of the top runners in the big Tyre field.
I'll tell you what, it's a well-presented car. Looks like it's got a nice big 671 or 871 supercharger sitting on the front of it. Yeah, fire up signal. Let's get this 400 cube shaft cranking.
You should hear this thing, Stewie. It's an animal.
Oh.
And look, honestly, Stewie, I could put these guys on any surface and they will get down. If I was going to call a team to race any, I don't know, JDM four-wheel drive or anything that thinks they're fast on a no-prep surface, these are the people that I'd pick to come and take them on. Truly, truly, what they do is incredible.
Well, this is going to be a great race. Supercharged 400 cubic inch shaft for Brian and a nitrous-assisted 427. And as Steve Bush mentioned earlier, it's got the Lenko in it. Great stuff. Josh Boscovich, as Steve Bush mentioned, he's got to pull every gear. He's got a lever for every gear in that car. So a little bit of a different setup.
Stewie, you should feel the vibe down here on the line. They're incredible, these guys. They have just rumbles through your bones.
Oh, I love it, mate. I'll tell you, this is why I love sports with drag racing, mate. They're just, you can't get enough of it. Bracket racing here in New South Wales is just off its head at the moment. And all our regulars to tune in via YouTube from around the world, you know, they get to see it. They get to enjoy it.
And to our American counterparts watching on the live feed, we are the No Prep Racers of Australia, and this is how we get down on No Prep.
Well, the Bushman's just jumped in the studio at the right time.
It's going to be a good race, Stewie. My blood's running cold, mate. Oh, I'm excited.
Well, we wait for that purge of the nitrous.
Here we go.
From Josh Boscovich. Purge. I've seen one. Oh, look at that. 1.16 into 60 for Josh Boscovich.
And a 5.0 on a qualified three. Brian fell asleep at the lights. Bosco out of the hole like a bat out of hell.
Oh, man. If that doesn't get you pumped, I don't know what will, although this next race might, because Brett O'Connor in the 636 cube nitrous-assisted Chevy Camaro, which is, Steve, has just been getting quicker and quicker every time I see it.
Exactly right, Stu. We've got nearly 1,300 cubic inches of nitrous-fed big block Chev on the start block between these two. I'd like to know how much nitrous oxide in a bottle term is about to be used. I think probably a good 3/4 or more of one bottle.
We got purges going. It's exciting. Double nitrous. Simon Krieger in the junkyard dog purging the nitrous against Brett O'Connor. Double nitrous Camaros. Both 632 cube, I believe, Stewie. Creeping up the stage. Brett's in.
All right, Craigs versus Brett. Here we go, guys. Oh, sorry, Krieger gets it up twice on the wheelie bar. Brett O'Connor, 4,777, 150 miles per hour, half track.
Unbelievable.
That is sick as.
Now, you tell me how the race between that man and Steve Athens is going to go, Stewie.
Man, that is going to be sensational. I'll tell you what, Simon Krieger, he had a little bit of a drive job there too, Johnny.
I know, mate. Did you see the triple wheel stand? That, my friend, is why everyone is revered and know the man, the myth, the legend, the nitrous king of Australia, Mr. Simon Krieger. What a pedal.
Check out the replay. He was driving with his feet because the steering wasn't doing much.
That is crazy.
He went up 3 times.
We'll just replay that once again.
I'll tell you what, talk about no, but this track's coming around, mate. These guys are going to turn it up. It's on.
If your eyes car left of screen there, went up, came down, bounced, and Simon straight back in the throttle.
By run, single run, Mr. Paul Clark doing a test run. This is another close to 600 cube Ford engine. It's run bottom 8s in the past. He's chasing a 7. Again, we're running 8th mile here. Let's see how he goes on the 8th. Not bad, NA. No power outer on that car. And this is Johnny Elfus. So the guy's racing against, this guy's my arch rival. We've got, for the first round, we're racing Mark in the next round, Stewie. We've got $1,000 on me and this guy. So we've raced him twice today. He's beaten me twice, but I'm not in the car, Johnny Elfus in. So this is a revenge run. Johnny's going to take him here. Full-on grudge match. Nitrous big block 588 in a, what used to be called a modified street Tirana, in also another car that is very street, but this is small tyre. These guys are outlaws. 28 by 10.5 inch tyre, twin turbo LS, 1200 at the hubs, nitrous big blocks, 1180 at the hubs, more torque, better engine anyway, I reckon. Let's see how we go.
You're not biased at all, Johnny. It's all good. Nice. Just waiting on the BBC Racing Tirana to move in.
Oh, Johnny Elf.
All crossed up on the head of the throttle, and the green Tirana will take it.
He spun up. They're getting on top of it. I reckon, my jigger, that car of mine is rock solid, eh, Stewie? It's done like 120 passes, 588 big block Chev. But today, Mark Daskalakis has beaten me 3 times. I know this is going to be recorded, and I know I'm not going to hear the end of it. He's going to crucify me.
In all fairness, John Ellis certainly didn't give up the run, kept him honest across the finish line, and almost got back there, but the green Tirana of Mark took the win. Just while we wait for Chris Shepherd to move up into staging, can I please have the last 3 cars on the list of number plates that I read out and moved ASAP? They are AR0, 1ZU, DD6, D77FA and FWD89Z. If you own any of those three cars, we need it moved ASAP. So that is number plate AR01ZU, number plate DD77FA, and number plate
Mark Brzezowski
FWD89Z.
and Warhorse Motorsports twin turbo LSs.
Nice lead from both cars on the start line, Johnny. Pretty even to the 60 foot, but the HJ
Wow,
hole.
520 on a small tyre. Like, that's rivaling the big tyre times, eh?
Yeah.
Those walls,
Look at the speed limit for the HZ across the finish line, 130 miles an hour he was doing at the half-track mark, or of course their finish line, 200 metres to get to 130 miles an hour. That's probably close to 220-odd kilometres an hour in metric speed.
And look who's back out on the line, guys. Didn't he just put that car in the wall?
He did,
That
Mark
is
Peters.
in true NPRA spirit. Mr. Mark Peters, what a legend. He's back out racing. Nitrous, small block, close to 1,100 horsepower against Lippy Downey for my bro out of the Innocent Motorsports camp. Nitrous, small block, blow, very stout, over 1,000 horsepower, small blocks.
Oh, nice launch there for Mark Peters in the black Tirana 421 on the tree. Gets through
Wow,
the
he
finish
beat
line.
me.
Yeah, wow.
So the
5-0,
last run, he
Johnny.
put it in the wall with a 5-1, comes back, beats his time, and straight back out. What a legend.
Well, isn't there a saying about that, about getting back on the horse?
Yeah.
Yep, or bike, whatever it might be, getting back on the bike, you come off.
All right, we were just talking about him earlier, Steve Sarkis in the Chrysler Sigma with the nitrous-assisted LS1, about to take on Luke Edwards from Mossvale in the VL. Yo! All right, let's see if Con has given it a little bit more gas this time, Johnny.
Yeah, Steve will be happy about that, especially after you stirring him earlier, Stewie.
Oh, I was stirring Con as well.
Helping a brother out, eh? Stir up the tuner.
Yeah, come on, Con, let it eat.
I just got fingers stuck up at me by Mark Duskalakis.
I used to cop that. Oh, Stevie! Wow, look at the 60-foot time, Steve.
Yeah, almost identical. Edwards' car pushing in the power at the finish line though, a 5:44 with a 120 miles an hour for the VL, and Steve Sarkis there, 5:99 with a 9.
Now I just imagine rocking up at a set of lights on any Sydney street against a little innocent red Sigma, and then he does that to you.
I'll tell you what, we've got David Ipping coming out now, the VL Commodore with the Barra underneath the bonnet. That's almost unheard of. And Tim Minos from Milton in the 1980 Ford XD Falcon with the 4-litre Barra in it, Steve.
Number plate's hater. He knows people are going to hate the fact that he's put a Barra engine in a Holden car when it used to be a Nissan or a Holden V8. Nah, Barra engine. Barra of the world, they say.
They do say Barra of the world, and I'll tell you what, motorsport here in Australia with the Barra is just getting better and better as well. Now that the tuners are starting to get on top of it, engine builders, it's an exciting engine to have as a power plant in this day and age of drag racing. But Tim Minos, this car is very consistent.
Won a lot of no-prep races. This one has won a lot of money from the NPRA, I'll tell you.
Both cars building up the boost on the start line. Bumping it in for the VL. Falcon with a better line.
Oh, it's a good race! Wow, not bad, eh? Side-by-side action there for Street Gangsters.
And I'll tell you what, 5:59 is improved on his qualifying time. Tim Minos goes to number 4. David stays at number 5. And he's got the big Holden of Terry Clement with a 540 cube big block Chevy on board Bushman.
Rumour has it 1,600 horsepower.
I believe every bit of that. We've seen this car at Sydney Dragway a few times before. Can't say the same for Artie Roombos. A very nice Capri. I checked it out in the scrutineering line this morning. Definitely two very tough cars on the start line, Johnny.
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. Artie Roomba's come up, did the trek from Victoria. One of the very well-known street racers from around Victoria Way. Always supports NPRA and has won a lot of races with us. Full no prep racer, loves his street racing.
Hey, Craigs, that was unreal, mate. Simon Krieger coming up the turn road. Oh, look at that
How
big
close
kick.
was that?
Wow. 532 with a 438. Terry Clement goes number 2 qualifier.
You know, but Artie had him for half the eighth.
Well, this is the man, everybody, that they're trying to catch. Tim Fraser in the Aeroflow lane in the Toyota Corolla with an RB30. Yes, you heard that correctly, guys. It's got a Nissan RB30 turbo in it. He's our number 1 qualifier so far with a 5.11. Taking on Benedetto Sorrenti in the whole Tirana, sitting at number 11 with a 6.01 with a 5.
Oh, he's out of there. In Street Gangsters, that's going to be the car to beat. That's going to be the car to beat.
That's a better run once again. 5.13 with a 142 miles an hour. Wow.
Here's another beautiful matchup. Amazing street cars in the Street Gangster 3rd test qualifier.
Yeah, well, 2 cars that are very well known here at Sydney Dragway. Got RX2, the Perry Concrete, and Pack Performance. Street registered RX2, Dom Perry, the Gangster of the Gangster, and Damien Mastroianni from Luddenham in his Ford Capri, also known as Maestro, 427 cubes, the Chef Power on board. Damien, it's great to see you here, mate, in the Maestro. Absolutely love this car. If you haven't seen it, guys, get down and have a look at it because it is like, that is Gangster to me. Interior, exterior, V8, you know, you could drive around in a suit with a moustache, you know, and you'd look great, you know. You could look like Johnny Habib did back 20 years ago, you know. I've heard about your suits.
Shaking the head. All right, looks like we're just checking out the rocket lane down there. The track walkers walking back across the wall, which is always a good thing.
So we've got a great crowd here today. How many of you guys in the crowd are Rotary fans? Put your hands up if you love Rotaries.
Yeah, there's a few there.
Awesome. Oh, look at that burnout, winding it up. Damien, he's like, no, I am not going to let a Rotary beat me.
Dom Chich representing JDM and the Little Rotors on behalf of Pack Performance. What an awesome little machine.
Both cars in a full stage. The Capri off.
He slept, he slept. You snooze, you lose, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like he got the win. Don't tell me Damien jumped.
Damien did jump.
He did jump.
Wow.
Check out the replay, Johnny. He got all
There
crossed up
you
as
go.
well. Look how quickly that car turned over to the right-hand side of that lane. Was pointed
he
slightly in that way. but
overzealous. Yeah, and he turned them too, didn't he?
Did a good job to keep it
Yeah,
pointing in the right
wow.
direction.
There you go. No prep racing can be anyone. Just looked like Dom snooze, but actually probably cut a half decent light. Damien just got a little bit, jumped a bit ahead, I think.
All right, Paul Papacosta from Wetherall Park in the Ford Capri. He's got a 440 cube Chev on board. Pro 388. Taking on Philip LaRocca from Templeton Park. 632 cubes of the General's finest underneath the bonnet of the whole Tirana.
Talk about Pro Street. Have a look at the quality of these Street Gangsters. Such amazing, beautiful machines, eh?
Mate, they look just as good as in Maguire's top 60 haul at Summernats, mate.
Well, I think Philip was out at the Aeroflow Race for Real a couple of weeks ago in this very nice silver LH Tirana. 632 cubes, a big block on board for him, taking on 440 cubic inches in the Ford Capri. Papacosta in the rocket lane. Tirana with a jump.
That's a great race.
Tirana says, I'll see you at the finish line.
Look at that, 5.7 to a 5.6. So did the Capri actually go faster, but he slept, guys?
Yes. Yep.
And I'll tell you what, he was lucky, John, because there's only a thousandth of a second difference in the 60 foot between both cars.
That's right, when they get on the line, they've got to be on point.
All right, Ross Mackey from Brightwater and the VL Commodore. He's got an LS Turbo on board, about to take on Brent Sowden in the HG sedan. He's got an LS3 on board. Ross Mackey's already gone 6.19 with a 7 today so far. He's sitting at number 7 qualifier. Brent Sowden currently sitting with a 6.93 with a 7 at number 13 qualifier.
So I believe this is the first round of the 22 DRA, guys, ain't you?
I believe it is. And, oh, tell you what, Brent Sowden's got the win.
There you go.
Unfortunately, Ross Mackey left before the third amber. So the win goes to the big HG. Mark incoming out now in the Ford Anglia. I know what Steve's got his eyes on.
Yep.
And Ian O'Sullivan in the FGX Falcon with the Barrett Turbo. Now, Mark's dialed in with a 6.23. Ian O'Sullivan has dialed in with a 6.25. I should get used to saying dialed in because I say it every week. Dialed in racing.
Yes. Just roll off the tongue.
It should just roll off the tongue.
All right, two very different cars to go pretty much the same ET according to their dial-ins. Probably won't see the handicap on the start line. Listen to that Barrett singing the burnout.
Man, I saw that thing come in this morning, and the first thing I looked at was the rear tyres, and I've gone,
Sleeper.
It's probably making a casual 1,000 at the tyres.
Mate, it wouldn't surprise me. All right. Oh, I tell you what, 0.447 on the tree from the Anglia.
And nice light out in front. Will he go too fast? No, he doesn't. Takes the win. Goes a 6.31 with a 9 on a 6.23 to take the win. Nice run there for Mark Ind. I missed the ET for the Falcon.
That was a great run there from the little Anglia. All right, Brendan Luke. I did see Jamie Robinson. G'day, Jamie. It was Jamie Robinson, a very busy man when it comes to drag racing. If he's not helping out on a Nitro funny car, he's helping out on Supercharged Outlaws, his own Supercharged Outlaw car, helping here with the Luke family. Jimmy Donaro down there as well. G'day, Jim. How are you, mate? Absolute legend of a chassis builder. And a very, very good racer in his own right as well, Jimmy Donaro. And Brendan Luke, well, he's dialed him with a 4.96. And looks like he is going on a solo by the look of it. So, good chance to test the dial in. Oh, 1.13 to 60, Steve.
Yeah, looking for a 4.96 at the finish line and goes a 5.01 with an 8. All right, so front engine Dragster versus Gemini now. The Dragster are driven by Gary Durrington, 610 the dial in. Jim Bruce in the Gemini dialed in with a 664.
Yeah, Jim Bruce from TD Motorsport. The car affectionately known as Ken Oath.
Oh, lifting the left front on the head. Slightly better reaction time than the Gemini has the advantage. Will he stay out in front? Gets there first, but goes too fast. He breaks out, Stu. Under the dial with a 662. And the win back to the Dragster.
Yeah, that giant killing 202 powered Hulk. Gary Durrington. All right, Peter Brown coming out now. 4.85 dial in that Donaro Dragster with the big block Chev in the back. About to take on Joe Box from Mudgee the 1978 Holden 8Z Ute, who's got a Holden 355 on board.
Sounded very nice in the burnout down there, Stu, the utility.
It's a bit like the old Bathurst days, isn't it, Steve? The Holden up against the Chev. Oh, I tell you what, the 8Z had a little bit of a dance off the start line. Here comes Jim Denaro. And Jim Denaro gets it 488 with a 5 and a 4.85 dial in. And Joe Box, a 668. Unfortunately there, didn't get through. There's Jason Field in the perfect car, the Telstar.
Yeah, the perfect roofing.
That's what I was trying to think of.
Telstar down there taking on Jeff Alston in the Chevy Camaro.
Hasn't Jason also got another car?
He had a Ford Pilot before this one,
Yeah.
which was a hot rod style sedan with red flames on it.
That's right. And Jeff Alston in the 1970 Chevy Camaro, 632 cubes, a big block Chev on board. This thing is angry in capital letters. Two very, very tough cars in their own right. A 5.19 dial in for Jeff Alston. A 5.83 dial in for Jason Field. Now don't get me wrong guys, this might be only 8-mile drag racing, but when you've got cars that race top sportsmen and Super Sedan, all this data will not go to waste. The Camaro has won it, a 5.24 and a 5.19, 587 and a 583 there for Jason Field. So unfortunately for Jason, a little bit slow on the lights there compared to the big Chevy. As Tegan Smith comes out now from Albion Park, of course sponsored by JM Automotive. And she's going to be taking on Sammy Jo Johnson from Erskine Park. And also, if you need car parts, guys, you can go up and see Sammy Jo and a whole heap of races up at Repco at Minchinbury.
I think the store's pretty much run by either officials that work here on a Wednesday night or
drag races. Or drag races, yeah. So if you're in Western Sydney, guys, and need parts, Repco at Minchinbury, you can go see Sammy Jo and some other races that are up there as well. All right, Tegan, she'll have the eyes on here. Oh, Sammy Jo, 0.202 on the tree. Here comes Tegan, but Sammy Jo's got the advantage. Oh, and a breakout.
Sammy Jo gets there first, but breaks out by 10, and the win back to Smith, who takes the win by 0.04 of a second away. The total margin there, big closing speed though, some 37 miles an hour, over 60 kilometres now. The closing speed difference there for Sammy Jo. So I certainly don't blame her for staying in the throttle, because that's exactly what I would have done, rather than trying to look around and say, where's that dragster? Because by the time you realise it's there, it's already past you.
All right, Michael Little coming out now, Steve. The M&A plumbing at Forbes, LJ Tirana. He's dialed in with a 5.93. Taking on Steve Arnold in the EH, who's dialed in with a 6.30. Oh, Michael Little's got the reaction time by 0.2 of a second. Pretty close though, and I'd say he's backed off a little bit too. 6.04. But gets the win on a 5.93 to a 6.31 and a 6.30 there for Stephen Arnold. I think Michael Little definitely got out of the throttle a bit there, Steve, because I heard one of those cars engine note diminish a little bit.
Yeah, it's, Michael Little has plenty of experience racing on the 8th mile and racing in that car. All right, Bill Wallace from Cessnock in the red VN Commodore down there in the rocket lane. 650, the dial in for Bill Wallace. Away from the start line with an 8.32 light. Looking for a 650 at the finish line, goes 6.14 with a 7. That's a big breakout, 3.5 of a second. But that's the advantage of having a solo run. You can test these things out. Check out the burnout from Steve Davies in the HJ Holden down there.
Yeah, we're into the foot brake class for the 2200 Drag Racers Association. Adam Bowers in the Forza Performance and Power Plus Race Fuels sponsored Holden Commodore. Of course, Top Fuel Street. If you ever come to one of our major events, go down the very back, look for the street sign. Steve Davies, well, he got the better reaction time and doesn't break out. Unfortunate breakout there for Adam Bowers, a 7.96 on an 8.02. Steve Davies gets the win, 7.14. All right, Alan Stevenson coming out now in the shop ute. About to take on Warwick Goff from Redhead in the Jeep track walk.
Tell you what, Stu, if you think about it, that's not a bad run out of the utility down there in the aerofoil lane to run 10.95 in what is the shop truck. Away from the start line, a 6.97 light, and it looks like Warwick Goff has left the red light on the tree, handing the win to Alan Stevenson, who will certainly be over the moon with that. Probably wasn't expecting it. Test the dial in with a 10.88 with a 7 at 62 miles an hour.
All right, Ryan Vella in the big Chevrolet C10 with the LS1 in it. He's dialed in with an 8.15. Martin Stevenson from Power Plus Race Fuels. He's got the drag van out there. He's dialed in with a 6.70. He was our number 23 qualifier with a 6.72. That was his best qualifying pass. And the big chef was number 51 qualifier with an 8.18.
Stevenson with the advantage on the start line, converts it to a win, runs a 45 10,000ths of a second, the margin across the finish line. That's certainly one of our closest races that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, and did a 670 with a 7 on a 670 dial in, Steve. So, right on it, mate.
I think that was one of our awards, was it not? Closest to dial in?
Well, I think it might be.
Yes.
All right, Liam Sheridan from Mudgee in the HX Ute. He's got the small block Chev on board. About to take on Andy Box from Mudgee as well in his HQ Ute. He's also got a small block Chev on board. Oh, I tell you what, only 7/100ths of a second between them on the reaction time, and Andy Box gets the win, a 7.64 on a 7.62 dial in. Just goes to show just how crucial it is to get that reaction time. All right, we've got the drag name out there, Mark Elborn in the Power Plus Race Fuels Ute, taking on Dylan Giles in his 1974 HQ Ute with the LS1 in it.
Only 500ths of a second separating these two on the start line. Yellow utility will lead first.
Well, the drag name, he's got 8/100ths of a second advantage. Puts it on through with a 7.36, 7.53 there for Dylan. So the drag name through the next round of the foot brake class as Brody Buckley comes out now in the LS1 powered Commodore, who's dialed in with a 6.90, and Alicia Bennett in the 83 Holden VH with 355 Holden motor. She's dialed in with a 7.20.
So 3/10 head start going to the rocket lane. Unfortunately, it's given away that advantage on the start line. 4.54 the reaction time for Brody, and we'll convert that to a win. A 7.11 with a 0 on a 690 at 105 to a 7.50 for the rocket lane there. Next up, we see Cooper Bennett in the VH Commodore, LS1 powered, taking on the Toyota Celica down there in the rocket lane. Very clean looking car, this one. The Celica dialed in with a 698. The Commodore with a 680. So near enough to 210's head start. Half a light going to the Rocket Lane. Pretty close across the finish line, but the VH will take the win. 685 with a 9,101 miles an hour.
I got Joseph Fryer out there now in Toyota Cressida with the 2J on board, about to take on Glenn Livermore in the Falcon with the Barra on board. I love his number plate for Joseph, 321CR. So let's see if the 2J can beat the Barra, although the Barra's got 0.2 of a second advantage on the start line. The Cressida has driven around him and it's 675.
Yeah, wow. Gets there by 0.3 of a second. Light was slightly in the way of the Falcon, but the Cressida did what the number plate said.
All right, Nathan Brooking out there now, Steve. The HQ wagon with the supercharged 454 big block Chev on board with the number plates rank. Oh well, I guess. Taking on Chris Varillas, who's very quick on the lights. A 6.06 reaction time there for Chris Varillas.
Looking not too far behind, it'll be closest to the dial-in to take the win. Varillas goes too quick. Stu handing the win back to Brooking, who takes it with a 782.
Yeah, you probably heard that screaming 454, and he's like, oh man, I've got to get going. Dre Livermore out there now in the Ford G6E, the Barra. Taking on Steve Bryce from Warhope in the XB Falcon, 408 cubes of Windsor power on board the big XB. I know there's a fair few rev heads up at Warhope. And he's got the win, unfortunately, Dre Livermore, a little bit too quick, a 9.24 and a 9.40 dial-in, as Dave Morton comes out in, can we call this the confused BMW?
I think you can call it what you like. The LSs have gone into everything and anything. It's a little bit like Barras are starting to do, but I guess it's not that often that we see an LS in a European car.
No, that's what I was getting at. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's a great car, don't get me wrong, but yeah. The BMW purist like Adam,
well,
he'd be like, what?
I think ultimately you can buy a whole LS for less than what he'd buy a cylinder head for the BMW. Probably.
So true.
Good race there, but Bond goes 800s too quick on the dial-in. Got there by a fair way, and Morton will take the win.
Yeah, Morton got the win. 9,000ths of a second over his dial-in. Brett Stutchbury coming out now in the VH Commodore. You can see Lucy down there. Hey, Luce, how are you? And Anthony Gattalari in the HQ Ute, the 454 Chev. He's dialed in with 6.76. Brett Stutchbury, 6.85 dial-in over the 8th mile. Oh, 3,000ths of a second difference in the reaction time. This is going to be close. Who's got the win?
Wow.
Oh, double breakout, but Anthony Gattalari, well, he broke out by the less amount.
Yeah, look at that, Stu. The Gattalari got to the finish line 10,000ths of a second before the other car. The total margin was 26,000ths across the finish line.
Well.
The margin of victory. That's the closest race, I think. Next up, we'll see Nicholas Varillas in the white Falcon, dialed in with a 940, taking on Aidan Stutchbury in the red Commodore.
Well, 1.58 and 60 for Aidan. He's going to run it out the back door. Unfortunately, just not enough to get around Nicholas Varillas. He takes the win, 948 on a 940 dial-in.
Next up, we'll see Paul Galea in the 928 Porsche, dialed in with a 560, taking on George Varillas in the Ford FPV.
Now, Paul Galea is actually, according to what we've got up here, is in the trans brake class. George Varillas is in the foot brake class.
And the Porsche got there by a long way, but went too quick, Stu. 556 with a 7 on a 560. Handing the win back to the Falcon.
Oh, this should be a good race, Steve. Alan Osti in the 1978 Holden Tirana, dialing with 7.50, taking on Peter Villaris in the XT Falcon, 363 cubes of Windsor power with a manual gearbox. This is going to be close. 590 dial-in. This could go either way, this race.
Yes, I think it will be whoever gets off the start line first. Varillas probably a little bit more match fit, I'll put it that way. The manually shifted Falcon.
Just doing a quick clean-up in aisle 2. We weren't too far away. Big thank you to everybody, as Johnny said, that has come out to support the event today. All the spectators, thank you guys. It ain't a race meet without our spectators. To everybody that's watching from around Australia and around the world on YouTube, thank you guys. Hope you're enjoying all the racing from the 2200 Drag Racers Association and the No Prep Races Australia Cash Days event here at Sydney Dragway.
Pete Varillas going through his burnout procedure in the Falcon. Taking on Alan Ostay. Should be, he hasn't moved forward yet. Tirana dialed in with a 750. Falcon for a 590.
Yeah, Alan Osti has virtually put no heat into those rear slicks of his, Steve. So maybe just trying to get it to grip up a little bit better on this surface. Unfortunately, a red light there for Alan Osti, so Peter Villaris gets the win. He's lucky too, because a 546 and a 590 dial in. All right, Jeff McNiff.
Brett.
Oh, Brett McNiff, I
Brett.
keep saying
Brett.
Jeff. Brett McNiff, my apologies.
Jeffrey down there on the start line with the camera.
Yep.
And I think courtesy of a number 1 qualifier, I think, was Brett in the VG Valiant. 569 the dial in on this occasion. Takes the opportunity to test the dial in. Nice clean launch, goes 425 on the tree. 1.2 seconds to the 60, and a 573 with a 2 on a 569. Nice clean pass. Right, we're about to get underway with Doris the Morris.
You're into Vintage Gas. And the 202 Howard Morris about to do its thing. Oh, these guys up from Mossvale. Was the number 2 qualifier. Dialed in with a 9.60 over the 8th mile. Went 8.89 to the 8th.
Sounded like he was rolling out of the throttle before he got to the finish line
All right, the big Chevys out on track now. In the Aeroflow lane, we've got Phil Moore from Jamison Town. He's got the 54 model Chev Bel Air. And Matthew Moore in the 55 Chev Bel Air, both of them running small box Chevs. Matthew Moore was our number 1 qualifier. Not sure what is going on down at the end of the track at the moment.
I have a feeling that the race computer is not set to quarter mile. To 8th mile, I beg your pardon.
Yep, okay.
I think.
Yep.
I haven't got the radio in my ear, but I think that's what it might be.
Yep.
Only be a few moments, and race control will sort that. We'll be good to go. There we go.
My pet goldfish who's watching on YouTube, I don't know if you're referring to Peter Villalares.
Both cars away from the start line pretty evenly. Moore slightly better on the line in the rocket lane, but Phil Moore in the Aeroflow gets there first by 7/10 and breaks out. Obviously on a good pass. Went 887 with a 9, too quick. In back to Matthew Moore in the 55 Bel Air. Moving to our motorcycles now. Greg Horadam in the Kawasaki ZX14R. Riding with a 595, taking on Sean Close in the rocket lane. On the Yamaha YZF R1.
You've been watching some American drag racing commentators, mate.
I spun it because I know you sometimes do that too.
Yeah, well, I can't help myself sometimes.
It's a bit of a you-know-what take.
Yeah, exactly right. I probably deserve it, actually. But I'll tell you what, Sean Close still hasn't put his feet on the pegs.
Goes a little bit too quick, Stu.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Greg Horadam stayed in the throttle 610, 121 miles an hour to take the win.
Yeah, I was trying to work out what he was doing then. He rode the whole way without his feet on the pegs, just letting them dangle.
But you can do that when you have the air shifter.
True.
Not so good when you don't.
No. All right, Albie Davison on the SV 1000S Suzuki and Peter Strudwick on the V-Rod. Well, Peter Strudwick has got the much better reaction time, but has broken out. Albie Davison 7.62 on a 7.45 dial-in. Peter Strudwick a little bit too quick, 6.16 on a 6.25. Right, Cheryl Beddoes coming out now on her Harley V-Rod, taking on Ron Adams on his Harley, 1300 cc's of V-twin power for Ron Adams. And Cheryl Beddoes has dialed in with a 600, Ron Adams dialing in with a 5.50.
So a reasonable head start going to Adams in the rocket lane here. Meadows with a better line by about a tenth of a second. I was going to say Adams wasn't going to catch her, but she went a little little bit too fast. 5:79 with a 1 on a 6.0. So Ron Adams will claim the victory there. 5:82 with a 0 on a 5.50 dial-in.
Yeah, went quicker than his qualifying time as well by 5/100ths of a second for Ron.
Well, it certainly looked like a clean pass for Beddoes. Perhaps that's why she stayed in it.
Well, she was looking around at about 150 metres, so that's all right, it's experience. Well, Anthony Takala's coming out now. Now, this thing's designated, Steve, for C Junior Dragster, but it's running a little bit quicker than C Junior, so I don't know whether he's stepping up to B Junior. Right, Anthony off with a 1.81 to the 60. And an 8.81 for Anthony Takalis.
It's getting quicker every time he comes out.
Yeah, he's doing a great job out there. 72 miles per hour. 8.81. He's absolutely killing it out there. Doing a great job. Because if you're not overly familiar with junior dragsters, they're not the easiest car to tune at times.
It's like any single cylinder power plant. You get the tune off a little bit. You haven't got 3 or 5 or 7 more to make up for the one that's not working so great. But yeah, these little power plants, they rev pretty hard. We're seeing a little bit more now, even though we're all full billet blocks in most of them, and billet cylinder heads and aftermarket rods, aftermarket cranks. They're a far cry from the old lawnmower engine in inverted commas that they used to get dubbed with. But we are starting to see a couple of these power plants break, unfortunately, and quite substantially break. I guess a big advantage is they don't hold a lot of oil, and there's not a massive amounts of parts in them. Not only like actual engines letting go, the clutches sometimes as well, because they are pushing them pretty hard. Like the quicker cars are, 85 odd mile an hour over the 8th mile. You might think, oh, that's not that quick. Keep note of how quick if some of our street cars go on a Wednesday night, or even some of the cars here today that are more in inverted commas street orientated. They're on par with those sorts of speeds. So certainly they're not necessarily toys anymore.
No, they're not. They're a serious piece of motorsport machinery. No. Well, guys, we're just waiting for cars to come around out the back. So while it's happening, might go a few words from some of our sponsors. You're here at the 2200 Drag Racing Association and the No Prep Races Australia Cash Days event here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back very, very soon.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Boosted by Aeroflow Performance. A complete lineup of high-performance turbochargers, external wastegates, manifolds and turbo accessories. Engineered to handle the pressure and deliver serious power. Streetcar, weekend weapon or full race build. When you're ready for real boost, Aeroflow delivers performance without the premium price tag. Get boosted by Aeroflow. See the full boosted range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Packlease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Packlease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love it.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
This incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Sydney Dragway for the 2200 Drag Racers Association and the No Prep Racers Australia Cash Days here at Sydney Dragway. Just while we've got this little break, while we're waiting for cars to make their way from the pits into the staging lanes, we must thank some of our great sponsors that have come on board for the events today. And of course, in relation to the No Prep Racers Australia, apprenticeships are us. They're one of Australia's leading apprenticeship and trainee employment organisations, which are helping young Australians kickstart their careers through hands-on training, mentoring and employment opportunities across a wide range of industries, including automotive, construction, electrical, engineering, business, IT and more. They work with employers and apprentices to create pathways that build the skilled workforce of tomorrow. So, guys, if you own a business or you're looking at getting an apprentice, get in touch with Apprenticeships R Us, and they'll be more than happy to find a candidate that can fill your role. Also, a big thank you to Warhorse Performance for their continued support of No Prep Races Australia and Grassroots Drag Racing. They're based in Newcastle, and Warhorse Performance has built a reputation for delivering high-quality fabrication, race car construction, performance upgrades, and custom engineering solutions for serious street and race vehicles. So whether it's a full race car build, chassis fab, turbo system installation, or high-performance upgrades, the team at Warhorse Performance has the skills and experience to get the job done right. And they're proud supporters of the No Prep Races Australia and Grassroots Drag Racing across the country. The other company or sponsor we want to thank is Power Plus Race Fuels. And when it comes to making serious horsepower, fuel matters, and that's why a lot of races across Australia trust Power Plus Fuels, supplying high-quality racing fuels for everything from street cars and drag cars to high-performance race engines. Power Plus Fuels helps the competitors get the most out of their combinations while maintaining consistency and reliability. And if you're looking at using any of their fuels, they've got their truck set up out the back with a whole heap of fuels on display. So get down and have a talk with Martin and Alan Stevenson.
It's actually an interesting story. I don't know all of the facts, but I remember Alan up here saying that started out as basically just a side hustle, if you like. You know, got involved in selling the fuel, and it's actually turned into a full-time position for both he and his brother. So the customer base is obviously getting bigger and bigger all the time, which is fantastic, and just goes to show with the number of cars they put back into this the sport through all of the races that they actually put their name on the car as well for sponsorship and whatnot. So fantastic little business story there, and it's great to support an Australian company, of course. Just while I have everybody's attention, I've just been asked by the meeting director that apparently there is a drone flying around the venue. Unfortunately, being a government facility, we're not allowed to have drones in the airspace because there is a heliport next door as well. So if you are the owner of that drone, could you please land it ASAP? That'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
And also a huge thank you to BRP Transmission Coolers for their support of No Prep Races Australia and Grassroots Drag Racing. So whether you're chasing reliability on the street or consistency on the racetrack, BRP Transmission Coolers helps the racers protect one of the most important components in their drivetrain. And their commitment to quality products and support for the racing community has made BRP a valued supporter of No Prep Racing across Australia. So guys, if you are after a transmission cooler, make sure you can get in touch with BRP, and I'm sure that they will be able to help you out as well. It's just pretty good because there's a lot of supporters that go hand in hand with each other there. Also, guys, must say a big thank you to HVHM at Newcastle for their support of No Prep Races.
Attention NPRA racers, attention NPRA racers. Start getting up to the line, please. We're going to run our first rounds. Big Tyre, $5,000 up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen, for the Big Tyre field. We've had a couple of dropouts, so I dare say we're going to only have maybe 6 or 7 cars racing for the cash. So imagine that, 1 in 7 chance, 3 races, and you got the money in your pocket. Amazing. That's why we call it Cash Days. Small Tyre, 6 cars in the field, $3,000 up for grabs. Street Gangsters, an amazing field of cars. most of them sporting over 1,000 horsepower. Some amazing numbers. Look, the small tyre guys are almost as close as the big tyre guys on ET. It's pretty amazing to see. So small tyre cars, 275 and 10.5-inch tyres are running like in the bottom fives. We've had the little Toyota with the RB engine run a 5.0, and we've had 5.1, and Mark Peters, who earlier today tapped the wall, went back, put sticky tape on the fiberglass, fixed the car, and came straight back out and PB'd with a 5.0. So there you have it. That's what our racers do. Determined, racing for the cash. $3,000 up for grabs in that class. Warhorse Performance have done an amazing job. They pulled a 520. I spoke to Chris earlier, and he said that the car's turned down. He's had he's got it running a little bit rich, so he's going to take a bit of fuel out of it, get it running a bit leaner. And I dare say the competition between him and Mark, which are two of the toughest and best no prep racers. They race on runways, they race on street surfaces, they'll race on the track. But the track today portrays what those guys are capable of. So bottom fives on a 10.5-inch tyre, yeah, wow. I'm a little bit disappointed. I've got my 588 big block Chev in the mix as well, and the guys have been struggling with tune. I've got the CMV guys playing with it, so the car's been zinging tyres. Yeah, so much for being a no-prep car, it's turning them, right? So they've got the nitrous turned right down now, and Connor's done some magic with pulling timing out. What happened was they launched on the last run, and about 60-foot mark, the car started zinging tyres. So we've tightened the suspension up. They've pulled some timing out at where it's zinging it, and we're hoping to get down. Now, this race with my car, they've been racing Mark Daskalakis, a good friend of mine, is the twin-turbo LS Green Tirana. Everyone's seen it all over Facebook. He's an arch rival of mine, but a very good friend. And he sort of like bags anything else V8 other than LS. He's an LS fanatic. He loves his LSs. And we've had 3 runs with him today in the test passes, and he's kicked the ass on my car. I'm not racing it, Mark, by the way. Johnny Elphys is. He's kicked my ass 3 times today. So I keep getting messages from him. I've had fingers stuck up at me. I'm all sorts of smack talk. So what I've done is I've, in good faith, because I know my car is reliable and it bangs rounds, and I'm sure that I'm hoping the CMV boys get a handle on the tune. I've put $1,000 down, so the first round between me and Mark, it's a $1,000 grudge match. So if he beats me, yeah, so go ahead, Stewie.
Sorry, mate, I was just about to say, just got an announcement from our meeting director. There's there's a few cars that are lined up in lane 1 next to the info hub down in the pits. Guys, we need you to go back to your car, please, and move them. That is an emergency lane. Not that we want an accident to happen, but we need those cars moved immediately, please. So the 3 cars that are in lane 1, parked right near the info hub. You need to move your cars immediately, please.
Oh, Stewie, I'm starting to get pumped again now. They've started their engines. Steve Athens, 2,500 capable twin-turbo Mustang versus the legend Josh Boshkovich here with his nitrous Ford engine coming out. Josh's wife's birthday today. Happy birthday, Mrs. Boshkovich. Big matchup here. XA Coupe Aussie Muscle versus Aussie Innovated American Muscle. Twin turbo versus nitrous. Nice skid from Bosco.
Yeah, Bosco's not shy of a burnout, Johnny.
Not at all. And Steve Evans being conservative, as you can see, Steve-O. $5,000 on the line to be grabbed. They have to be sharp, they've got to cut a light, and they've got to win and get to the next round. Creeping up behind them, we've got a classic race. Simon Krieger in the Junkyard Dog versus Brian Thomas. That's going to be a hell of a matchup. Those two guys smack talk all the time on the internet. Buddies in the pits, but I'll tell you what, there's a nitrous versus blow-eye battle going on there. But this one here on the line is a really exciting one.
Yeah, this one's going to be on, Johnny. You know, I like a little bit of smack talk, John. And I'll tell you what, really, when you think about it, When you think about it, it's a bit like old school versus new school. You got the 427 Fontana motor.
Absolutely, hey, technology versus old school nitrous, right?
Yeah. And of course the Liberty transmission in the big XA coupe as well. One lever for one gear. So every time he's changing gear, he's got to go 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on how many gears he actually uses. Steve Athens, I don't know if that's got a Liberty transmission in it, or if he's got an auto in that thing.
Bosco purging the nitrous. Here we go. Steve's got his turned down. Bosco's got his turned up. Who's going to win this one?
We'll find out in about 5 seconds' time. Bosco bumps into pre-stage. Quick purge of the nitrous. Here the turbo spool, the boost on for Athens in the rocket lane. The tree flickering. These guys in shallow as Bosco moves around left, right, left,
what
right.
A race! Wow!
And Athens gets there by 700ths of a second.
Close. How close was that, guys?
A great race. Bosco definitely keeping him honest all the way down. Went 5:10 across the finish line, and Athens' time unfortunately has disappeared. I did catch that one on replay. You can see here the Bosco's car just moved around to the left, and I think
Bosco had him, eh?
They were pretty similar off the lights. Athens moved around at the top end of the racetrack, though.
Yeah, top end charge of the turbos, guys.
All right, next up we have Simon Krieger in the Chevy Camaro taking on Brian Thomas, also in a Chevy Camaro. A few years apart in the build.
Simon Krieger here on the line in the Junkyard Dog. 1,590 horsepower.
Wow.
At the hubs, twin nitrous kit 632 versus Brian Thomas. Blown, injected, 400 cube, small block Chev. One of the most notorious no-prep racers in Australia. This guy will race on any surface and wins.
I'll tell you what, Johnny, it would be a dream matchup if Mark Hayes was here as well, mate. Two kings of nitrous. But Brian Thomas, he's got that supercharged 400 cubed Chev. Ready to rock and roll. The Better Bar still fixing. Sponsored 67 Chev Camaro.
Here we go, guys. My blood's running cold. I'm so exciting. This is going to be a gangster race.
Well, hopefully Simon can tone it down a little bit on the start line, Johnny, because this will be hard. Oh, up on the rear!
His wheels up. Brian stalled it. Brian stalled it. 5-0. There you go. The Krieger is back, ladies and gentlemen. The Krieger is back. The Junkyard Dog goes through with a 5-0. With a giant wheel stand in true Simon Krieger fashion. And something happened to Brian's. I think he overfueled the blown injected Chev. We don't know what's going on. Looks like the guys on the track are checking the track. But that's no prep racing. It can be anyone's. What a race.
Yeah, Brian's car was on the cam coming into stage there. I did catch the wheel stand, hopefully, for Krieger in the aeroflow lane here. Johnny, you can see here fueling up, just launched, probably broke the 60-foot with the rear wheels. We see the car black track from about 200 feet to the finish line. Nice clean pass there for Krieger. He'd have to have a smile on his face after that one.
Absolutely, and we'd like to welcome Simon Krieger's mother, June Rose. Not in the best health, but down here supporting her son and with her family. June Rose, we love you and welcome aboard, and pleasure to have you here at the No Prep Shootout. Next up, James Caltabiano versus Brett Connor. Brett ran a very stout number. He went a 470 earlier, and James is still chasing the tune on his new combination. 1,600 horsepower capable of Herd, but a very lightweight Capri and a new combo coming into the big Tyre field. We're just stopping the track, ensuring safety. Got to get Brian off the track. I might talk to him on the way back and see what happened. But the side-by-side launch was spectacular until Brian's car said no. Simon stays in it, wheel stands, sends it out the back door with an amazing 5-0. And he told me, he goes, Johnny, he goes, I'm telling you, this car's going to go 470s. So more out of that car coming. He's tuned it, he's pulled some power out to get down, and he's doing it on the back wheels in true Simon Krieger fashion.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brett O'Connor is the man they've got to catch. 4.777 at 150 miles per hour over the 8th mile. Out of that Chevy Camaro, 636 cubes of Chev power with a massive lot of nitrous. So, hey, Brett, I know you may or may not be able to hear me, mate, but look, it's been a long time since I've seen you race. And I'll tell you what, mate, this car of yours, every time I see it, it's just getting quicker and quicker. They're doing a fantastic job, that group of racers. All right, here we go. Here we go, Bushman. All the way down from Currajong, James Caltabiana.
Yep, pronounced right. I struggle with it too.
Well, I think I might have a little bit of Italian in me, Johnny.
Another nitrous big block versus twin turbo technology, ladies and gentlemen. Lightweight Capri, 16 to 1800 horsepower capable, I've been told by James. He's creeping on it, up on it. Brett O'Connor has been one of the fastest cars in testing today. One of the top runners. Let's see how they go.
Well, last time that car came out of James's, it moved around a little bit off the start line, Bushman.
It certainly did, Stu. He was lucky to keep it all shiny, I'll say that. There was a fair distance between the wall, but the car was definitely on a trajectory to the wall. I can see here on this run, he's aimed the car to the right. Not by a lot, but certainly looking to head that way. He is right on the edge of the groove, though.
Yeah, he's aimed the car towards the 540. Didn't leave the line very well, but hey, that's life. 474, 152, Brett O'Connor. Are you kidding me? Sydney Dragway, put your hands together. What a run.
On a street meet surface, right? No glue, no prep being put down on this surface. It definitely has come around with a bit of rubber, but it's just an average street meet surface here this weekend, Stewie, and there you go, 570, 470. Paul Clark in the beautiful Candy Apple Mustang big block Ford gets the buy. So there you go, he gets to the next round for the $5,000.
Well, here's our number 7 qualifier with a 5.50 with an iron at 127 miles per hour over the 8th mile. And that track looks like it's started to come around. It's starting to get a little bit tight, Johnny.
Yeah, exciting, mate. And look, they're racing for big, not bad cash, right? $5,000, there's only a few of them. So they're racing hard. It's exciting racing, absolute sure. The track is coming around and they're putting down.
Well, let's see what Paul can do. Let's see if he can go quicker than a 550 with an iron. Tell you what, 474 from Brett O'Connor. That is absolutely mega.
All right, the Mustang into pre-stage, now into full stage. Leaves the start line. 0.93 on the tree. Nice reaction time. And
very consistent. Gets the buy.
Yeah, rolled out of the throttle pretty early there.
All righty. This race is for $1,000. I've bet Mark $1,000. In the first round, mate, the Blue OG is going to take you. Twin Turbo LS, arch rival from racing out of PSC Racing, his own business. Johnny Elfers racing my car out of the C&V crew. They've played with the tune. They've had 3 test runs to work it out. They've been struggling with my baby today, but it's here, it's showing up, and it's on.
All right, Elf's in the aerofoil lane.
It's turned the tyres. Mark Daskalakis, a 5.28.
That's fast. Mark went fast. I just lost $1,000, ladies and gentlemen. $1,000 down the bloody drain.
I tell you what, though, John, your Tirana only a few mile an hour slower than Mark's green Tirana there. I think it was a little bit loose on the head of the throttle once again, but certainly kept him honest.
You know what, Shuey? I couldn't hear because of the burnout what you said then, but I hope you're not rubbing it in there.
No, Steve. No. Steve just said that the miles per hour, he wasn't actually that far off him.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, no, definitely. Look, the blue OG, my baby goes usually 520s. I dare say maybe the tyres have gone off on it. They were a pretty new set of Mickey Thompsons. Usually I run Hoosiers. So it is what it is, no excuse in the bush. Here we go, Warhorse versus the twin-turbo Mazda. Twin-turbo LS's.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, he's jumped.
They rolled through the beams there, did Chris Shepherd. Little Mazda Ute will take the win here.
Bump City through to the red. You jump, you lose. You cross, you lose. Very sad for the Warhorse guys because that was one of the top runners. That car is one of the fastest 10.5-inch tyre no prep cars in the country. And there you go, no prep racing, it can be anyone's, guys.
All right, Chris Shepherd coming out now in the Holden. Tirana with the LS1 in it.
No, that's the previous
one. Oh, that's the previous one, sorry, yeah. I was going to say, that wasn't an HJ. But just waiting for the screen to swap over.
There we go.
Cool.
Lippy Downey for my bro, 421 small block Chev, 2 kits of nitrous. Mark Peters earlier today put it in the wall. It's all sticky taped up. PB, fastest qualifier.
Left very nicely. 118 to the 60 for Mark Peters through the finish line.
And Lippy takes it with ease.
Yeah, 509. 129 miles an hour for Peters.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I got Mark. I just put my car up for $1,000. What do you got to say, mate? I owe you $1,000, eh?
You know what? It was a mad to run it. I fucking love your car, so it was an honour to run it, mate.
You're being too much of a gentleman because you usually smack talk me, you know. And I've been watching you giving me the finger all day, mate. So you're acting very nice on the mic there, Mark. I'll come and see you later.
All right, we're in a street Gangster. Luke Edwards in the VL Commodore. About to take on Tim Minos in the XD Falcon. It's LS Turbo in the Commodore up against the Barra 4-litre in the XD. With the Your Joker number plates.
Street Gangster, these guys are racing for $5,000, Stewie.
Falcon building boost in there now. The VL away quicker from the start line. The Falcon with its work cut out, not going to catch Edwards across the finish line. 521, 137 miles an hour for Edwards there.
Hey man, you got to cut a light. You got to cut a light.
067 on the tree for Edwards.
Wow.
That's
good
very
run,
impressive.
520 on a small tyre.
And he went 5/10 quicker than his qualifying time as well for the win. So
very impressive.
that track is certainly starting to come around, but Bushman.
Yep.
Absolutely. And Tim Minos is always in the winner's circle. He usually wins his rounds, especially early in the eliminations. So it goes to show again, it can be anyone's.
Well, Bushman, we've got Tim Fraser about to come out now, our number one qualifier in the RB30 powered Toyota Corolla. About to take on Artie Rumbus from Hoppers Crossing in Victoria in the Ford Capri. Our number 8 qualifier with a 5.73.
Bear in mind, folks, this is as pro street as you get. The street gangster class deemed that the car is a street-driven, street-registered, full interior car. And these guys have all stepped up. We have 12 of the most amazing street gangster machines, no prep machines. They run a 10.5-inch or 275 tyre. And they're racing for $5,000. Amazing quality field. Tell you what, this little Toyota has really shown up today, eh, Stewie?
Has it white? And I guess one thing we should mention too, boys, is that it's got an RB30 in it. So,
yeah, that's right. One for the JDM guys, all the RB30 lovers, the RB lovers. There you go, coming to no prep. Our two-wheel drive car, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, as I mentioned earlier, you've got a 4x4 class as part of your No Prep Races Australia. So to all, you know, if there's anybody watching online, you know, some of these GDRs and Evos that we've got here in Sydney, you know, racing over the half track, where are you guys?
You'd think with the all-wheel drive that the no preps setup would help them in the sense that some of them actually want a little bit of wheel spin on the start line so that you're not dead hooking the drive line, right? And then we all know whether the track's prepped or not, they're going to go for a walk up the rest of the racetrack. So ultimately, end of the day, I can't see any reason why you wouldn't try it at least. Nice burnout for both competitors.
Nice skid from Artie Rumbus, up from Victoria. Follows us everywhere. Loves no prep. He will race on anything. Beautifully presented. Black Capri representing the Victorians. And the #1 qualifier doing it for the JDM guys.
Just while we're waiting for Artie to come into stage, just onto YouTube, my mate Panel Van Man. I don't know if he's been online. He's one of our regulars that tunes in.
He's been chatting about Cleveland, Supercharged Cleveland. Let's see where this little Corolla can go another round. Leaves very nicely. The Capri's slightly better, but the Corolla says, "I'll see you at the finish line."
Nice race. It was a nice race, but that the little RB's got the top end.
137 miles an hour across the finish line for the RB-powered Corolla.
That is unreal to see, man. An alternate engine. All right. Hey, Johnny, one of the OGs of Pro Street, Steve Sarkis.
Yes, racing Mum Sigma, we call it. All the NPRA guys call it Mum Sigma. Imagine this thing rocking up beside you in a set of lights, racing up against Benny Sorrenti in this beautifully presented LJ two-door 350 Chevy.
Steve had a big purge of the nitrous out the left-hand side of the car. Oh! Something wasn't too happy there. Off the hit for Steve Sarkis, and a 6:02 with a 2 at 116 for Benedetto Sorrenti. But a little bit of an issue there for Steve Sarkis.
He tried to keep pedaling it too. He kept trying pushing in.
We did get that on replay.
Sounded like something with the nitrous there, Stewie.
He was saying before when he was up here that the car was throwing a lot of the safeties through the computer, so maybe that was another example of that happening, but unfortunately,
Bellardi
that's that race done.
safeties.
All right, Paul Papacosta, the 72 Ford Capri with a 440 Cube Chev, taking on Dom Chich Perry, the 1971 Mazda RX-2 Coupe with a 20B pack turbo motor in it. Pack 20B turbo, it's like a match made in heaven. Let's see if the Raider can beat the V8. They're in the bump city. Oh, I'll tell you what, 1.39 for Paul Papacosta. And Paul gets the win.
Wow, Dom Chich goes a lot faster than that usually.
Yeah, Dom down by 0.2 of a second. All right, Damien Mastroianni in the 1970 Ford Capri, otherwise known here as Maestro, about to take on Terry Clement from Mudgee in the 1971 Holden HQ sedan. 540 cubes of big block Chev. This is a bit of a commentator favourite. Oh, Maestro! Full on sideways over the blue paint.
Awesome
Terry Clement's got the win. 5.25, 141 miles per hour.
He pulled him in, didn't he?
Oh, man, Sydney Dragway, put your hands together. What a run there from Terry Clement.
Man, how's the vibe, guys? It's like the Pro Street days when we were running APSA. Same style racing, side by side, guys not cutting lights, guys cutting red lights, all sorts of mayhem and pushing these guys out. It can be anyone's down here in Sydney today. Thousands of dollars up for grabs for these guys. They're racing hard.
Man, I'm looking at the tyre marks from up here in the studio, and I'm up here with the Bushman, co-commentator Stephen Bush, today up here in commentary. And wow, I'll tell you what, those tyre marks straight over the corner of the blue paint.
You can see it in the camera there, Stu. a full tyre width over the blue paint. And he
Barra
stayed in
Turbo. Sorry, Shuri.
All right, go.
Barra Turbo versus Big Block Tirana. Old school versus new school. The hater. People hate him because he's got a Barra in a Holden. This is going to be another good matchup. Racing for $5,000, ladies and gentlemen.
You see Dom Perry coming up the return rate. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The Raider up against the V8.
Always shows up, always ready for a war. Wow! Tell me, Shuey, tell me this racing.
Well, 5.67 for David Ipping has got the win.
How close is it?
Oh, mate.
You're getting excited, eh?
That wasn't much in it. I was just about to say if you can get away with Dom Perry as he comes.
Yeah, he shot off. I think he's pissed off because he didn't make the run. Usually he's the top runner. Dom is a winner.
Well, mate, you've got Terry Clement coming up the return road. See if you can grab him, see if you can get a word with Terry. Because honestly, man, that was a ripper of a run.
Terry, Street Gangster, doing really well, mate. 520s all day long. How you feeling?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
$5,000 up for grabs. You've made it to the next round. How's the car feeling? Steady? Just like a clock?
Problems.
Ah, he's shaking his head. He's saying problems. That's no prep racing. Go check it out. What's up with it?
Down a cylinder.
So there you go. It's down a cylinder. Just now in this race? Okay, so he's come back. He's down a cylinder. Will he keep racing for the money or will he put it away? Hey, Paul. Congratulations on the win, mate. That's a bit of an upset there. You took out Dom Chich. Well done. 570s is very stout. Are you on the bottle?
No.
It's aspirated. Aspirated Windsor.
Aspirated Windsor. 437. That's it.
570s. Street car. Love your work. A beautifully presented machine. Well done. You're into the next round for $5,000.
All right, Ross Mackey about to come out now in the VL Commodore. The LS Turbo about to take on Mark in the Ford Anglia with the small block Chev. Hey, Bushman, can the Alco Pop get around the VL Commodore?
The Alco Pop.
That's what his number plate says.
Okay.
Alco Pop.
Well, we'll soon find out. There's only a few moments just checking out the start line down there in the airflow lane. Crew feverishly mopping up something.
Oh, I'm trying to settle down now. That was pretty exciting stuff. The guys racing for the money. All sorts of upsets. We'll let you guys call the 22 NPRA guys. Awesome racing here as well. Bracket racing, Chicago format. I'll leave you to it, guys. I've got to go take a breath.
Stewie needs a break as well.
Nah, I'm all right. I'm good. I'm trooper. I'll tell you what, we're about to get into the trans brake class.
Yeah, for the 2200 DRA, we've got the Ford Anglia closest to screen, taking on the VL Commodore for Ross McKay in the airflow lane, which is on that angle, the furthest distance from the camera. Dialed in with a 6.0. The Anglia dialed in with a 6.23, which is pretty much bang on what he ran in qualifying. So the Anglia will be leaving the start line first, being chased by the VL. The Anglia away nicely. 4:68 reaction time, has a small advantage. Will he keep it at the finish line? Yes, he does. Wow. 6.24 with a 6 on a 6.23. Not a bad run for him. Ross McKay right on the dial-in as well, but the difference, I think, in the reaction times there. It's about a 1/10 of a second.
That little giant killing Anglia, Steve, through to the next round. Tell you what, that wouldn't be an easy car to race against.
Hey, what's going on here? Steve Arnold's double bulbed him.
He
Stephen, please, there he goes, coming out. Is he going to come out? No, he's staying double bulbed.
I think they've got a different set of rules for that now to stop people doing that. But we've got Pete Brown in the gold
He's
drag
sitting there ready. He's sitting there ready for war. Beautifully presented EH small block Chev here on the bottle. He usually races in the street gangster class, but he's done a little bit of a double bulb here, I think, but looks like the guys are giving him time.
Well, he's done a lot of work on that car, and unfortunately, a red light there for Peter Brown.
Yeah, went after the light. Maybe Arnold going straight into stage has unsettled him a little bit. Arnold will take the win, 6:28 with a 0 on a 6:30. So he went under the dial in, but Brown left it on the start line.
Yeah, Steve Arnold done a lot of work to that car. All right, Gary Durrington coming out now. In the 202 Holden-powered front-engine dragster, he's dialed in with a 6.18. Brett Sowden in the big HG sedan, has got an LS3 underneath the bonnet. He's dialed in with a 6.85. They're racing over the 8th mile.
The dragster with a big advantage on the start line. The big Holden was a little bit slow on the light. 6:25 with a 1 and will take the win on a 6:18 for Durrington. The next pair of competitors go through their burnouts. And we have Jason Field in the Perfect Roofing Ford Telstar, taking on Brendan Luke over there in the front engine dragster.
Yeah.
Closest to screen. Luke dialed in with a 496. He'll have to wait 9/10 of a second. That's a big wait on an 8th mile race.
Guys, just wanted to say a big thank you to the crowds here today that have come, made the effort to come out and watch us. We really appreciate you guys. To all the kids, hope you're having a good time. Hope I'm explaining things to you. And Stewie and Steve are always doing an awesome job supporting in Sydney Dragway. Thank you everyone for coming out. We've got some more action coming out. The boys are racing for some big cash.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Pretty even off the tree, Stu. Come to the finish line, and Jason Field takes the win. Had a slightly better line. Converted that to a win. He was closer to the dial-in as well. Goes a 587 with a 4 and a 587 dial-in.
What a package. All right, Tegan Smith, the JM Automotive rear-engine dragster with the big block Chev, has dialed in with a 4.64. She's going to be taking on Ian O'Sullivan in his 2015 Ford FGX Falcon with a Barra Turbo in it, who's dialed in with a 6.25. This is the trans brake class. And I'll tell you what, Tegan, well, can't remember how long she's been in this drag. So I've got a feeling it might be about 6 months, 6 to 8 months.
Not even that, Stu.
No?
It's only probably 2 to 3 months for her.
All right, yep. Well, I'll tell you what, she is doing an absolute killer job in that car. I know her and her sister both love to race. They don't like it when they have to race each other, but that's the nature of the beast. So Tegan was the number 1 qualifier with a 4.64 with an 8 at 148. Ian O'Sullivan was our number 12 qualifier with a 6.54 with a 1. He's dialed in with a 6.25. I dare say it's starting to cool down a little bit out there, so the Barra Turbo should start to come into its own. This is the Transbake class, 4.91 to a 0.542. Ian O'Sullivan, well, he's got the advantage, but the win goes to Tegan Smith, a 4.69 and a 4.64. Only 5/100ths of a second in front of the Barra. All right, Jeff Alston, the 1970 Chev Camaro, 632 cubes of big block Chev. On board, about to take on Sammy Joe Johnson in the green machine from Dialed In Racing, the Elliott Nitrous and LS1 powered VH Commodore. Our number 10 qualifier with a 6.33 has dialed in with a 6.17. Jeff Alston, our number 4 qualifier with a 5.25. He's dialed in 5.20. All right, so that's 632 cubed big block Chev in the Camaro. Up against this nitrous-assisted LS1. This car, Sammy Joe's, has run as quick as a 998. From memory, picks up the left front. He's got a hundredth of a second up her sleeve and gets the win. Unfortunately, a breakout there for Jeff Alston, 5.12 and a 5.20 dial in. Sammy Joe Johnson, a 6.21 on a 6.17. So, sure have to keep an eye on that because the racing's going to get a lot tougher, but great run there from Sammy Joe. Michael Little coming out now on a solo in the trans brake class. The M&A Plumbing at Forbes, 1972 LJ Tirana. Now, it does say in my system that there's meant to be another racer from the foot brake class. That Michael Little is in the trans brake class. All right, Michael Little looks like he's going on a solo. He's dialed in with a 5.92. He will get the win, but it's a good chance for Michael just to test that dial in. He was our number 6 qualifier with a 5.94 with a 1 over the 8th mile. There he goes, 5.94 with a 3 at 116 there. So nice and consistent there for Michael Little. As looks like we're getting into the foot brake class. We got Martin Stevenson, who's dialed in with a 6.70 in the big drag van. About to take on Alicia Bennett in the VH Commodore with the 355 Holden on board. Martin Stevenson dialing in with a 6.70, a 7.40 there for Alicia Bennett. Unfortunately, a red light there for Alicia. So the win going straight to Martin Stevenson. He goes to 6.71 with a 4 and a 6.70. All right, Andy Box from Mudgee in the 71 Holden HQ Ute. He's dialed in with a 7.62. Liam Sheridan also dialed in with a 7.62, but unfortunately it looks like he's rolled the beams. So Andy Box gets the win. You're in the 2200 Drag Racing Association foot brake class. G'day, panel van man. How are you, my friend? Good to see you tuning in via YouTube here for the 2200 Drag Races Association and No Prep Races Australia Cash Days event here at Sydney Dragway. Well, Alan Stevenson, he's dialed in with a 10.89 in the work truck. Cooper Bennett with a 6.80. Cooper's got the advantage and takes the win, a 6.94 on a 6.80 dial in. All right, Dave Morton coming out now in the BMW E46 with the LS1 on board, the DJM Racing. And, of course, Chris Virillis as well in the FG Falcon, the 4-litre Barra, running for GCN Racing. Now, I've got the red lights flashing. I'm just going to check the rocket lane to make sure that there is nothing down. So we've just got a little bit of a slight hold up on track. I haven't got confirmation as to why we're not racing at this point in time. They're just checking for fluid. All right, we're good to go. Dave Morton, the LS1 powered BMW. A good friend of everybody at Dialed In Racing, but also a fierce competitor against everybody from Dialed In Racing as well. We love the banter between Dave and the team. Chris Virillis, this man, if you cut his arm with a knife, his blood is not red, it's blue. And that 4-litre Barra, well, he's dialed in with a 9.55. Dave Morton dialing in with a 7.37. Chris Virillis has got the reaction time advantage by 2.5 tenths. And he gets the win, a 9.69 on a 9.55. Unfortunately for Dave Morton, a little bit too slow on the reaction time has just not helped him. All right, Nicholas Virillis coming out now in the Barra 4-litre. About to take on Adam Bowers in the Forza Performance and Power Plus Race Fuels sponsored VX Commodore LS1 underneath the bonnet. He's dialed in with a 7.95. Nicholas Virillis has dialed in with a 9.40. Oh, Adam Bowers, 0.154 reaction time on the tree. Now, he's just got to hope that he doesn't break out, and he does. He gets the win. A 7.97 on a 7.95 dial-in. And Nicholas Virillis, a 9.56. Unfortunately, just didn't get the win. Go on, Lockie. You're going to give Dad a bit of a rev up, mate, for the next round. Great to see the Bauer families here. Great bunch of people that they are. All right, Craig English in the 1977 Toyota Corolla and Stephen Bryce in the XB from Warhope. Steve's got the start line advantage and takes the win, a 7.67 on a 7.58 for Stephen Bryce. Brody Buckley coming out now. The 84 Holden Commodore with the LS1 in it, taking on George Varillis from Summer Hill in the FPV. You know, from memory, Bushman.
Yes.
Every time I see this car and I see Brody, I always think of Brody. For some reason, I always think of Brody Tedesco.
Is it something to do with the fact that it's purple?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair.
And I know it's an early model Commodore as well. Well, George Varillis has left the red light on the tree, so Brody is through to the next round of the foot brake class as part of the 2200 Drag Racers Association. All right, this should be an absolute cracker of a race. We've got the big blue HJ about to come out now of Steve Davies, the 308 underneath the bonnet, and he's about to take on Joseph Friere in the 85 Toyota Cressida with 2J on board, 321 CR. Well, I don't think the Holden will want to say that. Doing a quick mop up in aisle 2. Of course, the 2200 Drag Racers Association, big thank you to Power Plus Race Fuels who continually get behind grassroots drag racing and supplying fuel to a lot of our competitors.
Is that the HJ that's discreetly blown down there, supercharged? I can hear something. Oh no, it might be the car behind that station wagon that I can just hear idling away down below.
Sounds good, doesn't it? All right, let's see if Steve Davies can get the jump on Joseph. This 2J powered Cressida has been going very well all day. Steve Davies has got a 10th per second up his sleeve. Can he get it? Yes, he does. 7.10 on a 7.02. Unfortunately for Joseph, a little bit too slow on the lights there. 6.71 and 660. All right, rank is coming out now. This supercharged HQ wagon, the blown 454 big block. He's dialed in with a 7.77. And he's taking on Brendan Bond from the entrance in the VE Commodore with the LS2 on board. He's dialed in with an 8.92. Now, I always say wagons make fantastic drag cars. Not just for looks, but also for the advantage of the weight shift. Nathan has got the advantage on the start line. Can he hold the Commodore off? And he gets the win, a 7.93 with a 6 on a 7.77 dial in there for Nathan. Brendan gave it a red hot go, a 9.14 and an 8.92 dial in. All right, Paul Galea. Now it's coming up here as the trans brake class. And Ryan Vella down here in this gorgeous looking Chevrolet C10 Ute with the LS1. This is in the foot brake class. So unless Paul Galea is not using the trans brake, we're just going to run it off the foot brake. I'll tell you what, Bushman, you don't see many cars these days that have still got the trumpets hanging out of the bonnet, do you?
No, the old mechanical style injection kind of been replaced by the EFI stuff, I dare say. But still a pretty cool looking setup. Trumpet for each cylinder, of course. finish line.
Yeah, 5:58 with an 8 and a 5:57. Dial in there for Paul Galea. All right, we got Aidan Stutchbury from Jordan Springs in the VR Commodore, supercharged LS1, taking on the drag gnome Mark Elborn from Marimba in the HQ Ute, running for Power Plus Race Fuels. He's got the 410 cubed naturally aspirated Chevy underneath the bonnet. Mark dialed in with a 7.33. Aidan Stutchbury has dialed in with a 6.42.
Yeah, wow. 9/10 of a second head start going to Elborn in the rocket lane. Closest to camera.
Check out the HQ wagon coming up the return road, Bushman. That looks tough, doesn't it?
Certainly something a little bit different, Stu. All right, both races now moving forward.
See Lucy Sharon down there for Aidan. Hey Shaz. Hey Corey. Two of the young guns of drag racing here in New South Wales too. Mark Elborn, 0.541 on the tree. Aidan's got a little bit of work to do. And he doesn't get the win, unfortunately. A 7.36 on a 7.33 dial in there for Mark Elborn.
Look at that. The difference, exactly the difference on the light, pretty much. 0.11 of a second, that was the difference across the finish line.
Wow. Right, Brett Stutchbury in the VH Commodore. It's got the naturally aspirated 5.7 litre underneath the bonnet. He's taking on a Warwick Goff from Redhead in the Jeep Trackhawk, 6.2 litres of Mopar power. He's dialed in with a 7.50. Brett Stutchbury dialed in with a 6.82. Well, Brett Stutchbury's got 300ths of a second advantage on the start line, but the Trackhawk gets the win. Unfortunately for Brett, has broken out a 6.80 and a 6.82. So the big Trackhawk has got the win and goes through to the next round of the foot brake class here at the 2200 Drag Racers Association. All right, Alan Ostie, 1978 Holden Tirana, taking on Dylan Giles in the HQ Ute. Both these cars LS powered.
Only a 1/10 of a second between the two. Ute to do the chasing. Tirana out in front at the moment. Still out in front.
Dylan had the slightly better reaction time, got the win, a 7.48. For him as Brett McNiff comes out now in the 1967 Valor hardtop. He's dialed in with a 5.70. This car's been running like it's on rails today. So this is going to be a tough ask for Anthony Gattalari in the HQ Ute, who's dialed in with a 6.73.
All right, so the big Valiant will do the chasing. If taking his time to get in the stage, in there now. Nice one's up launch from the Valiant. And Gattalari will take the win. Got there by 2/10 of a second. McNiff running off the dial in by 0.27 there, which again, was the margin across the finish line.
Yeah. So I think conditions out there, Steve, they're starting to play mind games with a few of the races.
Well, it certainly appears to be the case that the weather conditions perhaps reducing the horsepower available to some of these competitors, perhaps. I'm not 100% sure.
All right, we're in the Vintage Gas, and Phil Moore from Jamison Town in the 54 Chef Bel Air. He was our number one qualifier with an 8.87. He's dialed in with an 8.60. So good chance for Phil to test the dial in. Well, 0.652 reaction time. And goes 8.77 to half track. The other Chevy Bel Air down on track now in the Aeroflow lane. That's Matthew Moore. It's a 55 model Chevy Bel Air. Taking on Kevin Landream and Doris Lamorris, who's dialed in with an 8.60. Matthew Moore's dialed in 8.90. Doris Lamorris has got the win, an 8.89 on an 8.60 dial in. Matthew Moore, unfortunately, a breakout there. For Matt, 881 and an 890. All right, we're into the bike class now, and wow, Steve, what a matchup we've got right now. Two guys that have versed each other a lot in modified bike over the years. Peter Strudwick from Orange on board the V-Rod, and Ron Adams on board his Harley, who's dialed in with a 550.
Yeah, so Adams with a performance advantage here by some 0.6 of a second on the dial in. So Strudwick to lead first.
Well, I'm sure everybody down in Orange will be cheering Peter Strudwick on. There's not too much in it, but Ron Adams, he gets the win, a 581 on a 550. Unfortunately for Peter Strudwick, just moved around a little bit off the start line.
Yeah, he did. I think maybe out of the throttle there a little bit, and I wouldn't blame him. The bike was over towards the wall, probably a lot more than what he would have liked it to be.
All right, Albie Davison on board the Suzuki SV1000, taking on Greg Harraden on board the Kawasaki ZX14. And in typical ZX14 style, it's running into the nines. Albie's dialed in with a 7.55, 6.05 for Greg.
Harraden with a better reaction time here. And we'll convert that to a win. Goes a 6-1, a 6 with a 0 and a 6.05 to claim the win.
It's a good thing it's all Chicago shootout. These 2200. So if you want to be part of the 2200, get in touch with them, guys. And definitely become a racer in this great 8th mile drag racing. Right, Cheryl Beddoes is dialed in with a 5.69 on the V-Rod. Sean Close in beside her on board the R1 Yamaha, dialing in with a 7 flat. Sean's got the advantage and takes the win, a 7.01 with 7 on the 7.00. Cheryl Beddoes, a 577 and a 569. Still nothing to sneeze at, mind you.
No, definitely a good run by both competitors. The margin across the finish line, about a 1/10 of a second there between the two.
Well, I can see some of our No Prep Races Australia big tyre competitors pulling up out the back. I wonder if Johnny's, relaxed a little bit.
Well, he might be a little bit more relaxed unless he's taken another bet with the Mark. We'll see. We'll see how we go.
Mark Daskalakis, mate, he'll be grinning all day.
As you say, Stu, we're just waiting on some of the NPRA cars to assemble behind the tower for the next round of racing.
We've got some of our big tired cars out the back. We've got small tired cars that have just been called to come around to the staging lane. So if you are in the small tyre class, make your way around to the staging lanes, please, guys.
I have a feeling we're up to semis in the big tyre category.
I think so.
That's correct, gentlemen. We are.
We got Brett O'Connor and Paul Clark in one of those battles, and I think who's the other one? Steve Athens and
The Junkyard Dog, Simon Krieger.
No, that'll be a good one.
Yeah, man. But they both went pretty quick.
Yeah, well, the apprenticeships are us. No Prep Racing Australia here at Sydney Dragway. They've been turning it up today, as has the 2200 Drag Racers Association. Give yourselves a round of applause, guys. You guys are absolutely killing it here today at Sydney Dragway. And you know what, Johnny, I reckon we're just going to get some smack talk happening, mate. You know, like, all right, mate, Krieger's been really quiet today. He hasn't even messaged me.
Maybe he's focused on trying to tune that Camaro to get down the racetrack. And,
well, he does have Steve Athens up beside him, so anyone racing the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Athens, has to be on his toes. But I'll tell you what, he's been cutting some lights, and boy, he's been doing some wheel stands today on a pretty average Sydney Dragway surface, which is pretty exciting as well.
You see Brett McNiff coming up the return road in that gorgeous Valiant hardtop. Still to this day, Johnny, one of the best looking race cars in my book in New South Wales, that car.
Absolutely. Big love and respect for the McNiff family. Racing runs in their blood. Young Jeff up and coming. Awesome race team.
All right, here we go.
Round two, here we go. It's on. Racing for $5,000, guys. Paul Clark, Brett O'Connor. Nice skid.
Hey, Johnny, just a question. With the big tyre class, when it comes to the final, do they get lane choice or is whatever lane they get put in?
No, they flip for it. So what we've said to them is if you don't agree on the lane, you've got to flip the coin. So and sometimes it can get a bit testy, especially when they're racing for dollars. But so far, the boys have been very well behaved this weekend. So, no, they flip and they work it out between them.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll tell you what, Brett O'Connor, that car's already gone 5.74 seconds over the 8th mile. Paul Clark, I'll tell you what, man, if he's not feeling the pressure, Johnny, I don't know who would be. He's
Well,
got to be
look,
sharp on the light, man.
He's not one of the fastest cars in the field, but still fast in anyone's language. But he's still up there, right? Well, here we are in the semis, and the 5.5 cars racing the 470 car. That's no prep racing. There's been a few upsets, there's been a few red lights, a few guys have been turning tyres, and here he is. He's got to be wrapped with that. He's in the semis. So, yeah, definitely would be nervous against Brett O'Connor. That car has been on song. That's wild, that machine.
All right, let's see if Paul Clark can tree Brett O'Connor. He has too. But Brett O'Connor,
there you go.
The power of that big 636 cube share, 474 with a 152 miles per hour.
Nah, but very well done to Paul Clark. He definitely had a good go then. I think he actually cut a better light. I don't know if you guys have got the numbers.
Yeah, he did.
There you go. So he did the best he could. That's all you can do. Naturally aspirated versus a nitrous big one.
All right, the OG of Pro Street up against one of the OGs of nitrous racing here in Australia, Simon Krieger.
In the junkyard dog. He got this car for a song, really good price, and in Krieger fashion put his nitrous engine in there, did some innovation with Matty Marsh. He gives Matty Marsh a headache, the old poor Matty. Krieger changes his mind all the time, and he's here today racing, and here he is in the semi-finals against an absolute Pro Street legend, Steve Athens. This is going to be a very exciting race.
And he was trying to be sneaky this week, wasn't he, Johnny? He didn't tell people he was coming till the last minute.
That's right. He didn't want me to put it up. He didn't want me to put it on Facebook. He goes, just let me show up. Then he slapped everyone with the close to 1,600 horsepower at the hub's horsepower figure. And he's been really rattling him all day. The wheels come up on this thing. He sends it. It's really nice no-prep combination. We're very excited about it.
All right, Steve Athens, Bushman, that turbo Ford Mustang.
Simon has the advantage on the line because he can blast out on the bottle. Steve has to bump City, get in there. So let's see how we go.
All right, so here we can hear the boost building for Athens. Krieger goes into full stage pretty much at the same time. The tree drops, both cars away. Athens all the way. Krieger.
Wow, 4.60.
Yeah, wow, 162 miles an hour across the finish line, Johnny. That car was turned up.
Mate, he was ready for war. Read the track's getting better through the day, and sent it, 4.60. OG legend, well done, Steve Athens. But I'll tell you what, Simon definitely gave it a good run for the money at a 5.0 on a Sydney street meet style track. Spectacular. Well done, guys.
Well, I think that's the highest mile an hour we've seen for Kriegs. He went 5.1 in qualifying, and then 5.009, 147 on that pass. And looking at Athens, he stepped it up by nearly 2/10 as well over what he recorded on the timesheets from what we can see here. And 162 miles an hour.
Yeah, wow. Top end charge of that turbo. Steve Athens is a very weathered, experienced racer, and we're so honoured to have him on board with us today. On to the next round for the $5,000. So into the final, Steve Athens and Brett O'Connor. Two very stout, fast cars. You got a 4.60. And you got a 4.7 car. How good is that final going to be? It's exciting.
I was just going to make that comment. There's about 1/10 of a second between them on paper, but I think it will be whoever can get the most amount of horsepower down the earliest is going to be the one that will take home that that paycheck.
Absolutely, that's going to be a very exciting race. And that's what we've created with the NPRA style racing. It has been like that all over Australia. Happens all over on regional tracks all over Australia. And we invite everyone. You want to see some killer racing? NPRA's got the goods.
We're about to get into some small tyre action by the look of it. See Mr. Peters bringing the Tirana forward.
Well, we've got to match Mr. Mark Daskalakis. Took $1,000 from me today, has been kicking my ass all day today as we've been having a few issues with my baby. Now he's racing the nitrous small block of Mark Peters. Mark Peters earlier today popped it into the wall, taped it up, taped it up, came straight back out and PB. That's how we roll at NPRA. This car is truly spectacular. 10.5-inch tyre, and he's run the same numbers as the big tyre cars on a 10.5-inch tyre.
So we've got turbo versus nitrous. It's almost like calling it a pro mod race, isn't it, Steve?
You're not wrong there, Stu. Because we're obviously in cars a little bit more street orientated than our pro mod category, but certainly the differences.
Small tyre,
are much the same.
$3,000 up for grabs. Mark Peters, 421, small block Chev with lots of smarts and tricks. Mark Daskalakis, twin turbo LS out of PSC Racing. I'm so excited and happy to see him here in the semis.
All right, both races into full stage. Away nicely for both cars. Peters with a jump.
Great race! Wow!
There's a bit of smoke coming out of Mark Peters' Tirana as he crossed the finishing line, so hopefully that's nothing bad, but a 5.05.
How good of a race was that? Side by side, just like the Pro Street days. That was killer. Well done, Mark Daskalakis, but Mark Peters rules supreme, takes the win into the final for $3,000. Well done.
I tell you what, there was only 5 thou in the reaction time between those two cars, and then 60 foot pretty much.
Wow, that's pretty impressive, eh?
60
Good on 'em.
foot's pretty much identical, Johnny, and then it was just in the 330 onwards that Mark Peters' Tirana just started to pull away.
Amazing. Usually it's the nitrous cars that have the top end charge, eh, Steve? So
yeah,
there you go.
Well, 328 for Peters to 330 to a 373 for Mark in the rocket lane there, and then 505 with a 7 compared to a 5206.
So cool. On a 10.5-inch tyre, 28 by 10.5-inch, true 10.5 on a track that's definitely improved, but again, can be compared to any street meet you guys hold on a Wednesday night. Well done to the NPRA small tyre guys. Mark Peters, you are a small tyre gangster. Well done, mate. Put it in the wall, board it back out, and here he goes into the final.
All right, we've got Gary Popvasek. It's coming up on our screen right now, the Mazda 1000.
His surname's hard to pronounce, eh, Stewie?
Yeah, I had to slow it down a little bit to pull it out. But then again, I'm also sort of used to the long Greek names where there's like 15 letters in the surname. But no disrespect to anybody that's Greek, by the way, guys. I love you, but yeah. But your surnames, I've got to spell them out. But this little Mazda 1000 ute, it's been a bit of a surprise packet today. LS Turbo on board. Number 5 qualifier with a 5.85 at 119.
Now, earlier today with this Datsun ute, we had a major upset. Another very top runner is our fantastic sponsors and legends that race all over Australia. One of the most consistently raced cars, the HJ of Warhorse Motorsports, Chris Shepherd. He bumped through the light and he triggered the red. Definitely, I think between the two cars today, he would have beaten the little Mazda. But that's no prep racing, and that's the twist we love to see. This guy's come in as an underdog. Now he gets the bye. He's into the final. And that's why we love the way the format and why we love the no prep racing and the way we run our events. So he gets the bye. He'll send it through for a test. He asked me, do I have to? I said, yes, I'd like the crowds to see it, and I'd like to get a bit better number to give him a chance in the final. So in the final is this little Mazda, Mr. Popovic, against Mark Peters for $3,000 in small tyre.
That little Virgin Nos, or hands out the window there.
Yeah, waving the crew over to the car. Didn't do a burnout there either.
Hey, Johnny, you got Mark Daskalakis coming up the return road. You've also got...
I'll talk to the man, the myth, the legend.
Mr. Athens?
Into the final, Mr. Athens. Congratulations. You're up against Brett Connor. He's run a 4.7, you've done a 4.6. It's going to be a gangster final. We're very excited. Absolute credit to you, mate. I've been talking to you up all day. A Pro Street legend. Are you having fun today?
I'm having a great time, man. These sort of events I love. And what you're doing, Johnny, with everybody else and the people involved, it's awesome.
Thank you so much, my brother. God, credit to you. Earlier this year, guys, he had an incident. You can't keep a legend down. Went back, built the car, straight back out. Very next meeting, put the car on its lid, and here you have it. Here he is running 460s on a no prep.
All right, Gary Podvasek is in pre-stage in the Mazda 1000 Ute with the LS Turbo. Just having a look in the back of it. Johnny, what can you see they're looking at in the back?
They're just plugging in. I think they're plugging in some power options, checking the back power. It's like, looks like a power plug, positive and negative plug. So this might be a power issue, connectivity issue. Looks like a power issue, like a battery issue, so they're going to go check it out. Look, he got the buy, so needs to come out for the final. So.
All right, we're about to get into Streetcar Gangsters, Bushman.
Yeah, I can see two of the tough
How
ones.
good has this class been today, guys?
Yeah, very much so, Johnny. Two of the tough ones sitting down in the water box.
Oh, this is a good matchup. These have been two of the fast boys, right? So that's where they've landed in the tree, in the matchup tree. So 520 versus a 520.
Well, Terry Clement said he had a cylinder problem with his car, Steve, so let's see how it goes.
Sounded all right in the burnout there, so I think he found it.
And Luke Edwards with this.
I wonder what he's done. He said he had a cylinder problem earlier, eh, Shuey?
Yeah, he did. That's what I said to Bushman. Bushman reckons it sounds pretty good in the burnout. So we'll see how it goes.
Edwards rocked the beam.
No. He's saving it. He's coming off it. He would have taken it anyway. That didn't look like a cylinder problem to me. I reckon it was a spark plug lead or something. Wow, he went then.
He did, Johnny. Unfortunately, Edwards, no time recorded.
Red light. Unfortunately, with NPRA rules, you jump, you lose, you cross, you lose.
All right, Benedetto Sorrenti in the Hold Tirana with 350 Chev on board. Taking on David Ipping from North Rocks, the VL Commodore with the barra in it. The hater. So it's number 5 qualifier for David. He went as quick as a 5.63 in qualifying. Taking on number 11 qualifier for Benedetto Sorrenti. He was at number 11 qualifier with a 6.01 with a 5. So he might have a little bit of work to do up against David. Naturally aspirated 350 Chev in the Tirana up against the Barra Turbo. It's got a little bit of nitrous to help it spool up. Well, Dave got the jump there, Bushman, and he's definitely got the win.
Very cool race, very cool race. Nice work.
All right, Philip LaRocca from Tennyson Park. 632 cubes of Chev power on board this beautiful looking Holden Tirana. Taking on Paul Papacosta from Wetherill Park in the 1972 Ford Capri. He's got the 440 cubes of Chev power on board. The classic Holden versus Ford, but they've both got Chev motors in it. And this is going to be a very, very tight race because you've got number 6 qualifier for Paul Papacosta taking on number 7 qualifier, Philip LaRocca.
570s with an aspirated small block. Engineered, street registered, full interior, small tyre. Credit to the Capri.
Yeah, Paul Papacosta in the Capri, 566, number 6 qualifier, and a 572 with a 7 for Philip LaRocca, who has got the jump big time on the Capri. He goes a 576 to a 578.
As they say, Steve and Stewie, you snooze, you lose.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Johnny. There was 9/10 across the finish line, which was exactly pretty much what the reaction time difference was there. A big jump going to Paul LaRocca in the Holden Tirana to take the win there.
So into the finals, Paul LaRocca. Was that the semis? So yeah, 12 cars. It's at the semi. So racing for $5,000. David Iping, Paul LaRocca.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got David coming up the return road. We'll see if we can grab him and get a word from him.
Yeah, sure.
In the Barra-powered wheel.
Hayter. Mr. Hayter, well done, mate. Great win. Into the semis, I think. That's right. Congratulations. You happy about that?
Very happy. Car's going great, so I can't...
All good, the Para Turbo, no issues?
No issues, mate. Not like them LS's.
Running like a clock, yeah? No worries, yeah. No, well done, mate. A pleasure to have you. Awesome. We'll see you. Hopefully you get to the finals.
Great stuff from all the No Prep Races Australia group so far today. We're not far from getting into the business end, but we've got a few of the 2,200 cars starting to line up out the back.
So to all our regional friends, please don't forget on the 29th of August, NPRA is coming to Bottingara Airport, the Wellington. We're calling it the Dubbo No Prep Takeover. We are working hand in hand with the awesome event there, Dubbo Motorfest. Working side by side with those guys. Our Saturday will be just testing. Our main event is Sunday. So what we're expecting is a lot of our racers and a lot of the fans to go through to the Auto Fest. Have a look at one amazing car show that they have there, Stewie. 10,000 people attend in that weekend to Dubbo. And then we'll be racing to complement their event on the Sunday. So everyone that's listening in, we'd love to see you there. It's the first time for Dubbo, and we're hoping to break records. We've been breaking crowd records everywhere we go in the regional area, so we're hoping that's the case.
All right, looks like we've got one more car in the Street Gangster class. It is our number 1 qualifier, Tim Fraser, in the Toyota Corolla with the RB30 Turbo on board. 5.11 with a 5 at 141 miles an hour. This car's gone over the 8th mile so far.
Yeah, so Tim got the buy. He came and asked me. They had a fan belt problem earlier. And I said to him, look, you got the buy. If you can't get out, don't come out. But in true NPRA fashion, he's out here and he's going to send it, get some more data so he can prepare himself for the finals.
Well, Bushman, this has been the quickest car all day in the Street Gangster class. Starting to cool down a little bit. The Corolla might come to its own. 1.28 and 60.
Yeah, wow.
It's a wild little thing, that.
3.5 to the 330. Out of the throttle, still rolls through to a 640 at only 77. Wow.
That's the one to watch in Street Gangster, guys.
Such an unassuming car as well.
I know, you wouldn't pick it, would you?
And that's the theme, right, in Street Gangster,
Yeah.
unassuming. Like Steve Sigma, Mum Sigma. You see how quick that thing goes, and rock up at a set of lights against that thing, you'll get a shock of your life.
Unless you see Steve's head behind the wheel, then, you know. No disrespect, Steve. You know I love you, man. But,
you better
you
not
know, but
disrespect you.
if you drive down the road and see your head behind the wheel, there's no way you're going to win it.
I'll just lock the door now, Stu.
That's all right. Steve knows where I live. He's known me since I was 18, 19. So, yeah. Well, guys, we're not too far away from getting back into the 2200 Drag Racers Association here at Sydney Dragway. As Johnny and I have said and Steve said, big thank you to all the spectators that have come out to support the event and come out and watch this fantastic 8th mile drag racing. that we've got here at Sydney Dragway. So Gary Durrington's dragster, by look at being pushed forward. Great bunch of races, these 2200 races, Steve.
Yeah, it's certainly a good club atmosphere down there, and you know, friends out here doing battle with each other on the racetrack.
I'll tell you what though, I know we don't generally do this at other events, Steve, but I'll tell you what, if I could give an award like we do at Race for Real for a free ticket to Race for Real for next week, I would give it to that driver, the Anglo.
Yeah.
I think that is one of the best looking cars, if not the best looking car here this weekend.
You wouldn't have any opposition from me there, of course. A little bit biased in that regard, but certainly a very, very nice little car.
All right, we're into the trans-brake class, and Gary Durrington from Hobartville in the dragster. He's dialed in with the 6.18. Joe Box from Mudgee in the 78 Holden HZ Ute with 355 Holden motor on board. He's dialed in with a 6.60. Now, he would have seen how good Gary Durrington is on the light, so you'd have that in the back of his mind. Looks like he's got a little bit of nitrous potentially on board this car. Oh, a bit of wheel spin there, Steve, for Joe Box. Got the better reaction time, but Garrett Durrington, I think he's just in front. Yes, he is, 6.24. Drove around him.
Yeah, 600ths of a second, he got that by. Good close race. Durrington runs 6.24 with a 3 on a 6.18.
Right, Jim Bruce, the Holden Gemini with the 6-litre LS from T&D for TD Motorsport. 6.62 dial in. And Ian O'Sullivan in the FGX Ford with the Barrett Turbo. He's dialed in with a 6.25. Hit a little bit of an issue the last time he came out, so hopefully they've rectified that. And we'll see the classic Holden versus Ford. Of course, my mate Feral Kev, who lives out west, one of the most well-known...
Feral Kev, need I ask more?
Well, he's... If you go around the country and you're in the ute scene, Steve, everybody knows who Feral Kev is. He's actually got an Isuzu-powered car that he races, and he would have been rooting for the little Gemini there. All right, the Alco Pop coming out now in the rocket lane. As I mentioned, if I could give a ticket away to a driver, this would be it. Mark Ind in the Ford Anglia with the small block Chev on board. 6.23 up against Brent Souden in the HG sedan.
Oh, he's got about 3.5 tenths up his sleeve. He got the Anglia driver and goes too fast, Stu. 6.20 with a 7 on a 6.23. Got there by 4 tenths, but had to hand the win light back to the HG in the aeroplane.
All right, Peter Brown in his Denaro Dragster coming out. He's dialed in with a 4.85. In beside him, Bill Wallace from Cessnock in the VN Commodore with the big block Chev in it. He's dialed in with a 6 flat. The Sims Integrated Solutions.
That's a fairly decent head start to give to Bill Wallace there. We've got close 1.15 seconds. The Commodore nearly going to be at the 60-foot mark by the time the dragster lets go.
Well, Bill Wallace top qualified 16, Steve, for the 6.96 and dialing in the 6 flat. So maybe there's more in it that we don't know about. But he's rolled the beams.
It's unfortunate there for Bill Wallace. Each round will take the win. 487 with a 5 on his 485 dialing at 142 miles an hour. car been running in that 485 second time zone all day.
All right, Sammy Joe Johnson from Erskine Park in the VH Commodore from Darley Racing, the Green Machine, the nitrous-assisted LS1, has dialed in with a 6.19. But in beside her is scheduled to be Michael Little in the M&A Plumbing at Forbes, LJ Tirana. He's dialed in with a 5.92. Just waiting for Michael to bring the Tirana forward. Here he is.
He's down there, here he comes.
All right, Sammy Joe Johnson straight to pre-stage.
All right, a 592 for Little to a 619 for Sammy Joe, the dial in. It's waiting on Little to bump into stage in there now. Nice launch for both cars. Pretty even on the tree. Sammy Joe with the slightest of advantages. Doesn't convert it to a win. 36/10,000ths of a second across the finish line for Michael Little to claim the win with a 5.929 on a 5.92 dial in. So 9th thou over.
All right, Jeff Alston in this 1970 Chev Camaro, the 632 cubes, a big block Chev on board. He's dialed in with a 5.12. Steve Arnold in the EH Holden with a small block on board. He's dialed in with a 6.25. Jeff Alston, he's got 2/10 up his sleeve on the reaction time and converts it to the win. A 5.16 on a 5.12 dial-in. Unfortunately there for Steve Arnold, just the reaction time just did not help him. Well, Steve, we're going to battle the young guns. Tegan Smith in the Dragster, running for JM Automotive, and Brendan Luke in the front engine Dragster with the 402 cube Mopar motor on board.
Around 3/10 the head start going to the front engine car. Brendan Luke got him with a 499. Smith a little bit quicker with a 468.
Tegan Smith, almost half a second up her sleeve, but Brendan Luke gets the win, a 5.01 on a 499. Slower reaction time, Steve. I thought, oh, this is going to be close.
I thought Smith had that in the bag. She had a better light and whatnot, but obviously Brendan Luke just running off the dial in a fraction there. And it looks like Jason Field is going to take solo into the next round here, the Ford Telstar. In for a 587 here. .583 with a 6. Goes under the dial in, but that's what solo runs are all about.
All right, we're into the foot brake class. We've got Alan Stevenson in the shop ute, running for Power Plus Race Fuels. Big thank you to Power Plus Race Fuels for coming on board as a sponsor for the 2200 as well as No Prep Races Australia classes. Now he's dialed in with a 10.99. In beside him, Dylan Giles in the HQ Ute with the LS in it, built by Price Engines. He's dialed in with a 7.45. And Dylan Giles has thrown it away. He's gone left before third amber, so Alan Stevenson through to the next round and actually went under his dial-in as well, 10.88 on a 10.99 dial-in.
Interesting there to see how much the bonnet actually goes out of shape for the Holden utility, yellow Holden utility on that run.
All right, Martin Stevenson coming out now in the HQ panel van, the drag van, Power Plus Race Fuels sponsored car with the 427 Chevy. He's dialed in with a 6.70. In beside him, Warwick Goff in the Jeep Trackhawk, who's dialed in with a 7.50. Well, Martin Stevenson has just chopped him on the tree in half and takes the win, a 6.78 on a 6.70 dial-in. Warwick Goff, a 7.52 on a 7.50. All right, Mark Elborn coming out now, the Power Plus Race Fuels HQ, affectionately known as the Drag Gnome. Taking on Cooper Bennett in the VH Commodore with the LS. Underneath the bonnet, Cooper's dialed in with a 6.80. Mark Elborn, 0.556 reaction time. Should have this one in the bag. Yes, he does. A 7.38 on a 7.33 dial-in. Cooper Bennett gave it a red hot go.
Bennett's car's actually quicker to the 330 there than Elborn was in the Ute, but reaction time there, I think, just telling the story.
All right, Dave Morton in the BMW. About to take on Adam Bowers in the Forza Performance and Power Plus Race Fuels VX Commodore. Only 0.5 of a second difference on the tree. So Adam will get the jump first. Well, Adam's got the start line advantage, but Dave Morton's got the grunt, Steve.
He does, but 3.5 tenths is hard to make up for that BMW. And Adam Bowles takes the win across the finish line. Our next pair go through their burnout procedures. Brody Buckley down there in the airflow lane, taking on Andy Fox in the HQ Ute.
Yeah, great to see a whole heap of racers make the trek down from Mudgee here to Sydney Dragway. Andy's got the jump on the line. And here comes the Commodore. No, he doesn't get there. 7.69 on the 7.62 takes the win over Brody Buckley. As Liam Sheridan comes out now, he's also from Mudgee in the HX Ute. About to take on Nicholas Varillas in the XR6 Falcon with the Barra. Of course, Nicholas and his brother Christopher try to get out here to Sydney Dragway just about every opportunity they get. And a .201 on the tree is going to help him.
Yeah, 4.5 tenths of a second up his sleeve over Liam in the rocket lane. And Varillas takes the win by 4 tenths.
Right, Craig English coming out now from Jesmond in the 1977 Toyota Celica with the 1J in it.
Quite a few races head south from the Hunter region to be here today.
Well, Chris Varillis in the Falcon has got the reaction time advantage. Should take this. Yes, he does. Breakout for Craig English, a 6.89 and a 6.90 dial in.
Yeah, trying to make up that reaction time gap, which wasn't that big, but Varilla still got to the finish line first. There's Stu.
Right, George Varillis coming out now in the FPV. About to take on Joseph Freire in the giant-killing 85 Toyota Cressida with the 2J in it. Well, Joseph has got the reaction time advantage and has got it a 6.54. Unfortunately, a breakout there for George Varillis, 7.95 on an 8.05 dial in.
Next up, we'll see Stephen Bryce in the XB Falcon, dialed in with a 750, taking on Alicia Bennett in the Rocket Lane VH Commodore. She's dialed in with a 740. Just checking out the airflow lane right now as we speak. Both cars are through their burnout procedure. The Falcon, far side, is going to get the opportunity to leave the start line first. Commodore to chase down. Pretty even off the tree, the Falcon with the better jump. And converts to a win. The Holt got there first, but went too quick. 765 with a 5 on a 755 dial in for the Falcon to take the win. Getting into a trans break now. Let's see. We have Paul Galea dialed in with a 557 in the Porsche 928. Taking on Anthony Gadalari. Gadalari dialed in with a 675. Porsche with the metal lead here. Nice clean pass, but breaks out. 556 with a 3 on a 557, 7th foul under. Getting the win to Gadalari. Runs a 679 on a 675.
All right, Nathan Brooking coming out now in the 76 HQ wagon, the blown 454 big block Chev, dialing with a 7.77. In beside him, Brett Stutchbury from Dialed In Racing in the VH Commodore with a 5.7 litre. On board, he's dialed in with a 6.74. Oh, he's got marginally got the better reaction time by 3/100ths of a second and takes the win, a 6.82 on a 674. Nathan Brooking gave it a red hot go though. An 800 with a 1. All right, Brett McNiff coming out now in the 67 Val hardtop. About to take on Brendan Bond in the VE Commodore. Brendan's dialed in with an 8.92. Brett McNiff in the hardtop, dialing in with a 5.70 in the big Chrysler.
Decent weight down there for McNiff. 3.2 seconds. And there we go. McNiff with the advantage on the start line. Runs it straight through the finish line. 5.72 with a 5 on a 5.70. For McNiff to take the win.
All right, Aidan Stutchbury coming out now in the dialed-in racing VR Commodore, the supercharged LS1 underneath the bonnet. He's on a solo. He's dialed in with a 6.42 in qualifying. He went as quick as a 6.36. The number 18 qualifier. Good chance for Aidan, as looks like he's rolled the beam, so he won't actually get the time on this run. So not a good way to test the dial in. All right, guys, getting into vintage gas. We've got Skid Row down there in the rocket lane. I love these vintage gases. If you're watching via YouTube from around the world, or if you're here at the track, guys, let us know if you love these vintage gases. Phil Moore from Jamison Town, the 54 Chev Bel Air in the rocket lane, and Matthew Moore from Robin Hill in New South Wales in the 55 Chev Bel Air with the small block Chev. Only a tenth between them on the dial-ins. Matt's got the better reaction time. And he goes a 9.00 with an 8 on an 8.80 dial-in. Phil went 8.85 on an 8.70.
Look pretty close across the finish line there, Stu.
All right, we've got a solo pass coming up by the look of it. We've got Kevin Lantree from Mossvale in Doris the Morris, the 202 Holden-powered Morris gasser. Move to the right there off the start line for Doris the Morris. And runs on through with a 9.09 with a 2 on an 8.70 dial-in. Goes through to the next round for the vintage gases. Don't forget, Day of the Drags coming up towards the end of the month.
The 27th of June here, Stu, at Sydney Dragway. So not next Saturday, but the following Saturday. As we see Sean Close and Peter Strudwick about to do battle. Close from Musselbrook on the Yamaha YZF R1. Strudwick on board the Harley Davidson V-Rod in the rocket lane.
Yeah, Joe's just helping Peter get to the right spot on the racetrack. We've got Japanese horsepower versus American horsepower. Well, I'll tell you what, Sean Close, a little bit slow reaction time. Peter Strudwick went straight to the left. It's going to be tight. And Sean Close gets the win, a 7.29 with a 2 and 104 miles per hour. Peter Strudwick left the line, got to about 30 foot out, and the bike just started to move to the left. That would have hurt him in the 60 foot.
Yeah, Strudwick's bike seems to want to turn to the left on most occasions, Stu.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that bike's got a square tyre on it. I dare say it does. And if it's just leaning slightly the wrong way, that's all it takes to get the bike go to the left. Albie Davison about to take on Cheryl Beddoes.
Davidson dialed in with a 762. Meadows with a 569.
Oh, Cheryl has just absolutely chopped the tree. She should get the win. She does. A 585 with the 7 on a 569. Albie Davison just broke out by 1,000th of a second.
It's a cruel sport sometimes, Stu.
It is. All right, Greg Haranden from Wiley's Flat on board the Kawasaki ZX14R. About to take on Ron Adams on board his Harley Davidson. Ron's dialed in with the 570. Greg's dialed in with the 595. Got the classic Japanese versus American muscle. Ron Adams, he's got the advantage on start line and a 6.03 on a 570 to a 6.14 with the 9 for Greg Haradam. 2/10 quicker on the tree on the reaction time there for Ron Adams. In the bike class,
Right, Stuart, looks like we're waiting for our next round of cars to come on around to the staging lanes.
yes, we must thank you, some of our sponsors, and a huge thank you to Apprenticeships R Us. They are main sponsor of the No Prep Races Australia contingent that are here this weekend. Of course, there's support of them and Grassroots Motorsport. And Apprenticeships R Us is one of Australia's leading apprenticeship and trainee employment organisations. And just like No Prep Racing, Apprenticeships R Us is all about developing talent, building skills, creating opportunities for the next generation to succeed. So whether you're a young person looking to start your career or a business looking for quality apprentices and trainees, Apprenticeships R Us has the experience, support and industry connections to help make it happen. And of course, a huge thank you to Warhorse Performance for their continued support of No Prep Races Australia and Grassroots Drag Racing. Now, they're not just builders, they're racers too. Warhorse campaigns one of the toughest small tyre cars in Australian No Prep racing, a wild twin-turbo HJ Holden sedan capable of producing up to 1,800 horsepower. And it's a car that has become a fan favourite and a serious contender wherever it lines up. And a big thank you to Warhorse Performance for getting behind the No Prep Races Australia and of course Grassroots Drag Racing here in the country. Of course, Power Plus race fuels, from naturally aspirated combinations to nitrous, turboed and supercharged race cars. Power Plus race fuels is helping power some of the toughest machines in Australian motorsport. We must thank Martin and Alan for their continued support of the No Prep Races Australia and also a lot of our New South Wales races here at Sydney Dragway, whether it's here at the 2200 drag racing event or our New South Wales State Championship rounds that we have here at Sydney Dragway. So huge big thank you to them. Also, the event today is also proudly supported by Fruit World at Penrith, which is one of Western Sydney's leading fresh fruit and vegetable retailers. And located in Penrith, Fruit World is known for providing quality fresh produce, great value and outstanding service to local families. Their support of Grassroots Motorsport helps make events like this possible. So please, guys, get out and support a lot of these companies that support our drag racing. And a big thank you to Pat DiFrancesco and the team at Fruit World Penrith for their support of No Prep Races Australia. And of course, HVHM, owned and operated by Will Wallace and his family. Now, Will's not here this weekend because his partner has just had a baby today. It was either come down and race or don't come home. So we send our congratulations to the Wallace family for their new little bundle of joy. But HVHM is a trusted provider of heavy maintenance, servicing and repairs for earth-moving equipment, heavy vehicles, industrial machinery and truck fleets throughout the Hunter region. And of course, when he's not keeping Australia's heavy equipment running, Will can be found behind the wheel of one of the toughest big tyre no prep machines in the country, a brutally naturally aspirated 632 cubed powered Tyre that has earned a reputation as one of the most competitive cars in Australian no prep racing. So a huge thank you to Will Wallace, his family and the team at HVHM at Newcastle for helping make today's racing possible. And of course all our sponsors well represented here at Sydney Dragway. And best thing is we've got YouTube. It's free. It's going all around the world, all around the country, getting your business name out there. So just waiting for some cars to come around. Got a few cars out the back already in the small tyre class, I can see. So just while we've got this, little break in proceedings, guys. Steve and I might take a bit of a break. We'll go through some words for some of our sponsors. We'll be back very, very soon.
Boosted by Aeroflow Performance. A complete lineup of high-performance turbochargers, external wastegates, manifolds and turbo accessories. Engineered to handle the pressure and deliver serious power. Street car, weekend weapon or full race build. When you're ready for real boost, Aeroflow delivers performance without the premium price tag. Get boosted by Aeroflow. See the full boosted range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days.
Hey, Stewie and Steve-O. Back on the line, we have the Street Gangster class coming out. We've got a semi first for the Street Gangster because there was 12 cars. Then we'll be running the finals for the rest of the classes.
We love being partnered with them.
4 cars left, racing for $5,000 in Street Gangster. We've got Tim in the little Corolla running an RB. Top qualifier. He's gone a 5-1 today. Very fast little street car, very stout. Now the information I've got from a few of the other races is the track is starting to go a little bit off now. So that adds another twist and adds another challenge, which our guys love. Now, whether these guys have read that, they know the information or they understand, we don't know. So there could be some very challenging situations in the finals here, or in the semis for Street Gangster, then in the finals. Could add a twist to who wins and loses, which this is what we love with NPRA. So they're coming out in the Street Gangster class. Paul Spatino walking on the line. Hello, Paul. He's absolutely shattered. He's had a little bit of an issue with his engine and couldn't get it done in time. But doesn't matter, Paulie. There will be another NPRA event for you, my friend.
What's it like out there, Johnny's? It's starting to cool down. I feel at 4:30 in the afternoon, it's temperature's probably starting to drop a little bit too.
Yep, gotcha. So adds another twist. And look, that's the challenge we love at NPRA and our races. This is what we like to put in. Put that extra different angle on the run. No artificial glue track here with us. Straight out, whatever the surface gives us, we deal with. Grassroots. That's how we love to race at NPRA. Some people call it slow prep. We call it challenging prep. So the skill is as important as the machine underneath you.
And that only makes you a better racer as well. All right, we're into the street gangster class.
Two very different ways to approach the same category here. We've got Tim Fraser in the Toyota Corolla RB30 Turbo on board for him. So 3 litres and turbocharging, taking on Phil LaRocca in the Holden Tirana with a 632 cubed NA, a big block between the chassis rails. Who will get to the finish line first?
RB versus Big Block. What a classic battle. Here we go.
I think the Corolla should have this on paper.
There he goes. Oh no! There you go, guys. The upset.
Yeah.
That is the sort of stuff that we love to see. That was a top runner car, the top qualifier, running 5.1s all day, got beaten with a 5.7. How cool is this racing?
That's commentator's curse right there, Johnny.
What was that, Steve?
I said that's commentator's curse right there. He had nearly 6 tenths up his sleeve. Looking at the ETs that he'd run previously, but Phil LaRocca into the final round. He's going to be taking on Terry Clement or David Ipping. Who will it be?
Yeah, look, the little RB engines, they've got to spool up, right? They've got to get the boost up because they're such a little engine, whereas a big block can blast out of the hole. And that's exactly what happened there. So again, another challenge for the little RB. But yeah, I love my big blocks, so pretty happy about that one. Bit chuffed. But he did really well representing the JDM guys. Little RB ran like a clock all day. David Iping versus Terry Clement. Barra Turbo versus Pro Charge Big Block HQ, 4,000 pound Big Block HQ. Again, 2 very fast cars.
Looks like Ipping is lined up way over to the right-hand side of the groove here. Comes into stage. And unfortunately, it's the good fit for the
There you go.
Clement, have a go at that.
Wow.
We're just going to save that on the replay, and I'll...
How old was that?
Replay it in a moment.
Mate, David Iping hasn't done that all day. And again, back to that twist that can be thrown at you with no prep. The track's coming off, right? He spun in the semis. He was possibly a final car and just wheel spun. And also Terry Clement halfway down the track went sideways as he brought the power in. So definitely the track conditions are changing here.
Have a go at the replay here, Johnny. Look at the tyre marks on the racing surface there. Keep your eyes on the red car left of screen. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Well, he definitely steered that car.
He didn't give up at that point. It's still blacktracking across the finish line. He was not letting that Barra car come past him.
He'd done a great job of pedaling that car and steering it, I'll tell you.
I'm going to throw that up once again, just because that's a pretty awesome bit of driving there from Terry Clement. There we go. There's one.
I'm telling you, that's the sort of things you see with in our association. Like, these guys are out of control. They love pedaling, and if the track gets squirmy, they'll drive through it.
Well, there doesn't seem much wrong with the big HQ sedan.
Yeah, you got a point there, eh? You were saying there was a piston out. Earlier had a cylinder out, but like I said, I reckon it was probably a lead or something, because it was definitely missing when he came past beside me before.
We're just going to do a quick little mop up in the aeroflow lane. Then we're going to get back into the 2200 Drag Racers Association with the trans-brake class. And I'll tell you what, Johnny, the racing in the 2200 has been thick and fast, mate.
They're absolute legends too. Quite achievers, like I said. They've been racing the group for 10 years, and we were quite surprised with the quality and the racing and the way those guys bang rounds. True drag racers, I believe.
You know, it's absolute credit to everybody that's come out today to compete. And if you love Aeroflow Race for Real, guys, and you're watching this on YouTube, you're thinking to yourself, you know what? This 8th mile drag racing actually is pretty cool. Why not get involved? Get in touch with the 2200 Drag Racers Association and become a part of what we have here at the track.
Yeah, I'm sure that they would love some new competitors in the mix. As Johnny is saying, they travel around. So if Sydney's not your local track, there might be a couple of regional tracks that are a little bit more up your alley. Get in touch with the association and tell them what you've got, where you think you might fit into a category, and give it a crack.
And what I like about it is we've got a few modified races here today, and Gary Durrington's probably got the lowest capacity, but I'll tell you what, over the 8th mile, he is putting it to everybody that he's racing against. And I've seen Gary race over the 1/4 mile and stick it to them. Well, he can do it on the 8th mile as well. He's absolutely killing it out there. Great job, Gary. Really, really crack a job, buddy. Like I said, if you like this 8th mile drag racing on minimal prep, get in touch with Johnny Habib. Become part of the No Prep Racers Australia group. Have a crack. Just give it a go.
Or
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We've got a class for everyone. Sorry, Steve, I interrupted you there.
I was just going to say, you could also get in touch with the 2200 DRA if you like the 8th mile racing, but want a little bit more glue under your feet, so to speak, then that might be an opportunity for you to get involved in some track-prepped 8th mile racing as well, with a little bit of a mix between chassis cars and altered dragsters, etc., down to the trans brake category and that sort of thing.
I reckon if I had to go into junior dragster,
Yep.
I reckon I could do the 2200.
Yeah, I reckon you could too.
The 8th mile.
There was a guy selling a rear-engine dragster on Marketplace not long ago, Stu. It was actually the car that Pete Brown campaigned before he got the gold car that he's got now, and
Yeah,
that had a
right.
Suzuki motor in it.
I did see that.
Yeah. It's back in Melbourne. It was funny. For some reason, that card popped into my head on one of my trips to work. I wonder whatever happened to.
Yeah.
And then, sure enough, about 2 weeks later, it's on Marketplace.
No, so if there's any of the AA junior dragster drivers out there, over the 8th mile, I reckon they could smack a few of these more standard V8s, Johnny, over the 8th mile. Imagine getting beat by a 16, 17-year-old kid.
Well,
That'd be awesome.
they run 690s in the States.
Wow.
95 mile an hour.
Wow.
You never know. It depends how slippery the track is, right?
I reckon that would be cool. That'd be cool. We've just got the tractor out there, just doing up a quick little bit of track prep.
Hang on. Isn't this supposed to be no prep? What's going on there? Well, we've definitely got some big powered cars coming out. I think it's more of a clean-up than anything.
Yeah. Also, the track's getting a little bit cooler as well. Like everything that we do here at Sydney Dragway, safety first is ultra important to all our races. Doesn't matter if you've got a street car or you've got a blown alcohol or nitro dragster. Safety is of the utmost importance. All right, we're getting to the trans brake class. Ian O'Sullivan in the FGX Ford with a Barrett Turbo. Dialing in with a 6.25, and Brent Sowden in the HG sedan, the LS3. He's dialed in with a 6.85. It's getting tight now in the trans brake class. I'll tell you what, there's only 0.05 of a second difference in the reaction time, And Uno Sullivan just got the better reaction time and took the win, a 6:31 on a 6:25. Jason Field coming out next, all the way from Balcolan in the Ford Telstar. About to take on Chip Bruce from Curry in the whole Gemini for TD Motorsport. Jim's got the 6-litre LS underneath the bonnet of the Gemini. Bit of fume coming out the back of the Gemini. Maybe running just a little bit more rich with these cool conditions. Well, Jason Fields got the reaction time. Should get the win. Yes, he does. A 5:84 with an 8 to a 6:62 dead on a 6:62 for Chip Bruce. All Chip had to do was get that reaction time right. Right, Bill Wallace coming out now in the VN Commodore with the big block in it. About to take on Mark Ind from Helensburgh in the Ford Anglia with small block Chev. He's dialed in with a 6.21. Bill Wallace has dialed in with a 6 flat. Well, the Anglia has absolutely treed the Commodore and gets the win, a 6.32 with a 6 on a 6:21. Right, Brendan Luke coming out now in the front engine dragster. He's dialed in with the 5 flat. Sammy Joe Johnson in the green machine, running for Dialed In Racing. He's dialed in with a 6.21. Sammy Joe, 0.167 reaction time. Here comes Brendan. And Brendan gets the win. Unfortunately, a breakout there for Sammy Joe Johnson. A 6.19 with a 9 on 6:21. Brendan Luke, a 5.01 with a 4 and a 5.00. So the dragster through the next round of the Transbrake class as Jeff Alston comes out now in the 1970 Chev Camaro. 632 cubes, a big block Chev on board. Taking on Joe Box in the 1978 Holden 8Z Ute with 355 Holden motor on board. Jeff Dolly, 5.12. Jeff got the jump, the big Camaro, should him take this? Yes, he does. A 5.14 on a 5.12 dial in. Did squirm a bit off the start line. Okay, just attention in the pits or the staging lanes. If you are the driver of the orange Commodore, just parked on the bend, just before the staff car park, race number 1572, that is 1572. We need you to move your car, please, out of lane 1. That is an emergency lane, so if you are the driver of 1572, the orange Commodore, you need to move that car immediately, please. Right, Michael Little will take on Gary Darrington. Gary's got the better reaction time. And takes the win, a 6.19 to 6.18 dial in. I'll tell you what, Steve, Gary Darrington, he's killing it today.
He's doing really well. He's getting down the racetrack, cutting good lights, and the car's running consistently. Especially on a track surface that's not wrecked to what he would normally be used to at a New South Wales track championship round, for example. But because he hasn't got bulk horsepower, he probably gets away with a little bit more. Next up, we'll see Tegan Smith in the RFO lane, dialed in with a 468, taking on Steve Arnold in the EH, dialed in with a 630. So the EH is going to have quite a head start here.
Ross Mackey, if you can hear me, mate, could I get you to move your car, please, out of lane 1? Ross Mackey.
Will she make it at the other end? Yes, gets there by a 1/10 of a second. 473 with a 145 miles an hour on a 468 dial in. Steve Arnold went right on the dial in, but was just off a fraction with the reaction time. Looks like Peter Brown solo in this pass. So Pete Brown on a solo here. Dialed in with a 487. Important that he runs the number usually on a countback system. He's closer to the dial in on the same points as somebody else. Could potentially make a difference there. 486 with a 6 on a 487, so 4th thou under.
Well, Alan Stevenson moving to the foot brake class. Alan Stevenson in the shop ute. He's dialed in with a 10.88. Let's see if the D-Max can beat the XR6 Falcon of Nicholas Varillas, who's dialed in with a 9.50.
Varillas with a much better reaction time here. Draws up alongside the utility and takes the win. Gets there with a 961 on a 950. Stevenson goes 3 thousandths too quick, trying to stay in front, but just didn't get there. Next up, we're going to see Nathan Rooking in the HQ wagon, dialed in with a 790, taking on Andy Box in the Rocket Lane. Box in the Holden utility, dialed in with a 762. Wagon gets away first. Better reaction time. And takes the win there. 798 with a 2 on a 790 at 85 miles an hour. Next up, we're going to see Chris Varillas in the FG Falcon, taking on Mark Elborn in the Holden utility. Elborn dialed in with a 735. Varillas with a 986.
Let's see if the drag name can get the win. A little bit slow, the reaction time there for Mark Elborn. He's left 300th. Oh, he's got the win. A breakout from Chris Varillas.
Yeah, Varillas goes 82 on an 86 with his dial in. And Elborn will take the win. Next up, we'll see George Varillas and Warwick Goff. Goff dialed in with a 750 in the rocket lane. 795 for Varillas in the Aerofloat.
Yeah, I don't know if Warwick's been actually giving this a whole heap of jandle off the start line, Steve, because we've seen the track hawks out here previously before at Sydney Dragway at our street meets.
Hang on. Jandle. Is that a New Zealand thing?
Yeah, it's a Kiwi thing,
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. See, I've got an international flavour here today.
I'm picking that up.
You know, Greek, I can't really speak Greek, Italian, bit of Kiwi, Aussie.
Bit of jandle, eh?
Yeah.
Very even off the start line. Varillas slightly better. The Trackhawk chasing him down and claims the win, Stu. 750 with a 7 on a 750.
What a package there for Warwick Goff. I was just about to say, it doesn't look like he's launching it all that hard.
Well, it's foot brake, so he can only do so much on the converter.
What's that? Panel van man is a jandal, a Jewish sandal. I don't know, you'd have to ask Scott McLaughlin, mate, or a Kiwi, or any of your Kiwi friends that drive forwards. All right, we're into the foot brake class. Liam Sheridan from Mudgee in the HX Ute, taking on Martin Stevenson from Warnervale in the HQ panel van, running for Power Plus Race Fuels.
Well, Martin Stevenson has a big advantage on the start line here in the van. And will take the win. 671 with a 6.
Well, so we've got a battle of the Jays. Joseph Freire, that didn't come out very good, did it? The 85 Toyota Cressida with the 2J, and Craig English in the 77 Toyota Celica with the 1J. All the parents will understand where I was going with that one. But Joseph's got the jump. I think he should take this. Yes, he does. A 644 on a 6.40 dial in to a 6.97. So Joseph Ferrer gets the win as Adam Bowers comes out now in the VX Commodore, the Force of Performance and Power Plus Race Fuels VX Commodore. 7.94 dial in, taking on Alicia Bennett in the VH Commodore.
All right, both cars into full stage. Bowers in the aeroflow lane. Has the jump on Alicia Bennett. And Bennett gets there first, but goes too quick, handing the win back to Bowers, who takes the win with an 8.16 with a 0.
Yeah, a little bit slow in reaction times there for Alicia, but much better to the 60 foot. As Dave Morton comes out now in the BMW, taking on Stephen Bryce in the XB Falcon, 408 cubes of Windsor power on board, the big XB.
Our viewers have Google working overtime on your jandal comment.
Yeah.
It's a mashup of a Japanese sandal.
Ah, there we go.
Just for context, for those playing along at home. All right, so Dave Morton in the BMW. He will chase down Stephen Price. Price in the Falcon will claim the win. Morton leaving a little bit too soon. Took a guess on the tree. And the Falcon 766 with an 8 on a 759. Claim the win points. Our next pair Yeah, Brodie Buckley in the airflow lane. Taking on Cooper Bennett. Pair of VH Commodores, I think, on the start line. Both with LS1s on board. If you like a yellow Holden Utilities, this is the race for you. I think they've already raced each other once today in qualifying. We've got Anthony Gadolari in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 676, taking on Dylan Giles. Giles dialed in with a 745. Gadolari with a better light, 545 on the tree. Will he convert that to a win? Yes, he does. Goes a 678, I beg your pardon, a 101 to claim the win.
All right, this should be an absolute cracker of a race. Brett McNiff in the 67 Vower hardtop has been running the 570s all day. He's dialed in with the 570. Brett Starchbury in the VH Commodore, he's dialed in with the 6.76. And Brett will want to be on his A game because Brett's Falcon is on rails at the moment.
McNiff taking his time to get into stage, in there now. 5:34, the better reaction time going to McNiff in the valley. Already in front, I think. Both got a breakout at the finish line. McNiff goes under by the least. He claims the win. 5:69 with a 4 and a 5:70. Neither race that was going to give anything away there, I don't think.
No, not at all. Paul Galea coming out now in the 1978 Porsche 928 with the big block Chev in it.
The reaction time for the Porsche through the finish line, 5.55 with a 125 miles an hour on his 557 dial-in. If you own a silver blue Subaru, could you please move your car? The number plate DP57BE. That number plate DP57BE. If you own that silver blue Subaru, could you please move it? So we're about to get into our next round of Vintage Gas. Stu?
Yeah, this could be the final actually, Steve. I think. Phil Moore in the 54 Chev Bel Air and Kevin Landreeb in the 1956 Morris Minor with the 202. Kevin's dialed in with an 8.70. Phil's dialed in with an 8.80. Let's see if the Morris get the upset against the big Chevy Bel Air.
Both gone red on the start line.
So who jumped first?
I don't know. It's not a me decision.
No, that's not a me decision either. That comes down to, I don't know, that might have been the semi actually because we've got...
well, they're still running Chicago Shootout.
Oh, are they? Sorry. Oh, okay, right, yeah. Sorry, I thought it might have been the final.
I did look just quickly to see if there was another car in the lanes, but I couldn't see it. Well, it's not in the view of the camera.
No, it's hiding in the tunnel. All right, Matthew Moore in the big 55 Chev Bel Air, 8.80 dial in. Had to take a second stab at the throttle there on the start line, 1.93 in the 60. It goes at 8.98 on an 8.80 dial in, so he'll want to sharpen that up a little bit. All right, guys, getting back into our bike class. And Sean Close from Muswellbrook on board the YZF R1, the big Yamaha. He's dialed in with a 7 flat over the 8th mile. And Ron Adams on board the Harley Davidson. Ron Adams dialing with the 5.70. He's running a little bit of notches on this bike. I thought I saw something flash out the side of Ron Adams' bike. But Sean Close, 0.130 on the tree, takes the win, a 7.15 and a 7.0 dial in. Ron Adams a little bit too quick, a 5.55 on a 5.70. Just so people know, we are going to rerun that race between the vintage gases. So that'll be coming up, I believe, after the bikes. Greg Haradam coming out now on board the Kawasaki ZX14, about to take on Albie Davison on the SV1000. Albie got the better reaction time at a 7.777 and a 7.61. Greg went 7.32 on a 6.05. All right, it's a battle of the V-Rods. We got Cheryl Beddoes in the rocket lane, dialing in with a 5.70. In beside of Peter Strudwick from Kendall on his V-Rod, dialing in with a 6.45. But Peter's bike's been going left, as the Bushman has been mentioning, so you want to try and sharpen up his 60 foot a little bit. That's better, Peter.
Still going over to the left, those two on the right hand lean, and goes too quick. 6.29 with a 3 on a 6.45 dial in for Strudwick. Beddoes takes a win, 5.72 with a 5 on a 5.70.
All right, guys, we're going to rerun that race for Vintage Gas between Phil Moore and Kevin Landreeb. Kevin up from Mossvale in the Morris Minor, and Phil Moore all the way from Jamison Town, just up the road in the 54 Chev Bel Air.
He's the closest out of our competitors here today for that category.
So only a 10th difference on the tree for these beautiful Vintage Gases. If you love Vintage Gases, guys, make sure you grab your tickets online for Day of the Drags. It is going to be a sensational event. Nostalgic drag racing.
All right, Phil Moore with a better reaction time there. Out in front of Doris the Morris. I think that's where it's going to stay. 9.14 with a 7 to take the win. I think both those cars probably a little bit hot. There was about 3/10 difference for Phil Moore and 0.7 off the dial in for Doris the Morris there.
Well, guys, Steve and I have been given the pages for the finals for no prep races. In the small tyre class, we're going to see Mark Peters taking on Gary Hopvasek. In the streetcar Gangsters, we're going to see Terry Clement taking on Philip LaRocca. And then in the big tyre class, it's going to be a battle of the Titans. Brett O'Connor taking on Stephen Athens in the big tyre class. And with money on the line, it's going to be on for like sheep stations. I'll tell you what, they're the big tyre class, they could go just about any side of the racetrack. Terry Clements, well, he had a bit of a wild ride in his car in his last pass, so he might take that into consideration against Philip.
Yeah, certainly not a lie about Terry Clements. He was all over the shop from start line to finish line. Didn't get out of the throttle though, that's for sure. And we can see our small tyre class already in the staging lanes. They're chomping at the bit to get the final run and done. We are getting down to the nitty gritty. I'm sure race control's in next door. They're punching away all the numbers for all of our 2200 DRA competitors, because they had 4 rounds of racing on dial your own or Chicago shootout format. So points for winning and for showing up. We'll come back to a count back in some of those categories, I'm sure. So we're not too far away from getting those categories all sorted. As I said, we can see our small tyre finalists sitting in the staging lanes. They're ready to go, and we'll just wait for them to be joined by the rest of our finalists, and we'll run that, I assume, as a group. Stu and I will be back with you very, very soon here at Sydney Dragway.
right, guys, we are getting ready for the moment of truth. The finals. $13,000 up for grabs. Big Tyre, $5,000. Small Tyre, $3,000. Street Gangsters, $5,000. The moment of truth where we put down. Track conditions are getting a bit poorer. Might add a challenging twist to the racing. The guys are lining up. I'm very excited. I think we are going to see some spectacular finals here, ladies and gentlemen. Very excited.
Well, it's certainly going to come down to experience in my book. And you've got Stephen Athens down there who's got plenty of it. But for a few of these other races, Johnny, might be a bit of wait and see. I mean, Terry Clements already went down, got a little bit sideways. The conditions have changed since he's been out.
Absolutely. He really steered that car. So we don't know what's going to happen here, right? So I can feel the temperatures getting cooler. So the guys might have a challenge on their hands, right? It's about who can get the power down, who can cut the light. Same old story, heads up racing, we love it.
And of course, a lot of cars not going down the drag strip means that the strip is losing heat.
I must say, Stewie, a big, big thank you to Dan and the team at Sydney Dragway. Awesome support, awesome work, absolute professionals. A pleasure to deal with from the NPRA perspective and the 2200 DRA perspective. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
We're just waiting for one more car to come around from out the back. Brett O'Connor. Waiting for Brett to make his way around. And then we're going to go racing, ladies and gentlemen.
So for Street Gangsters, we have Terry Clement versus Phil LaRocca. Both big block cars. One's a Pro Charge, the other one's naturally aspirated. And a little bit of a story. I was just speaking to Phil now. He's chuffed that he's in the finals. With that little upset against Tim Fraser with that Gangster little RB Toyota. And he was telling me the engine that's in his Tyre is actually one of my old ones, Stewie.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Yeah, 600 cuber with 12-degree flat valve angle. So, yeah, naturally aspirated. And I remember aspirated that car, that engine in my car went like 830s. So, and he's knocked the comp off it so he can street drive it. It's actually engineered and registered in Queensland.
Wow.
The car, yeah, so.
Well, Brett O'Connor being towed around now towards the front of the staging lanes. So we weren't too far away from going racing. And I reckon there's a few nervous drivers out there.
That's what we do at NPRA. These guys are all champion drivers. Small Tyre, we've got Mark Peters. He had a hard time with the car all day, put it in the wall, came back, but every time he got on that start line, it ran like a clock. And was he the top qualifier for Small Tyre, Stewie?
I think he might have been, yes.
So there you go. Clockwork, small block nitrous combination, 420 cube, I believe, in a little lightweight, purpose-built no-prep car. Lining up against Gary Podzek in a little twin-turbo Datsun. So the upset with him was Gary lined up against the Warhorse guys earlier today, and the Warhorse guys bumped through. So usually in our events, we've always got either Mark Peters or Chris Shepherd from the Warhorse team up in the winner's circle. But it just goes to show in no-prep racing, anyone can win. And Gary comes through. He's got the support of CMV Performance. They're all behind him. They actually borrowed the battery out of my car to get into the line. So he is absolutely wrapped. It goes to show that anyone can come here and win. if you've got a half-decent car, you can mix it with the fast guys. You don't know what can happen.
We can see Mark Daskalakis down in the staging lane, just standing next to Terry Clement's car. You know what? I haven't seen Mark Daskalakis today without a smile on his face, mate. So,
Mate, his smile has been from ear to ear because he just kicked Johnny Habib's car's ass 4 times. 4 races we had today, and he won $1,000.
Yeah, I wasn't
4
gonna
times.
I wasn't going to say that, but you know that's
Yeah,
probably
I'm
part of the
bruised.
reason.
I'm
why-
bruised, definitely.
it's part of
Ego
the
bruised,
reason
car
why he's
bruised.
smiling. Yeah.
you know what I'm thinking, Johnny?
Thanks, Steve.
No worries, mate.
You know what I'm thinking, Johnny? I reckon we got to get Does 10s, Innocent Motorsports out here on a Wednesday night at Aeroflare Race for Real. We'll get Mark Daskalakis out here, and let's go head to head on at Aeroflare Race for Real.
Mate, Mark and I were just having the conversation, right? I said to him, mate, I've got some work to do, but I'm going to show you that that car can go around you and your turbos and your LS stuff, right? And so I think it's going to happen, Stewie. So, yeah, you put that on the calendar. Over the next few weeks, I'm going to grudge match that guy, and we're going to come on a street meet. It's going to be me and him, and there's going to be a little bit of a war between he and I. I want my money back.
It started, ladies and gentlemen. It started.
Hey, if there's anybody that can get smack talk happening, it's either you, John, or myself, or Krieger. So,
Look, the thing is, I wasn't in my car today. It was Johnny and the C&V guys. Admittedly, they are absolute professionals, and I wouldn't trust anyone else with the car, except possibly for Simon. But in any case, when I raced that car last Wednesday, I went down and I managed the 550 pretty easy on a Wednesday night. So, again, I think we had a tyre issue. No excuses. I don't want to start with excuses. Yeah. But look, he got me 4 times. I have to cop it on the chin. I'm bruised. My ego's battered. And yeah, but I'm coming back after him. I'm not letting it go.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know, you do have an actual Holden motor in your car. It's not a, you know, one of those American Chevy things.
Big block.
Big block, sorry, big block.
It's a big block. Rhea Morrison built, but Aussie innovation, right? We rebuilt it here in Australia. But look, it's definitely more reliable than Mark's car. I know that. I will say that on the mic. I bet you now he's getting a bit. I can see him. He's having a look. He doesn't like it. Look at him. Yeah, no, that thing's done 120 passes. I've lost count how many bottles, how many dyno sessions. I've roll raced it. Yeah, I've taken it to time attack. I've done everything with that car. Runway raced it. So I must say, I really love my thing, and it's probably one of the most heaviest campaign mod street style small tyre cars in Australia. Not the fastest, but I just am humbled and honoured to be amongst it with all these champions. Look, an absolute credit to Mark. He, to me, is the LS king, and he's built amazing LS combos, and some of his cars, even at the roll racing scene, are up there with the two-wheel drive cars. They're top runners, right? So he does an absolute amazing job. So I don't want to take anything off him, except my car is quicker.
Well, Mark's down in the pits. Hey, Mark, give me a thumbs up, mate, if you want to. Yeah, you do? Okay, I didn't even have to finish the question. Right, Aeroflare Race for Real. We've got to get Johnny Habib, Mark Daskalakis out here on a Wednesday night. Now, admittedly, we go quarter mile racing on a Wednesday night. So
hopefully the track doesn't kick us out, but I'll have a talk to Darian and Dan, and we'll see how we go.
Yeah, we might have to see if we can organise an 8th mile theme night or Aeroflare Race for Real. We'll have to chat to Darian about it. But as I said this morning, this is my first time at one of these events, not just for No Prep Races Australia, but also for the 2200 drag races as well. And honestly, this 8th mile drag racing, Steve, I'm impressed.
Yeah, it's certainly a different take on it. There's a lot happens in the 200 metres. It's can be a little bit tricky sometimes to commentate, but it certainly generally brings tight racing and it's a little bit of an equaliser because your big horsepower cars don't get that full opportunity to wind right up, if I could say that. And I think that the no prep element here today has certainly caught a few people out. There was a couple of races happened earlier in the day that on paper they should have won hands down, but you spin the wheel a little bit harder than what you did the round before, and your dial-ins away, or your competitor, if it's a heads-up race, just gets that little bit further in front and brings on the win light.
Yeah, so everybody that's watching via YouTube, or if you're here at the track, guys, and it's your first time seeing this as well, let us know if you like this style of racing, and see if it's something that we could integrate into Aeroflow Race for Real, and try and get some more people get behind John and the 2200 Drag Racers Association as well, and be part of all the action over the 8th mile.
There's definitely been some fantastic matchups here today, just like the old Pro Street days, but with the extra added twist of obviously the track conditions and the guys having to manage that. So we really appreciate that feedback, guys. I know you guys do a lot of events and probably more experience than anyone with the commentary that you do at Sydney Dragway, so that feedback is valued.
Yeah, so particularly to all our regulars who are watching via YouTube, guys, let us know if you like this 8th mile racing. Certainly got a great mix of vehicles, especially when you get to see dragsters take on sedans that normally race in different categories.
All right, I think the first pairs coming out is the Street Gangster class, guys. So racing for $5,000, these two guys. Terry Clement versus the Big Block Silver Tirana with the 12 degree 600 cuber in there. $5,000 on the line. Big thank you to all our sponsors. Pro Charged Big Block, 1600 horsepower. Rumoured to have 1600 horsepower, up to. I'm quite sure he's not putting that sort of power down here. Versus a Big Block LH Tirana. 600 cube, 12 degree heads. About 12-1 comp.
What we've also noticed, Johnny, is that as it's got cooler throughout the day at this no prep, a lot of the lighter cars are starting to come into their own because they don't have to rev them quite as high to get them off the line, say, compared to some of the bigger cars, which have got a lot of weight behind them.
While we're down here, I just want to put a little bit of shit on a good friend and someone that is so heavily involved in tuning a lot of cars in the drag race. Con, what are you doing, Con? What are you doing here at a no prep event, Con? He's looking around, who's talking? I'm over here, mate, on your left. Con is an absolute contributor and a champion tuner, helps so many people in our sport and our industry, and we love the guy. Does an amazing job, and he's the go-to man sometimes for tunes for many of the races. Goes to the US, does amazing things with some of the big radio races in the US, and to see him here at one of our events is an absolute honour. We love you, Con.
Well, we've just got a message through from Go Get 'Em. He said, well, we could if you had a track, not 325 miles away, almost in Victoria. He said he misses Adelaide International Raceway. And Adamico says, can you bring this racing to Adelaide, please? We need more meets here. So there you are, Johnny.
Great feedback. Thank you, guys. Yeah, look, anyone that likes the NPRA movement, likes the way we race. Look, I'm good friends with Justin Simpson, right? And he is the radial king in Australia, has done amazing contribution to the sport here in Australia. And he goes, Habib, what you guys do is called slow prep for us. Absolutely it is. But you know what? He secretly does love no prep. Justin is actually a big advocate of what we do. He loves the added twist. He loves the added challenge. And again, it's about skill, pedaling your car, power management, just as important as the car itself, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we go, guys. Terry Clements, Philip LaRocca. Philip the Rocker in the Aeroflow lane. Terry Clement in the Rocket lane.
All right, guys, $5,000 on the line. We're getting excited. Pro Charge, big block in the HQ, 4,000 pounds streetcar versus Mr. LaRocca in the LH, 600 cube, NA. The faster car is Terry, but will he get the power down here? Oh no!
Yeah, Philip the Rocker.
LaRocca goes through with the win, out-launched the 565. Something happened to that car. That car's been running bottom fives all day. There you go. An underdog takes the $5,000. Big congratulations.
Yeah, well done to both our finalists there. I think, Johnny, that Terry Clement didn't do much of a burnout there either, so I'm wondering if there was some issues there that he knew before the final was actually run.
Yeah, it sounded like it bogged out of the hole and then took a bit of time to gather back up, and by then it was too late. The NA big block of LaRocca just shot out of the hole.
All right, Gary Podvacek in the Mazda 1000 Ute, the LS Turbo. This is the final of the small tyre class. And Mark Peters in beside him in the LX Tirana.
What an effort from Mark Peters, Stewie. Puts it in the wall, comes back, it's all taped up, it's battered and bruised, but he's been smashing numbers all day. This is a true no-prep car. We love this machine. In the final, he goes racing for $3,000 in small tyre against Gary Podvacek.
All right, Turbo versus Nitrous. Oh, Gary Podvacek, he actually had the jump.
And sends it out the back door with a 5-0. Again, the top number in small tyre today, equivalent to the big tyre cars. An absolute credit to that to Mark and his team. Mate, how exciting was that? Gary had a go, he did the best he could, but that small block nitrous LH Tirana is no joke, eh?
Not at all. All right, Steve, we're about to get to the big tyre class now. Brett O'Connor, 474.
This is the one.
He's gone 474 twice today.
Yeah.
And Stephen Athens in the Mustang. We got Nitrous versus Turbo.
Both very evenly matched. Both been dealing with average surfaces. Steve actually showed me some of his graphs. He reckons he's only on 75% TPS through the run, so he's got it turned right down. That car's a 6-second capable car, and he's turned it down to no prep here on this average track that we've got here today. Brett Connor also ran a 470 earlier. Steve Athens 460. How is this going to go? Nitrous big block against twin turbo big block. Very exciting run. Big tyre. $5,000 on the line, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, two nervous racers down there in the staging area. I'm sure that they know what they need to do, but can they get it all together for one last time? $5 grand on the line. Certainly a good prize pool for all of our finalists in the NPRA race here today.
Oh, guys, I can't contain myself. I am so happy for Steve Athens to even make the final. I think there's been a bit of discussion with the money that Steve was a gentleman and said $1,500 to the runner-up. But this is going to be a very exciting race. The top of the game in no prep in Australia, right here, guys. Brought to you by NPRA. Very exciting race. $5,000 on the line.
All right, both races into the staging beams. Here the boost starting to build for Athens in the Aeroflow lane.
Here we go.
On the two-step for Athens. O'Connor reading the lights come down. Almost identical on the start line. Athens with a big move at around.
He's got the wheels. Unbelievable. Did you see that, guys? Steve carries the wheels the whole track.
451 with a 7, 165 miles an hour for Athens, his quickest run of the day. I did save the replay. We could see the car on the two-step, the flames out the pipes on the launch. The car had a big move at around half track. Here we go, a little bit of a sachet over towards the center line, moved over a car and a half.
Wow, what a final. 450 to a 4.6. And Brett had him up to half of the eighth. He was ahead of him. But the top end charge of the turbo came through and he had the wheels up, guys, the whole track. What a run. Absolutely spectacular. Big congratulations. Steve Athens takes out the top win, the winner of the event, and we are so happy for him after the rough run he's had with that car. A true no-prep gangster.
Yeah, congratulations once again. We're now moving into a foot brake, Johnny. We've got Anthony Gattalari down there in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 677 in the yellow utility, taking on Mark Elborn.
Against Aussie Ute.
Yeah, there's been plenty of old utes down the racetrack today. 5:03 the reaction time for Elborn, the better of the two lights. I think Elborn should see the win here. He does, gets there by 2/10 of a second.
Well done, guys, well done.
Well, the drag name has done it again.
7:37 with the 9 on 7:36. I ran right on the dial as well. Congratulations to Mark Elborn and the team from Power Plus Race Fuels. Now moving into our motorbike class, and we have Sean Close in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with the 7-0. He will be chased by Ron Adams in the rocket lane, who's dialed in with the 5-5-0. He's in the rocket lane. Let's see what we can put together for these two competitors. Yamaha YZF-R1 taking on the Harley Davidson.
Right, the classic Japanese versus American. 447 on the tree for Sean at 656 for Ron Adams. Looks like Ron's had a mischief there,
I
Steve.
think spun the wheel.
Or spun the
Something's
wheel.
hanging off that bike.
And it looks like Sean Close will take the win. 7:29 with a 5 on a 7-0 dial in.
Vintage Gasser Finals. How cool are these cars, man? I've been loving them all day.
They are absolutely fantastic, and it's great to have them here as part of the 2200 Drag Racers Association. And hey, this is going to be great. You've got David versus Goliath. You've got 202 Holden, Doris Morris up against small block Chev with the big 55 Chev from Matthew Moore.
Go the Holden 6.
I'm just going to wait for the gun.
Oh, nice skid.
I'm just going to wait for the gate to be closed at half track.
Reckon the Holden 6 will run him down? Actually, he's got to get run down, doesn't he, on this one?
Well, the dial-in's equal here, Johnny, so I think Doris the Morris is going to struggle a little bit here. Matt Moore into the aeroflow lane.
Oh, I got a soft spot for Doris, I'll tell you.
I can tell. 5:41.
No, Doris, go Doris! Oh, Doris. I lost my money on that one.
Yeah, Matty Moore takes the win, 9.11 with a 4.64 miles an hour to a 9.93 with a 4.73 for Doris Morris.
Look what we got coming up next. So we're commentating 8 mile 2200, Steve. We're commentating modified New South Wales State Champs.
Certainly appears that way. We're moving into a trans break, and both competitors usually commentate in a modified eliminator at our New South Wales Track Championship Series. We have Gary Durrington down there in the aeroflow lane, running Dragster, of course, dialed in with a 6.18, taking on Brendan Luke in the rocket lane, who's dialed in 5.0.
Yes, you've got the Holden 202 for Gary Durrington, taking on the 402 cube Mopar in the front of the Denaro Dragster, Brendan Luke. Oh, Brendan Luke! Left before the third amber, Steve.
Takes a chance on a tree and goes red. Looks like Gary Durrington will claim the victory here with a 6:56 on his 618 dial-in. Congratulations to all of our finalists, our winners and our runners-up. Thank you very much to all of our competitors that came along today. Thank you very much to Johnny for his help with the commentary. Stewie, you've done an awesome job today. That is our last run of the night, and had a great time here at Sydney Dragway today. Keep your eyes on the track's website, and we look forward to seeing everyone again very, very soon here at Sydney Dragway. Aeroflow Race for Real on Wednesday night.
Yep.
And of course, don't forget the Day of the Drags on the 27th of June, which is fast approaching. We look forward to seeing you there. Be safe on the roads and have a good night. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you to all the spectators who came out to support the event, come out for a look, and to everybody around the world who's watched via YouTube. Thank you, guys. Always good to get up here in the studio and catch up with you. Maybe not face to face, but I do get to see what you've written. It's good to see some familiar names on the live stream. Don't forget, guys, Aeroflow Race for Real. Gates open 4:30. Racing from 6. Off-street drag racing. It's going to be thick and fast. If you want to race yourself, guys, just go on to sydneydragway.com.au and go to Race for Real, and you can get all the information that you need to bring your car and have a drive down our quarter mile. My name's Stuart White. Great to be back up in the box with the Bushman again. And we'll catch you next week here at Aeroflow Race for Real.